to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel with your top headlines from across the region. It's currently 7 a.m. in New York and 2 p.m. here in Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and these are the latest developments coming to you live from Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night, and this morning the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutisa Grintalak. Now, Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home, while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, were taken alive. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death on October 7th in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and a cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was a kind and calm person and a deeply grounded man, his family says. But that was 2 years ago. Today, his family awaits his burial as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. And behind the scenes, Egyptian state media is reporting that Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs met yesterday with the Qatari prime minister to address overcoming obstacles and limiting violations to ensure that the fragile ceasefire can hold. The Cairo meeting between the mediators, bar the United States of course, focused on maintaining the ceasefire and discussing ways to continue to phase 2, this according to Egyptian sources. But on the ground in Gaza, a different story is unfolding. Last night, Nahal Brigade troops eliminated 5 terrorists in eastern Rafah who, according to the IDF, emerged from a tunnel in an IDF-controlled area in southern Gaza. And this morning, a similar incident occurred. 6 terrorists were identified emerging from tunnels in eastern Rafah, the same area. They were struck by the Air Force as they attempted to flee. Dozens of terrorists are still believed to be trapped in these underground tunnels in Rafah. The gunmen are emerging armed and posing an immediate threat to troops in blatant violation of the current ceasefire. And joining me now to discuss the fragile ceasefire and the recent developments coming out of the Gaza Strip are Professor Kobe Michael of the INSS and Miskav Institute and Jonathan Shanzari, Senior Fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. Thank you both for joining.
Pleasure.
So, as I reported, the clock is really ticking. It's running out for these terrorists who are trapped in these underground tunnels. They're running out of air, of water, of general supplies, and perhaps even patience. So, I'd like to get your opinions. What do you make of this strategy at this point in the war for the IDF? Supposedly just waiting for terrorists to emerge and eliminating them. Jonathan, if I can start with you.
Sure. I mean, I think there are a few hundred that are in these tunnels outside of the so-called yellow zone, the area that's controlled by Hamas. There was a time, it looked like, where the Turks in particular were trying to negotiate on their behalf. In fact, I think at one point they were trying to hold off on the return of at least one slain hostage, the return of one body, in exchange for the release of these terrorists from within the tunnels. That obviously didn't happen. And so now I think what we're watching is just a slow process of these people coming out and showing themselves. And in many cases, they're meeting a pretty harsh end. But this is the risk that they took when they signed up for service within Hamas. Not a surprise that the Israelis would be taking this approach. I do think that there could be some negotiations over these individuals. If what we're trying to do is to get to phase 2 of this deal. In other words, Hamas is still trying to secure their release in some shape or form. It is an interest that they have identified. So the question really is whether the Israelis want to try to leverage that for implementation of the next phase.
Absolutely. And Kobe, if I could also get your opinions on that as well.
Yes, at the beginning, Hamas tried to leverage the situation and to condition the release of the hostages in the releasing of their militants in the tunnels. They didn't succeed in doing that, and I hope that Israel will remain determined and very strict in this regard, and will not enable the Turks or even the Egyptians or any others to interfere here or to pressure the Americans in order to pressure Israel. It looks that the American administration and Israel are on the same page in this regard for the time being. And these terrorists have two options and two only. The first one is to surrender, and the second one is to be killed. And we have to remember that these tunnels are in the area which is controlled by the IDF, not in the area which is controlled by Hamas. Otherwise, they wouldn't have a problem. And therefore, under the current agreement and accepting the principle of the Israeli control there, I don't think that they have any other option. And I do believe that Israel will not withdraw from its position with regard to these militants.
Yeah, and it's interesting that you say that these Hamas terrorists had two choices. They can either surrender or be eliminated. And I get this feeling like in the beginning, in the first stages of the war, there were actually plenty of videos. The IDF would release videos of Hamas terrorists surrendering in masses as well. And we're not really seeing much of that anymore at this point. But at the same time, on the other hand, the disarmament of Hamas is a very important clause of the current ceasefire agreement. And the terror group has stated time and again that they will refuse to disarm. So is surrendering at all, do you think, on their radar? Is that an option for them? Kobe, if you can start us off and continue with your thought.
I think that in each day that passes, the probability is higher because they understand that nobody is there in order to back them or in order to help them. I'm not sure about the quality of the connection that they have with their commanders. And therefore, I assume that if they don't have a good connection, then they have to make the calls by themselves. And as it looks now, they will reach to the conclusion that it will be better for them to surrender. But in the very same time, we have to remember that we are talking about Hamas. These are very determined militants, very ideological, very radical, and they might decide differently. And with regard to the disarmament of Hamas, it doesn't look that Hamas intends to cooperate. It doesn't look that Turkey and Qatar pressure Hamas to cooperate. And I believe that Israel has to give the Americans the space and the time to do things in their way until they will reach to the sober conclusion that Hamas is not a partner, but on the contrary, Hamas is an obstacle. And the only way to dismantle Hamas, if somebody still wishes to realize the plan, is to resume the military fighting. And the only entity in the entire globe from edge to edge that is willing to do that and capable to do that is the IDF. Nobody else is going to do that.
I tend to agree with you on that. Jonathan, do you share the same sentiment as Kobe when it comes, well, both to the disarmament of Hamas and also to their surrender? Do you think that strategically it's something that makes sense for Hamas?
Look, I think there's a couple things at play here right now. Number one is, this is a terrorist organization that's been around since 1988. They have a long history of what they call resistance against Israel. I think most people would call it terrorism. But this has been their mission. And the idea that they would just hand over their weapons and surrender is, I think it cuts against everything that this organization stands for. So I don't see Hamas willingly entering into this surrender, handing over their weapons, and just leaving the Gaza Strip. They're going to need to be forced. And here I think it's important to understand, number one, the UN last week made it international law that Hamas be dismantled. That UN Security Council resolution that was passed by a vote of 13-0 with only 2 abstentions signifies that the world wants Hamas to dismantle itself. The key to that, though, is, as Kobe mentioned, this is Qatar and Turkey. These are the 2 countries that came to the table and approached Donald Trump. The Qataris in particular, after the Israelis struck that Hamas base in Doha, they came asking for a security guarantee from the United States. Donald Trump said to the Qataris, we can do that, but you've got to hand over Hamas on a silver platter. They were able to do at least part of what they had set out to do, and that was the return of the hostages. Obviously, we have two left right now, two slain hostages that need to be returned to Israel. But then comes phase two of this deal. And I do think that the Qataris are still key to this, the Turks perhaps to a lesser extent. But these are the two primary patrons outside of Iran that stood behind Hamas at every step of the way throughout these 2 years of war. This is where the United States needs to be putting the pressure right now. It's got to be on Doha and it's got to be on Ankara. We need to be coming down on them like a ton of bricks here in Washington. That should be the goal if the goal is to get to phase two of the deal.
Absolutely, I agree with that. But I guess when it does come to Turkey and, Turkish forces being here, that's something that the Israeli government has, said that they would not accept, and rightfully so, by the way, in my opinion. They will not accept Turkish forces here on the ground in Gaza. Jonathan, do you think that that's something that the Israeli government will have to eventually compromise on if we were going to have any sort of implementation for this phase two? I mean, it's from where we're sitting, it's really hard to see, the disarmament of Hamas. It doesn't seem like, as Kobe said, that there's any option other than the IDF or maybe even perhaps Turkish forces. So what do you make of all of that?
Yeah, Turkish forces are a non-starter from my perspective. I think the Israelis will never agree to that. This is like putting the fox in charge of the hen house.
Right.
Turkey is the largest Hamas headquarters outside of the Gaza Strip. Istanbul is the financial hub for Hamas. Top operational leaders are based there. Top political leaders, economic generators for Hamas, they're all based there. There's no way that the Israelis allow for the Turks to get a foothold inside of Gaza. There's no way that they allow the Qataris to do this. If there's ever going to be an international force that presides over the Gaza Strip, no one actually wants to get in their right mind until Hamas is disarmed. So what we're looking for right now are the pragmatic Arab states, the Saudis, the Emiratis, maybe a few others. If we want them on the ground, Hamas needs to surrender first. You don't put Turks in and then ultimately watch them help resuscitate Hamas. The thing that I'm watching, though, right now that I'm more concerned about is that the Turks right now are putting assets on the ground in Syria. And so while everyone's eyes have been drawn to the Gaza theater, it does look like Turkey is slowly and methodically building up intelligence and military assets under the new al-Shara regime in Syria. I'm worried about a potential confrontation there while everybody else stays focused on Gaza, which at this point is really just a tactical theater, not a strategic one from Israel's perspective.
Absolutely. And we also can't forget, of course, the Islamic Republic of Iran, who are also trying to rearm their proxies in the region. And so, Kobe, I want to ask you, just based off of your take that you said earlier, that you think that, for the disarmament of Hamas to actually happen, the IDF needs to take a crucial role and a significant part. But we have other fronts developing as well. It's not just the Gaza Strip. So do you still hold that opinion when it comes to all of these other developing fronts? I mean, we can't forget Hezbollah, who we are still striking because they also keep violating their ceasefire. We're having anti-terror operations in Judea and Samaria, which is also a very active front. I mean, strategically, where should Israel and where should the IDF be pouring all of their resources into at this point in time?
Strategically, we have to remember that since the first day of the war, the murderous attack of October 7th, the war was not limited or contained geographically to the Gaza Strip or was in a bilateral level between Israel and Hamas. From the first beginning, it was a regional multi-front war. And this is the reason that all the fronts are interrelated. There is a mutual influence between the fronts. And therefore, if Israel will not be able to finish the job in the Gaza Strip, it will impact directly and negatively all the other fronts, mainly when it comes to Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Shiite militias in West Iraq, and the Iranian themselves. It will be like a very strong blow of wind in the sails of the entire resistance axis, which is led by Iran. And if Israel will not be able to finalize things in the Gaza Strip, it will be a very problematic signal for Israel when it comes to Hezbollah, because this will encourage Hezbollah to continue reconstituting themselves, and it will encourage the Iranian to continue supporting these efforts. And therefore, I think that Israel has, and I think that Israel already understands that from the strategic point of view, all of these fronts are interrelated, and Israel cannot afford itself to finish the war in the Gaza Strip without dismantling Hamas, disarming Hamas, and demilitarizing the Gaza Strip. Without these two conditions, there will be no realization of the glorious plan of President Trump, which is backed, by the way, by the international community with the Security Council Resolution 2803. Everything now is deeply dependent on the American call, on the American decision. As long as the Americans will continue believing that they are able to convince Hamas by using the Turkish and the Qatarian leverage over Hamas, they will continue restraining Israel from operating against Hamas freely and intensively. And this is, I would say, a very bad scenario for Israel and for the Gaza Strip as well, if it will last a long period of time. I hope that the Americans will reach to the conclusion that, as I said before, Hamas is not a partner in this regard, and Hamas is not going to cooperate with the plan. And they will go for a gradual realization of the plan, which means that in the eastern part, which is controlled by the IDF, they will begin with the technocrats government supported by the ISF and guided by the peace board. And in the western part, the IDF will accomplishing the mission until dismantling Hamas, demilitarizing the Gaza Strip, and then the mechanism that was already established and began operating in the eastern part will be able to extend its authorities to the entire Gaza Strip.
Wow, sounds like we have quite a long way to go, if I do say so myself. But I'd like to perhaps just zoom in and I guess just dissect these, micro eras, if we can even call them that, because we still have two more bodies of slain hostages in Gaza. As I mentioned in my report earlier, after Dror has been identified, two remain. Should Hamas cooperate and transfer, not locate the bodies, because I believe at least that they know exactly where they are, but when the transfer occurs, Kobe, do you expect the ceasefire to progress in perhaps a different way? Could we maybe be seeing a change in the IDF strategy if Hamas is sort of run out of these, so-called bargaining chips, which is, it's very painful to say, but it perhaps could be welcoming a different phase once they do transfer all of the hostages. I mean, what do you think?
First of all, we have to understand the organizing rationale of Hamas strategy. And the organized rationale, according to my understanding, is to waste time in order to earn time. The idea is to prolong the process as much as possible in order, and this is the idea of wasting time, in order to earn this wasted time for reconstituting themselves governmentally and militarily. And they are doing pretty well in this regard, unfortunately. At the end of the day, when they will release the other two hostages, I believe that we will find ourselves in a sort of, I would say, a sort of a stalemate, okay? Because the stage two of the plan is totally dependent, or the essence of stage two is the idea of the disarmament of Hamas and the demilitarization of the Gaza Strip. As we see till today, there is no even a single country that is willing to contribute its troops to the ISF, the International Stabilization Force, as long as Hamas is still the effective sovereign power in the western part of the Gaza Strip. Nobody is going to fight Hamas, and nobody is going to risk its troops and personnel when they know that Hamas is still on its feet. And therefore, I think that we are going to face a stalemate. I hope that it will not be for a long period of time. But as I said before, everything is dependent and only dependent only on the American position in this regard. And as long as the Americans will continue believing that they are able to convince Hamas, or even if they do not believe, but they prefer to keep the situation as a prolonging ceasefire because they removed an obstacle in front of the realization of the grand vision of President Trump when it comes to the region, to the regional architecture, and therefore they will restrain Israel, then the stalemate will be even a heartening stalemate.
Interesting. And Jonathan, I'd love to get your take on that as well, on also what Kobe just said about the international forces, but specifically on what he mentioned, where it seems a little bit like a chicken and egg situation. If the international stabilization forces won't risk their troops to come in until Hamas is disarmed, but we need them to disarm Hamas, otherwise Israel has to do it, then that does put us in a stalemate. Do you agree with that assessment?
Look, I do to a large extent. What I would say is that Israel has a couple of choices. As I see it right now, the hostage crisis is effectively over. I mean, there's one Israeli body that's being held. They can get it back or not. I think that all depends on Hamas. But as far as, you don't see the Hostage Family Forum coming out every day. Hostage Square is not what it was. The political meaning of all of this has shifted in Israel. There has been a sigh of relief because of the return of the vast majority of those bodies and all the live hostages. There is no more suffering that's taking place inside of Gaza, and that was a big part of the push on the part of the Israelis. So when you look at Gaza now, again, I mentioned before, it's a tactical problem from Israel's perspective, not really a strategic one any longer. Hamas is largely defeated militarily. It's not to say that there isn't more that could be done to dismantle the organization. We'd like to see them willingly turn in their weapons, which again, I think is not likely. So then that leaves Israel with a couple of choices. One, they can leave Gaza split into two. The yellow line dividing the two parts, 47% and 53%. So it's basically divided in half. And Hamas controls a portion of it. The Israelis have a larger buffer zone around the Gaza-controlled areas, which will prevent people from attacking the border and will give Israel more time to intercept rockets if they are fired. So it's not a bad status quo to have this yellow line remain. Now, I would argue that there are still some options here. Number one, Israel may say, you know what, this is not enough. We need to go in and finish the job. If that's the case, then you've got more hard fighting in the enclave that Hamas controls. It's a smaller, more densely packed area. But I will also just note that Hamas has lost a huge amount of its capabilities. The heavy weapons, the rockets, even a lot of its fighters are just no longer capable. And the tunnels, I mean, we get a sense that they're starting to get closed off. The exits in and out of the yellow zone may be fewer and fewer as the days goes on. The last thing that I would just note, though, is that if the Israelis have to ultimately make a choice and they don't want to deploy more fighters, more weapons, more assets, and to make the population exhausted, as they have been, they've been called up for hundreds of days, many of these reservists, there may be a moment where Israel says, okay, well, we've done enough, and they withdraw from the rest of the Gaza Strip. I think that's less likely. I think holding that yellow line is probably where Israel ends up for a long time. You will see howls of disapproval coming from the international community. People are going to say that Israel is occupying half of Gaza. You know what? Until Hamas surrenders, Israel has no choice but to stay there. That's my final analysis. I think Israel has no choice but to stay where it is.
Yeah, I agree that if the IDF were to withdraw from this yellow line, that would actively be, harming Israel's security potentially in the future. We are really almost out of time, but Kobe, if I could just get your final last sentence just to wrap us up, do you agree with that?
I partially agree because the problem is if such a status quo will be established, we have to remember that Israel will not be able to prevent the entrance of humanitarian aid to the western part of the Gaza Strip. Under such circumstances, we might find the Egyptians opening the Rafah crossing without any coordination with Israel, when Israel has no control over the Rafah crossing, and then most of the humanitarian aid will enter from Rafah crossing. And knowing Hamas and its motivation, we have to assume that Hamas will do its utmost efforts in order to reconstitute itself, first of all, militarily. And they have the capacities, they have the knowledge, although we damage them very severely, they have the potential to reconstitute themselves. And if this is going to be the status quo, where the Gaza Strip is divided between East and West by the yellow line, and we don't have an effective control over the entrance of the humanitarian aid, then we are in the path towards another violent clash that will be in 2 years, in 3 years, but we will find Hamas stronger than it's today.
Absolutely. Well, with that, we do have to end our panel, but I want to thank you both so much for joining us today, Jonathan Chancellor and Professor Kobi Michael. Thanks for joining.
Thank you for having us.
And in some good news, a good friend of Israel, Argentine President Javier Milei, told Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar that Argentina will open its new embassy in Jerusalem come this spring. Now, the announcement came during a meeting where the two leaders discussed deepening bilateral ties and expanding economic cooperation. If completed, Argentina will become the 8th country to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, following Fiji, the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. Sa'ar thanked the Argentinian leader for his friendship and support throughout the war. Take a listen to Sa'ar's words.
The relationship between Israel and Argentina is not only special, it is extraordinary. Argentina had stood firmly by Israel through our darkest hours during the last 2 years. This will not be forgotten. Argentina has been and continues to be a trusted partner on the right side of history.
And in another positive update, researchers in Israel are now using artificial intelligence to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. That's right, the Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of medieval Jewish documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century, but only a fraction of its over 400,000 documents have been thoroughly researched. Why? These documents come in various forms. They are either fragments of larger documents or have been distorted over time, making their research difficult and time-consuming for scholars. But now, with the incredible advancements of artificial intelligence, researchers can now access the whole collection much faster than traditional methods allow. AI is transcribing these texts and cross-referencing names or words across a vast database, allowing for this project to make significant gains. Have a listen to the professor.
We are constantly trying to improve the abilities of the machine to decipher ancient scripts. And you can imagine, I don't know whether you're able to read your grandfather's diaries. I'm not. But we can teach the machine by experts who know these scripts to transcribe different centuries, different scripts. I personally have trained the machine to transcribe lots of scripts in languages that I don't know. Obviously this makes written heritage much more widely accessible. And if you think of literature, it's one thing, but if you think of all the parish books or travel documents that are hidden in European or worldwide archives, where one then can reconstruct the way of a family traveled, how people immigrated to the US, and not only in English or Hebrew or languages that are close to this area, but also in Chinese or in Japanese or in Korean. The modern translation possibilities are incredibly advanced now, and interlacing all this becomes a much more feasible work now.
They wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. I am Deva Klein. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you again very soon.
Good evening and welcome to Insider. I'm Alec Pollard. Thanks for joining. Over a month since the ceasefire in Gaza went into effect, but low-scale warfare continues in the Strip. Inside the yellow line under Israeli control. In the other half of Gaza, outside Israeli influence, Hamas remains largely in charge and still armed. Meanwhile, the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, tasked with delivering aid and diverting it away from Hamas, is disbanding, handing operations over to the new Civil Military Coordination Center. Can it and other international organizations be trusted? Can international forces from countries like Azerbaijan and Indonesia counter Hamas's influence? What's the future of Gaza? To break it down, I'm joined by Olga Deutsch, Vice President of NGO Monitor, with us here in studio, and Dr. Eric Mandel, the founder and director at MEPIN, the Middle East Political and Information Network, joining us from Florida. Thank you, both of you, very much for being here with us. I'm going to start with you, Eric. With the situation in Gaza, the fighting is still ongoing over there, as we see in some parts of the Strip. And it seems like Hamas will remain armed in Gaza unless Israel is the one to disarm them. Can any of these international forces that have been talked about actually prevent Hamas from being in control and armed in Gaza?
I think it is a fantasy to believe that anyone other than the IDF is going to be able or willing to disarm Hamas. And Hamas knows that. The international force, they've made it clear that they are not going to disarm and demilitarize. We'll break it down. There's disarming, that means taking away the weapons. Hamas right from the beginning said, no, we're going to be able to keep defensive weapons, which meant that they were going to break it immediately. And then there's demilitarization, which means going into the tunnel network. And the majority of the tunnels, a little unbeknownst to most people, are still intact, even in the western part of Gaza, the 47% that are there. The countries do not want to be, the Arab countries and Muslim countries do not want to be perceived as doing Israel's work. And I don't blame them, not for that, but I don't blame them for worrying that Hamas, which is the Muslim Brotherhood, which happily President Trump halfway has gone to hopefully claim is a foreign terrorist organization. They don't want their citizens to die at the hands of the Muslim Brotherhood and then become targets for international terrorism. And so what's going to happen? There's two parallel situations. One, Israel in the north seemingly is being allowed to do what it needs to do to Hezbollah with American approval. But I don't see that American approval going to allow Israel to do what it really needs in Gaza. And so we're in a very difficult situation. Thereafter tonight, there will be only one remaining, two remaining hostage remains that are still there. And so right now, I think Gaza is, I wouldn't even say a mixed bag. It's a place where Hamas, by strategy, giving up the live hostages, knew it was going to create a situation that it would not only be the dominant force, but really the overwhelming force in Gaza. And they are going to look, they play the long game, look for another day, and will have a slow attrition war against Israel in the eastern part of Gaza.
Right. Olga, NGO Monitor, for years you have tracked how NGOs abuse, misuse aid that's given to the Palestinians and just provide outright cover for terrorist organizations. Is there any organization that could or will operate in Gaza that you trust?
Well, it's a question we get all the time, and it's sadly not an easy one to answer. There is no one way to whitelist organizations, because I don't think anyone can or should take responsibility for another organization. They can say and claim one thing today and a completely different thing tomorrow. What is needed and is actually of a historical importance right now, as we discuss the day after in Gaza, and let us just frame it. Right now, everyone is talking that the reconstruction of Gaza will cost around $70 billion, right? Now, anywhere, until now, humanitarian aid and development aid, anywhere between 10% and 1/4 of it actually went as non-physical aid. Most of us will think that it's usually diapers and baby formula and medicine or tents or concrete, right? And we know that even those were stolen, appropriated, and used to build Hamas police state in Gaza. But anywhere between 10% and 1/4 actually goes into political advocacy projects. Now, when you add that into the mix, then you actually get Palestinian terror proxy organizations going after us, after our soldiers around the world, ICC, ICJ, lawsuits trying to prevent us from getting U.S. military aid through F-35 programs and so on. So the only way to condition this aid, to make sure that the reality in Gaza is different than it was before, is to completely revamp. How do we control? How do we vet? Who are our partners? Who do we send in? How do we monitor the organization's work throughout the period? And if anyone is caught working with Hamas or any other group, because Hamas is not the only one, let's not forget the Islamic Jihad and PFLP are still fully operating terror organizations.
Islamic Jihad were involved now in the release of
the hostages,
of one of the last Israeli remains in Gaza.
And the three of them took part on October the 7th. The three of them were shooting rockets after October the 7th, and all three held hostages. Now, part of this problematic is also the UN and all the UN structures, including UNRWA. UNRWA is the most symbolic one, but it's not the only one. It's one of 34 approximately agencies operating there. So it begs the question, and I think US is the only entity right now, the only player that can put a foot down and say, these are going to be the red lines. Anything beyond these red lines will just not be acceptable. If we talk about these conditions, UN is still to designate Hamas as a terrorist organization, right? I mean, it's a basic thing to think about.
Right, so there's some crucial things you brought up there, the United States involvement, and there's pressures in the Republican Party right now not to get over-involved in some of these issues, and also UNRWA, which we're going to get into both those subjects. But first, regarding the international organizations, we're going to come back to you, Eric. The Gaza Humanitarian Fund, they're ending their operations in Gaza. They delivered millions and millions of meals to Gazans and did their best to keep it out of the hands of Hamas. How would you assess how well or not well were their activities, how successful were their activities in Gaza, and also this new organization that's going to be taking over some of their activities, the Civil Military Coordination Center, that's commanded by Admiral Charles Bradford Cooper. It's going to be based, part of it, in Kiryat Gat, I believe, in Israel. There's going to be a counterpart with the Egyptians. So Gaza Humanitarian Fund, how did they do? And this new organization, can they do better?
So I have firsthand experience just a couple of months ago with the Gaza Humanitarian Fund and also some of the other agencies. I was there part of a journalist delegation that went into Gaza when they were claiming that there was starvation and not enough food, the quantity of food. And what I saw was acres and acres and acres and acres of food, including fresh fruit and vegetables. And I saw many UN trucks lined up. Gaza Humanitarian Fund was doing excellent work, but they became totally disparaged. And, of course, any of these organizations are going to be challenged because Hamas wanted to control and steal money, and they were, trying to create chaos to make Israel look bad. But I could just tell you that I've been in contact with former Americans as recently as yesterday who were part of the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, and I was reading how the Arab News, which is a mouthpiece of the Saudi government, referred to them as shooting at civilians and creating chaos, not to mention that Israel was targeting with live ammunition civilians and killing hundreds, which was far from the reality, but that was the reality that was painted going forward. You have to remember, Hamas's job here is to take the aid. There are two types of aid. There's aid that is food, and then there's more commercial aid. It doesn't make a difference. They're going to take it, steal it, tax it, and they are going to make a lot of money on it. And that is part of the way that they remain a dominant force, as I alluded to earlier. As far as Americans being involved here, America right now really doesn't have the leverage it could, because the leverage it has is through two Muslim Brotherhood countries, Qatar and Turkey, whose interests are in Hamas staying there. And of course, Israel, rightly for its national security interests, doesn't want to have Qatar or Turkey there. And so there's no incentive for them to put real pressure on Hamas to let international aid go around. Many of these other international aid companies, organizations, UNRWA, of course, being the most notorious or infamous, basically start with a narrative that Israel is the bad guy and will paint Israel in the worst possible light, despite me knowing I was actually in the 2014 war covering when a Maglan unit was being fired from an UNRWA children's clinic. So whether it's tunnels underneath or being used as bases, UNRWA and other alphabet soup of different organizations really cannot be trusted, and you have to expect the aid to be stolen, and Hamas is going to get stronger because of the aid. But as far as the humanitarian fund, it was effective. There was the great allegation that people had to walk a distance to go through a battlefield, if you will, to get the aid. But that was only because Hamas was creating the primary chaos of what was going on. They wanted it to fail. So I think it's something, when you look back, not perfect, but really did distribute a lot of aid and should be commended. And the way it's being disparaged at this point, and I'm somebody who's met with some former American soldiers who were part of it, and these were wonderful people. And as an American, I'm proud that they were involved in it. But again, when you go through the laundry room of the Middle East, how it was laundered, that it was not positive and they did bad things, much farther, the truth is much farther of really good things that they did.
Right, well, that wouldn't be the first time that we've seen reporting that isn't accurate about what's going on in Gaza. I'm going to ask both of you, because you both brought it up, the question of UNRWA. Crucial question about UNRWA. The Palestinians will demand that they remain active in Gaza, of course, but from Israel's perspective, UNRWA is one of the main facilitators of terrorism in Gaza, and also of the narrative that the Gazans don't belong in Gaza, but rather need to move into Israel via right of return. So the question is, what is going to happen with UNRWA in Gaza right now? Are they even how active are they in the current situation? And is Israel or the United States trying to put any pressure in order to remove some of the nefarious influence that UNRWA has? Start with you, Olga, about that.
Well, all of this entire issue is a political issue at the end of the day. Yes, there are challenges in providing humanitarian aid and how you check it, for sure. But even the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, that did a decent job, right, under incredibly difficult circumstances, right, was met with uniform criticism by the entire humanitarian community, including UNRWA and all the UN agencies. Basically, instead of working with them, they were criticizing them and boycotting them, which is part of the reason why it was so difficult for them to do anything on the ground.
What was their pretext for boycotting them?
Well, first of all, because Gaza Humanitarian Fund came in and said, our task is to provide aid, not to politicize or do political activism or work with Hamas, right? So the Americans came and said, we're contractors. There's a task. They almost approached it as a business enterprise, whereas the entire humanitarian community, all the NGOs, the international organizations, and all the UN agencies, for years, for decades, worked closely with Hamas, knew exactly what Hamas was doing. They were providing cash assistance, aid, allocations, according to Hamas lists, and allowing Hamas to cut anywhere between 20 and 40% commission, basically tax, what Eric was talking about. So there were multiple layers of theft, right? Now, UNRWA was part of that problem. The Palestinians will insist to keep UNRWA because UNRWA is also a unique political institution perpetuating this image, this narrative of Palestinian right of return, where we all know, let's just demystify it and zoom out from the aid, right, issue. If there is a right to return, there is no Israel. We all understand what the stakes are.
And this is a contradiction from the UN, because the UN says they are for the two-state solution, yet they are funding and supporting the mission of UNRWA, which is a one-state.
And only working for one state, right?
Yeah.
Now, the Israeli government already outlawed UNRWA, basically said we are not to work with any entity, anything that has to do with UNRWA, which is already technically a complex situation. But whether they're called, I have very big reservations about any UN agency and their ability to do a different job or a significantly different job than UNRWA. But whatever we call them, the big question is, whoever ends up working and doing that job, they will still have to work with, 35,000 local employees, Gazans. Yeah. And they need to be controlled. They need to be vetted. They need to be held accountable that if they incite, if they teach hatred in schools, if they call for violence or are Hamas operatives, they need to be sanctioned. Whether UNRWA can do it or someone else, the demand is ultimately the same. And it's the Gazans who also have been towing the line, if for no other reason, because they don't know any different reality. This is their only reality, living in a Hamas-led police state. It's not the international community would like to discuss Gaza and the day after in the terminology that we understand, which is liberal democracies, right? But that is not the reality in Gaza. The reality in Gaza is a complete Stasi-like police state.
Right, Eric, we're kind of running out of time, so we're going to move a bit on from UNRWA and the Muslim Brotherhood, which is something that you talked about earlier, because U.S. President Donald Trump banned the Muslim Brotherhood in the United States now, or has declared his intention to do so, which is a massive, massive move. And of course, Hamas is the Palestine branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. But on the other hand, he's working with Qatar and Turkey, who have Muslim Brotherhood affiliation. So and Trump in general, I mean, he's dancing on a lot of different things here, kind of contradicting himself. So what is the real Trump, or is this all part of the grand plan to achieve a big deal in the Middle East?
Well, Trump in his first term wanted to declare the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization, but was basically fought against it. People made the claim, it's an ideology. How can you ban an ideology? But it's way more than an ideology, and it's organized mainly in secret. That has a long-term plan to infect the West with the virus of Islamism, and sow discord and undermine the West. And I think you've seen parts of that that went on with the college campuses after October 7th. So it wasn't a total ban by President Trump. It looks like they're going to look at these case by case. And once you're going case by case, you know that Qatar and Turkey are going to get a pass. But what is Qatar and Turkey? Qatar is the financier of the Muslim Brotherhood. And Turkey, Erdogan, has turned that country from a secular Muslim state into an Islamist Muslim Brotherhood state. We'll call it the muscle of the Muslim Brotherhood.
So is that Trump, though, just showing some realism, though, maybe? Because he's done that in the past where, he showers praise on countries that may be not aligned with his values or America's values, but he knows he needs them in order to achieve what he wants to achieve, like maybe normalization or some other grand deal with the Palestinian Authority. He knows he needs Qatar and Turkey, like being realistic, perhaps? Or is that just a miscalculation of Trump?
So I think he's, at least what we know, is giving them way too much leeway. He should be behind the scenes pressuring these countries. Qatar has given sanctuary not only to Hamas, but to the Taliban and you name it, organizations that are across the radical Sunni jihadist world. It also works with the radical Shiite world closely with Iran. It is not a neutral party there. And so what we need to do here in America is to tell Qatar, you have a lot of good things that we like. We like your Al Udeid Air Base, but you have to stop infecting the world with Al Jazeera, which is anti-American, anti-Semitic. You, Turkey, have to stop wanting to replace Iran in control of Syria and turn that into an Islamist state with al-Shira. And I think, unfortunately, at least again on the surface, President Trump seems blind to these things and like these strong men that are there. But unless you deal with those two countries, you're going to have a real uphill battle. But in the United States, the one thing that we really have to get our handle on here is the Qatari Foundation run by the Emir's mother, who is propagandizing and teaching education from K to 12 all through the universities, turning them into anti-American places, certainly anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic universities, and K through 12, and it's infecting all there. We need to end Qatari foreign funding of our educational system. That is the Muslim Brotherhood in action.
Right. Just final question here, Olga, before we wrap up, regarding U.S. involvement, because as you said earlier, the only country that really can effectively do anything in Gaza is the United States. But on the other hand, the United States is influenced by the Muslim Brotherhood, and Hamas is the Muslim Brotherhood. So from Israel's perspective, is this good, the developments that we're seeing?
Well, they're better than where we were, right? Let's imagine a parallel situation where Europeans were tasked with crafting a solution. So I think everything is relative. In that sense, we're okay with U.S. Taking the lead. But that said, I think, and I agree pretty much with Eric's opening remarks, that unless Israel takes charge and makes sure that Hamas is at least under control, I'm not as optimistic that we will actually succeed in disarming them, especially that disarming them, the challenge is not only weapons, physical weapons. Their sphere of political influence and their propaganda and their proxies they surpass the physical borders of Gaza. But as long as IDF and the Israeli government keep control and are extremely involved in what is going on, I think we will be able to control the situation and at least maintain it. I think, sadly, we're not where we would have wanted to be, which is solving the Gaza question after horrific 2 years.
It's like just another big round compared to all the rounds that happened, which is what Israel wanted to avoid.
And I've been sharing my concern from the beginning, right after October the 7th, that we should have ensured that we don't end up in yet another cyclical decade, right, where there's going to be higher, lower cycles, but at the end of the day, it pretty much is shaping up to be exactly that.
Right. Well, that's, as we see, some positive things, some negative, very uncertain situation, and a very precarious situation at the moment, the situation in Gaza of what will be in the future. Not all of it is in Israel's hands. Part of it is in the hands of the United States and other players. We're going to have to wait and see how it all develops. Olga Deutsch, the Vice President of NGO Monitor, thank you so much for coming in and giving your analysis, and Dr. Eric Mandel, founder and director of the Middle East Political and Information Network, especially also that information on the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, setting the record straight. Thank you very much for that, both of you, for coming in. And that is all for this edition of Insider on ILTV. If you found this discussion valuable, please like, share, and subscribe for more analysis from Israel and the Middle East, and tune in to our 24/7 streaming channel and download the ILTV app. I'm Alec Pollard. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next edition of Insider.
Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel. For over 200 years, the organization has been providing food, housing, and critical support to families and individuals in need. ILTV's Lidar Gravelazi was joined by Executive Director Zalman Duchman to discuss their recent operations. Have a look. For over 200 years, Kol Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now all the way from New York is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kol Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So Kol Chabad has been serving the community for decades, well, more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman. And we've been working through, ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel. working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollars supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kolel Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war, especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day and we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, "Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon." This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two. Great.
I brought two. He garbed himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, "Oh, my part doesn't make a difference," because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. I think a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly, to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, "Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon," for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground, where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel, reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English. Hi, and welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments that are coming out of Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night, and this morning the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutisak Rintalak. Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home, and while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, they were taken alive into Gaza. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death on October 7th in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and a cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was kind, calm, and a deeply grounded man, his family says. But that was 2 years ago. His family now today awaits his burial, as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. And behind the scenes, Egyptian state media is reporting that Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs met yesterday with Qatari PM to address overcoming obstacles and limiting violations to ensure that the fragile ceasefire holds. The Cairo meeting between the mediators, bar the United States, of course, focused on maintaining the ceasefire and discussing ways to continue to phase 2. This according to Egyptian sources. But on the ground in Gaza, a different story is unfolding. Last night, Nahal Brigade troops eliminated 5 terrorists in eastern Rafah who, according to the IDF, emerged from a tunnel in an IDF-controlled area in southern Gaza. And this morning, a similar incident occurred. This time, 6 terrorists were identified emerging from tunnels in eastern Rafah. This time, they were struck by the Air Force as they attempted to flee, as you can see the images on your screen now. Dozens of terrorists are still believed to be trapped in these underground tunnels in Rafah. The gunmen are emerging armed and posing an immediate threat to troops in blatant violation of the current ceasefire. And a good friend of Israel, Argentine President Javier Milei, told Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar that Argentina will open its new embassy in Jerusalem come this spring. The announcement came during a meeting where the two leaders discussed deepening bilateral ties and expanding economic cooperation. If completed, Argentina will become the 8th country to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They will follow Fiji, the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. Sa'ar thanked the Argentinian leader for his friendship and support throughout the war. Take a listen.
The relationship between Israel and Argentina is not only special, it is extraordinary. Argentina had stood firmly by Israel through our darkest hours during the last 2 years. This will not be forgotten. Argentina has been and continues to be a trusted partner on the right side of history.
And we have another positive story as researchers in Israel are now using AI to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. The Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of these documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century, but it's only a fraction of it. About 400,000 documents have been thoroughly researched. This is because these documents come in various forms, and some of them are even fragments of larger documents, and some of them have been distorted over time. But now, with the incredible advancements of AI, researchers can now access the entire collection much faster than traditional methods allow. This is a great update and development in Jewish history. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan that QR code to download our app. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks for watching.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Emily Schrader, and coming up in today's newscast. Hezbollah weighs response after IDF successfully eliminates wanted top terrorist in Lebanon airstrike. White House to designate chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. As ceasefire waivers, IDF eliminates Hamas tunnels and infrastructure in Gaza. A volatile northern front and reports that Hezbollah is weighing its response after Israel's strike that killed the group's top military commander. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
Security officials say that Hezbollah leader Naim Qassem is at a strategic crossroads, under pressure to retaliate, but without the capability to launch a significant response. Still, sources close to Hezbollah warn the next conflict with Israel is, quote, only a matter of time. And massive crowds gathered in Beirut to mourn Ali Tabtabai, Hezbollah's military chief, killed in Sunday's airstrike on the outskirts of the capital, Beirut. The attack collapsed a multi-story building, killing 5 and wounding 28. Hezbollah praised Tabtabai as a great jihadist commander, while Lebanon's president urged international intervention to halt Israeli actions. The strike comes just days before Pope Leo's arrival in Lebanon, a visit many hoped would signal stability. Israel continues targeting Hezbollah arms depots and its rebuilding efforts under the fractured ceasefire. Tonight, a senior Hezbollah chief at the funeral warned the Zionists should be worried. Israel has reportedly told the Lebanese government it will press ahead with operations to weaken Hezbollah and expects cooperation on removing the group from south of the Litani and beyond. Despite high alert status, no new instructions have been issued to residents of northern Israel.
We are holding the hope that one day the Lebanese people will get along with their problems and we can be friends again. So, yeah, we are here to hold the borders and also to hold the hope.
Well, the White House on Monday ordered the start of a process to designate certain chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as foreign terrorist organizations, marking a major shift in U.S. policy towards the transnational Islamist movement. Here's more on the latest developments. U.S. President Trump signed an executive order directing the Secretaries of State and Treasury to submit a report within 45 days on whether to designate specific chapters of the Muslim Brotherhood as a foreign terrorist organization. The administration says the Brotherhood is not a social movement, but a transnational network that has spent decades financing and enabling terror groups across the Middle East. The fact sheet identifies possible targets in Egypt, Lebanon, and Jordan, while notably excluding chapters in Qatar, Turkey, and Syria, which which have long provided political and financial cover for Brotherhood operations. The Muslim Brotherhood operates a global command structure known as the International Organization of the Brotherhood, which functions as a strategic hub, coordinating branches across Middle East, Europe, and North America. This body guides the movement's political operations, its financial networks, its global propaganda, and its support to violent offshoots, including Hamas and Egyptian Islamic Jihad. Under federal law, a terror designation means anyone providing material support to the group can face criminal penalties and sweeping financial and travel sanctions. That includes individuals, charities, and any foreign national linked to the organization. The Muslim Brotherhood, founded in Egypt in 1928, is the ideological source code for modern Islamist terror. Its doctrine has directly inspired Hamas, Egyptian Islamic Jihad, and the early founders of Al-Qaeda. U.S. officials say Brotherhood networks continue to recruit, radicalize, and fund operations that directly target Western allies and American interests. Supporters of the designation call it a long overdue step that finally acknowledges the Brotherhood as the central hub of global jihadist movements. By triggering the FTO process, the U.S. can freeze assets, shut down funding channels, block travel, and prosecute anyone providing support to the organization. The order states that this move comes as the Brotherhood branches, including Hamas, have escalated violence across the region and pose a direct threat to regional stability. The designation process is not yet final, but once certified, it would mark one of the most significant U.S. counterterrorism actions in years. Well, joining us now to explain a bit more about the Muslim Brotherhood and how they operate is Khalid Hassan, a national security and foreign policy researcher. Khalid, great to have you with us today. Can you explain, just for context, a bit about how the Muslim Brotherhood operates in the Middle East and why it's so dangerous?
Hi, Emily. Thanks for having me. I think the main reason the Muslim Brotherhood is very dangerous is because it mostly relies on essentially non-official funding. So it has funding from the zakah, which is the charity that's given by Muslims, and they use this to fund their activities. And because they don't really have, like an official sort of written hierarchy or membership, it's very, very difficult to actually prove who is a member, what they're doing, where they're getting funding from. Which is why it's, I think, President Trump's executive order is going to be really quite, I think, restricted and limited in its impact on actually countering the Muslim Brotherhood.
Now, what is your take on the fact that we see Trump specifically singling out, for example, Egypt and Lebanon were mentioned, their chapters, yet Turkey, Syria, and Qatar were all absent when they, of course, do have very problematic ties with the Muslim Brotherhood organization. Is there a method to this for the White House?
I'll be very honest. I think it's extremely inefficient. I think it's political theater. This is not actually serious. Because if you look at, Egypt, essentially they have been hunted down, they have been dismantled since President Sisi took over in 2013 and 2014. If you look at Jordan, they're dismantled and banned, they don't have public offices. If you look at Lebanon, they're largely irrelevant because you have Hezbollah, which essentially dominates. I think, to be very, very honest, and I, as an independent researcher, I actually get to say this openly and publicly. I think President Trump is trying to look tough on terrorism without actually upsetting his allies in Doha and in Ankara, because he just doesn't want to. He sees Turkey and Qatar as, allies, very significant and key allies, and he doesn't want to do anything that seems to be like interfering with their domestic politics or something that could get on their toes, basically.
Well, we've seen the Muslim Brotherhood damage the Middle East, of course, and many Arab states have flatly outlawed this organization. As you mentioned, Egypt had a big crackdown on the Muslim Brotherhood that's ongoing. What threat would you say that the Muslim Brotherhood itself poses to the West?
Well, this is actually the main reason I find President Trump's executive order to be really challenging, because, they have a plan, and that plan is mainstreaming Islamism. Everyone who's done this, and, there are people who have been fighting the Muslim Brotherhood in the West long before I was even born, and they've been fighting them on campus, they've been fighting them in, academia, media, business, and they built this empire across the West that is extremely efficient, extremely well organized, which is why I'm really disappointed. I'm not going to hide my disappointment. This does not even address Canada. It doesn't even address the US. It doesn't address the UK. And again, I want to remind your audience that we now have the largest concentration of the Muslim Brotherhood in the UK and in Turkey. So that doesn't really affect them at all. This executive order is, in my view, really also legitimizes the Muslim Brotherhood's argument when they say, we are not all violent. It's only, a rogue minority of the group that is violent, which is what this executive order does. It basically suggests that this narrative, the Muslim Brotherhood narrative, is correct, and the group generally is not violent. It's just, a legitimate political movement.
Now, as an independent researcher, I want to ask you, what do you think would be a better method, both for the United States, for the United Kingdom, Canada, a lot of these Western democratic countries? What should they be doing when it comes to designating the Muslim Brotherhood and all of its affiliated organizations?
I think it's very clear. We have two examples. We have the UAE, we have Egypt, we have Saudi Arabia. I would most certainly advise that, the role model on how to counter the Muslim Brotherhood is actually the UAE, because the UAE is the most serious, and Saudi Arabia definitely. I'd argue that, there are some sort of, gaps in the Egyptian model. But do as the UAE is doing, and we also see, another example from, targeting specific chapters or segments of the Brotherhood. We see this in Israel. It's not very successful. I would argue, actually, it's almost, really very limited. So you can see the examples. One example is Israel, which targets, the few chapters or few segments, not efficient. Or you have the UAE model, which is the most efficient and the most actually strategic and very concentrated and focused. That's what you should do. Go to the Emiratis and say, how can we do this? And do as they say. That's my opinion.
All right, well, let's hope the White House hears your advice. Thank you so much for joining us today, Khalid Hassan.
Thank you.
Well, as we move forward here at ILTV, we're not just delivering the news, we're carrying out a mission. Every day we work to strengthen Israel's global voice and stand firm for Zionism with factual pro-Israel reporting. By subscribing to our app, you're joining us as a partner in this mission, and you'll get access to our new 24/7 channel with live broadcasts at the top of every hour. Scan the QR code on your screen to subscribe now. A new development in the search for the remaining hostages in Gaza. The Palestinian Islamic Jihad claims it has recovered the body of one hostage in central Gaza and announced the transfer of the remains to the Red Cross this afternoon at 4 p.m., after which Israel will conduct forensic testing for identification. The news comes as Hamas and Islamic Jihad continue search efforts for the last remaining bodies still missing. Here's more from our correspondent, India Naftali.
The Palestinian Islamic Jihad said Monday that it recovered the body of a hostage in an area north of the Nuseirat refugee camp in central Gaza. The group claims the body was found during excavation work earlier in the day. But hours after the announcement, there was still no indication from the Islamic Jihad or Hamas on when the body would be transferred to Israel. The news comes as both groups continue search operations for the final 3 hostages whose bodies still remain inside the strip. 2 Israelis, Dror Or and Master Sergeant Ran Gvili, and 1 Thai national, Suthi Sakrin Talak. All 3 were killed on October 7th and abducted into Gaza. Arabic language media reported that the digging operations have intensified since Friday. Footage from central Gaza showed Islamic Jihad gunmen standing next to excavators, some bearing Egyptian flags as the group claims to be searching for burial sites. Under the terms of the ceasefire agreement, Hamas and Islamic Jihad are required to return the bodies of all deceased hostages. But both groups up until now said they have been unable to locate the remaining 3, despite what they called repeated efforts. Israel questions these claims. For Israeli families still waiting, there is no clear timeline for when they will finally be able to bring home their loved ones for burial.
The IDF is vowing to track down and eliminate every last Hamas fighter still hiding underground on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line. Troops are destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. More from ILTV's Devil Klein.
For weeks, combat teams from the Nahal and Golani brigades under the Gaza division have been operating deep inside Rafah, destroying tunnels, striking targets, and flushing terrorists out of their last hiding spots. IDF engineers, together with Yahalom, have encircled multiple underground routes, collapsing hundreds of meters of tunnels and crushing the infrastructure above ground. In just the past week, more than 60 targets were hit, including 15 shafts and 40 buildings used by Hamas. Inside these areas, troops found rifles, explosives, magazines, and stockpiles of weaponry proof of a terror network still operating beneath Rafah. Commanders say dozens of Hamas operatives remain trapped since the collapse of the previous truce, led by a battalion commander and company commanders. They are running out of food, running out of air, and running out of time. Some emerge from the tunnels desperate for supplies and are immediately targeted.
אנחנו נלחמים פה בצוות קרב משולב, גם רקם, גם חי"ר וכוחות איסוף ואוויר. כשהמטרה המרכזית היא איתור האויב והשמדתו או כניעה שלו. אלה שתי המשימות המרכזיות שיש לנו במרחב. במהלך השבועות האחרונים היה לנו התקלות עם 4 מחבלים, ומה שקרה אתמול, 17 מחבלים יוצאים במרחב גזרת הצקח של הנחל, ויחד עם כוחות של גדוד 12 מושמדים וחלקם נשבים. אנחנו ממשיכים במשימות עד שנעצור אותם, עד הניצחון.
Just last week, troops eliminated 4 operatives who broke above ground. Over the weekend, 17 more terrorists crawled out of 2 tunnel routes. 11 were killed in intense fire exchanges and 6 were captured for interrogation. Today, the IDF says 2 more terror operatives were killed after crossing the yellow line in northern Gaza, approaching troops of the 188th Armored Brigade and reservists of the Carmeli Brigade, posing an immediate threat. Earlier, the Israeli Air Force struck 3 operatives in southern Gaza who had attempted to approach troops. The IDF remains deployed across Gaza to remove any immediate threat under the current ceasefire agreement.
Well, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, or GHF, confirms it has ended operations in the Gaza Strip after a troubled 5-month tenure distributing aid. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
GHF Executive Director John Acri says the organization's goal from the beginning was to meet an urgent need, prove that a new approach could succeed where others failed, and hand off that success to the broader international community. Acri notes that the creation of the Civil Military Coordination Center, or CMCC, and reinvigorated international engagement means that moment has arrived. GHF, an American organization, was established with close involvement from Israeli officials and business leaders connected to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Israel says the goal was to ensure aid reached civilians while excluding Hamas, which it accuses of co-opting humanitarian relief. Netanyahu said the plan was for the GHF to eventually become the primary provider of aid in Gaza, replacing UN and international agencies allegedly exploited by Hamas. Despite these challenges, GHF says it distributed more than 187 million meals to Gazans, who number around 2 million. However, by September, it was distributing only a small fraction of the aid entering Gaza, and promises to scale up operations from 3 to 16 sites never materialized. GHF now hands over its model to the CMCC, hoping the international community will carry forward aid distribution while keeping it out of Hamas's control.
Well, joining us now to discuss the latest developments in Gaza and beyond is Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism, Colonel Miri Eisen. Colonel Eisen, thank you for joining us today. Always a pleasure to have you on. Well, the ceasefire in Gaza is holding, sort of, but the IDF is also actively hunting down the Hamas terrorists hiding in Gaza in the areas they still control. What is the Army's general strategy here, and does it threaten the future of the ceasefire agreement?
Emily, I think that we all get the term ceasefire incorrectly. Ceasefire is not the end of the war. Ceasefire is certainly not peace. This is what ceasefire looks like. And I say that because what Hamas terror operatives are trying to do is to act as if it's peace, to try peace as if it's not war anymore, and to come out and to challenge the agreement that they agreed upon when Israel realigned on that yellow line. They're coming out of the tunnels. They're trying to expand their areas, and the IDF is not having any of that. As I said, it's a ceasefire. The conditions of the ceasefire were that all of the hostages would come back. And as you mentioned before, 3 of the hostages dead, but 3 hostages have not yet been brought back to Israel. And every single day, the Hamas terror operatives continue to challenge the deployment that was agreed upon. So I don't see this as changing the situation. What I want to hope is that the last of the hostages come back, and at that stage, you can already talk about that second stage, which would be an additional Israeli redeployment and the possible entrance of some kind of other force, force, not the IDF, to go into the areas of the Gaza Strip to try to take control, to try to turn it into a place that is run by something other than Hamas.
Well, you brought up something interesting. I mean, what do you expect to see from the international force that's supposed to be being assembled right now to keep Gaza out of Hamas's hands? I mean, the million-dollar question still remains, who is going to disarm Hamas?
Nobody's going to disarm Hamas, and I say that very sadly. I think that what we can expect is for it to be demobilized, and I don't want to just play around with words. That means that Hamas won't control. They won't be the ones distributing the food. They won't be the ones that are running water, education, trying in its own way, even if it's by itty-bitty steps, to rebuild some of the Gaza Strip for the 2 million people who live there. That doesn't turn those 2 million people into exactly supporters of Israel, and that's me being sarcastic, but I say that because the international, somebody has to come in to run the day-to-day life, and it cannot be Hamas. But you asked about disarming. I do not think this international force will disarm, and that is one of the gaps. The devil in the details. When it comes to that stage 2, when you read carefully, it says first demobilize, the disarming is not as strong in the wording. I don't know what I hope for, but I would like a better future for people in the Gaza Strip, and I can't have it include Hamas ruling. And let's take it stage by stage. I do think that somebody else has to come in there, so it isn't Hamas rebuilding itself now as the one ruling in the Gaza Strip.
Now, if Israel is indeed forced to act, whether to disarm or demobilize, in some sense, Hamas from maintaining control, how is that going to be received internationally? Will Israel ultimately be forced to choose between defending itself and maintaining even U.S. support?
So that's the devil in the details about any kind of international force being inside the Gaza Strip, because immediately that does limitations. And all we have to do is look at southern Lebanon, 1979 until and including 2025, where we have a United Nations force that was boosted after the Second Lebanon War, and all it does is hinder, not the Israeli activity against Lebanon, the Israeli activity against Hezbollah. And so you're absolutely right, that is one of the biggest challenges. Having said that, I state clearly, Emily, I don't want us, Israel, to be the one in the Gaza Strip. It needs to be run. There are 2 million people in there, and it isn't something that you can do easily. And when we're looking for a happily ever after, where everything is wonderful, I think that letting the international force in there, and yes, that will hinder Israel, and they may not disarm Hamas, but you have to have somebody else running the Gaza Strip instead of Hamas.
Well, when it comes to the next stages of the ceasefire, I do want to ask, why is so much responsibility being placed on Israel when Hamas was very explicitly ordered to return the hostages and hostage bodies within 72 hours? That was done by President Trump himself. The living hostages are home, thank God, but Hamas has continued to play games and delay, even in cases where they knew where some of these bodies were. As of now, 3 hostage bodies do remain in Hamas' hands. But where is the pressure on Hamas from the international community?
There is no pressure on Hamas and the international community, and I would say in its own way that if I want to pinpoint the one success that I abhor of Hamas in this 2-year war is that they've managed to legitimize themselves. And you know what, Emily? I blame very much the international community that allowed that, but that is Hamas's success and to a certain degree also Israel's failure, because there is no separation between Hamas and the Palestinians. So right now it's seen as you can't pressure the poor Palestinians, and you know what? They are the poor Palestinians. But you absolutely can pressure Hamas, but nobody does that separation anymore. Legitimizing Hamas by doing so in so many different ways has really put this into a place where right now that's going to be our biggest challenge in the day after, to delegitimize completely a terror army that is in the Gaza Strip, just like Hezbollah is a terror army, and there are other ones. Nobody in the world wants to legitimize a terror army.
All right, thank you so much, Colonel Miri Eisen, for those insights today.
Thank you.
Well, the Bank of Israel has cut interest rates for the first time in nearly 2 years, lowering the key lending rate by a quarter point to 4.25%. The move comes as inflation continues to moderate and the economy shows signs of recovery following last month's ceasefire with Hamas in Gaza. The central bank cites a stabilized inflation environment and stronger economic activity as reasons for the decision. The last rate cut was in January 2024 when the bank sought to support households and businesses hit hard by the war triggered by the October 7, 2023 Hamas onslaught. Governor Amir Yaron says geopolitical risks and supply constraints still pose threats, but the cut will provide relief to mortgage holders and loan borrowing households across Israel. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich had pressured the bank to act, warning of tax measures if borrowing costs remained high. Well, overnight, we did see heavy rain, including flooding in several areas of Israel, with some streets still blocked off. But now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 17 degrees Celsius or 63 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see cloudy skies and partly rainy showers alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 25 degrees Celsius or 78 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. You can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Emily Schrader. Be well, and thank you for watching.
Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. The United Nations Security Council approves the U.S. proposal for creating an international force to provide security for Gaza and a board of peace to oversee its governance until at least 2027. The plan also includes reference to a credible pathway to Palestinian self-determination and statehood. 2 Palestinian terrorists carry out an attack at the Gush Etzion junction south of Jerusalem, ramming a car into pedestrians, followed by a stabbing rampage. One man, 71-year-old Aaron Cohn, is killed and 3 others suffer serious to moderate injuries before the terrorists are neutralized by security forces at the scene. Prime Minister Netanyahu condemns the upsurge in violence directed against Palestinians in Judea and Samaria by Israeli extremists, saying he views these actions with great severity and calling on law enforcement authorities to deal with the rioters to the fullest extent of the law. The IDF hits a Hamas compound in the Ain el-Hilweh area of South Lebanon, used as a training and preparation site for terror attacks against Israel. Lebanese sources say at least 13 killed in the strike. In another airstrike, the IDF eliminates 2 Hezbollah terrorists engaged in trying to rebuild the movement's military capabilities in the Binchbel and Blida areas of South Lebanon. Germany rescinds the suspension of some weapons sales to Israel it imposed last summer over concerns on how the Gaza war was being waged. Germany, the second biggest international supplier of arms to Israel, says the step is contingent on the ceasefire being maintained and the influx of aid to Gaza increasing. And now our big story. With the UN Security Council approving the Trump administration's post-war plans for Gaza, the path is clear for it to move forward. But some big questions remain, especially on areas of concern for Israel. Which nations will contribute forces to the Gaza Security Force? And will it have the authority or will to carry out the disarming of Hamas? And if not, who will? What exactly are the reforms the Palestinian Authority has to carry out to have a role in Gaza? And when and where will political talks begin on that and a political horizon for the Palestinians? Well, let's hear some reactions from the U.S. and Hamas to the UN vote.
Per the carefully negotiated language in the 20-point plan, this resolution charts a possible pathway for Palestinian self-determination after the Palestinian Authority has completed the necessary reforms, where rockets will give way to olive branches and there is a chance to agree on a political horizon. It dismantles Hamas's grip. It ensures Gaza rises free from terror's shadow, prosperous and secure.
هذا القرار تبنى بالكامل الموقف الإسرائيلي وتغاضى نهائيا عن الموقف الفلسطيني وعن مصلحة شعبنا الفلسطيني هنا في قطاع غزة، وأن نتنياهو لا يريد الاستمرار في اتفاق وقف إطلاق النار، إنما يريد فرض رؤيته على قطاع غزة وعلى المنطقة بأكملها.
And joining us for more in studio, we have Reserves IDF Brigadier General Amir Avivi. He's the chairman and founder of the Israel and Defense and Security Forum, the Bitronistim. And from Washington, we have David Makovsky, distinguished fellow and director of the Korat Project on Arab-Israeli relations at the Washington Institute of Near East Policy. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Amir, I'll start with you. The plan that was approved in the UN is basically the Trump plan that was presented earlier this year, but the context is different. There have been developments on the ground that raise more concerns for Israel, the disarmament of Hamas, in particular, what's happening in Gaza. Your reaction to at least the sort of vision that the U.S. seems to think it holds out?
First, we all agree Hamas needs to lay down their weapons and get out of Gaza. Gaza needs to be disarmed. Realistically speaking, no outside force is going to do that. I don't see any coalition that will go in and fight Hamas. So the agreement enables Israel to do the job, and eventually this is exactly what will happen. It's imminent that Israel will go in and destroy Hamas. We might give some time to the U.S. to try to build an alternative, but realistically speaking, I don't see any force that can disarm Hamas but the IDF.
Well, I want to get your reaction, David, to that, because there is a feeling, certainly among many in Israel, that ultimately Israel is going to have to be the one to take on Hamas. But what consequences would that have for the Trump vision as presented in the plan as regards Gaza and more so even in the Middle East?
Look, I think it's always good to be with you, Kalev. Thank you for having me. I think we're in early days in Gaza. And the media discourse is going to change. We're still in the early days, but we're really talking about two Gazas. There's the green zone of Gaza, which is the 53% where Israel is, up to a yellow line, which is actually eastern Gaza. And then there's the red zone, the 47% where Hamas is still dominant with their weapons, and that's western Gaza. Most of the population is actually on the Hamas side. I think the International Stabilization Force is going to operate largely on the Israeli side. Nobody is going in. I agree with Aviv. And the media has not really focused on this enough. The ISF is not going to go forcibly disarm Hamas. This whole theory is based on Hamas willfully disarming, but they're not going to disarm. And so I agree with Aviv, whatever Israel doesn't do doesn't get done. Now, it doesn't mean the war is going to restart and it's going to have the high intensity like the attacks on Gaza City. I tend to think it's going to be below the radar, raids in and out where needed, where Israel thinks there's about to be an attack in the green zone. But I think we're talking about, I know people will laughingly call, so this is the two-state solution, David, in Gaza. But it's two Gazas for now. That's why the Security Council resolution was so important for the Arabs, because they understood this was coming, and they needed some sort of international imprimatur that would give them the sense of working basically in the Israeli zone. So we are heading into, I think, a very messy period. I think people should buckle their seatbelts and put the tray tables in the upright positions, because I think it could be turbulent, because Hamas has every interest in sabotaging within the green zone. And we'll see. I mean, the theory of the case is, as this succeeds and you start having housing in Rafah and things like that, maybe you could expand the green zone and shrink the Hamas zone. But that's not where we are right now yet.
Amir, a messy period. I mean, even on the scenario described, we would still see, as David says, perhaps this ISF force Arab Muslim soldiers in the Israeli zone. We have the U.S. also asserting some kind of authority from its command center. It's set out in Kiryat Gat. Is the IDF and other security forces of Israel going to be able to operate in that kind of environment to do the job you're talking about?
The problem at present is that Hamas is continuously attacking IDF forces on the Yellow Line. They want to kidnap soldiers. They want to renew the attacks. We cannot wait for long, because at the end of the day, when you are on the defense and they are constantly attacking, at a certain point they will score. And we cannot afford this. We cannot afford this reality. The Chief of Staff visited the troops in Gaza and said we have to get ready to renew the offensive and get the job done. Now, from a military point of view, you cannot dismantle Hamas by doing raids. If the goal, and the goal is to dismantle Hamas and to demilitarize the Gaza Strip, the IDF will have to maneuver, will have to go. I'm not saying that in order to bring Hamas to the point where they say, that's it, okay, we understand, we're laying down our weapons, give us a corridor outside of Gaza, you need to necessarily conquer everything. But I do think that we'll have to do a maneuver, not raids. We'll have to go in and bring Hamas to the point where they say, okay, it's game over. And then they will have two choices. Either completely be destroyed, or say, okay, we understand, you are serious about it, we are laying down our weapons, give us the opportunity to get out of Gaza and create this corridor to the Sinai Peninsula and get them out.
Another aspect, David, of the plan, and we heard the U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Mike Waltz, speak about it, is this sort of path to self-determination for the Palestinians. There are some here in Israel who think that maybe that's something of a fig leaf for the more moderate Arab states. How serious is the Trump administration about moving forward on that, even though we know that could cause political problems for Prime Minister Netanyahu?
Right. If I could, just 1 second, just for our listeners, our viewers, I think what Aviv said, and this is going to be the core tension between the U.S. and Israel going forward, Kalev, is that Aviv's might be right on a technical military level about going into the red zone, but this is going to be a recipe for friction if it's anything more than raids right now. And this is where I worry about the U.S.-Israel relationship, because the military requirements might be to keep pushing more in the red zone, and yet I think Netanyahu has made some commitments to Trump about this. And so I think raids is going to be the middle point, but I don't know. I think this is we're putting our finger now on key American-Israeli tension going forward. Now, your point about the reforms and all that. Look, well, we'll see. I mean, it was a way of, I think, squaring a circle of trying to say, look, to have negotiations on two states, we'll deal with this later after the PA reforms. We're not exactly precise on what it means to reform. Is this elections? Is this anti-corruption measures? Is this institutional changes of personnel on the Palestinian side? It's all very vague right now. I don't think it's immediate. It's a way of also trying to square the circle, not just on whether there'll be negotiations on two states, which there won't be because the PA hasn't reformed, but because within the coalition of Netanyahu, the word PA is a dirty word and it's a red flag. Right. But for the Arab world, it's essential that the PA is key. So they're trying to square that circle by saying it is PA, but it's not this PA, and it's not now PA, and we'll deal with it later. So I think it's just a way for everyone to save face, even though I personally think it would be important to empower them, because at the end of the day, the ISF won't do any of this. And Israel has had 30 years of experience of security cooperation with the PA in the West Bank that I think it could draw upon. Well, I think the issue of reform is not a here and now question for now, because Israel is not integrating the PA anyway.
Amir, certainly in Israel, more skepticism about that squaring that circle with the PA.
Yeah, no, there is not going to be any PA in the Gaza Strip in no form. But I want to present a different view about the interests of Israel and the U.S. I think both leaders want to reach elections in less than a year. After having won decisively the war and after bringing peace agreements. And the question is, how dependent are these peace agreements on winning in Gaza? And I think there is a connection. You cannot really move to normalization without ending the war in Gaza. And if you have to renew maneuver, this is not ending the war. So I would assume logically that it should be both sides' interest, the US and Israel, to win as faster as possible, to do a fast maneuver and bring down Hamas in order to be able to move on time to regional global peace agreements that will be signed. And if you work along the idea of raids, this will not end. It can take years. Now, I don't think, from an Israeli point of view, that Prime Minister Netanyahu can reach the next elections and say, I haven't reached the goals of war. I haven't dismantled Hamas. I haven't demilitarized Gaza. I haven't brought a different government, and you cannot create anything in Gaza without dismantling Hamas first. So I think we don't have a lot of time. We have maybe 2 or 3 months to get the job done in Gaza and then move towards this regional global peace agreement.
Well, that is a pretty tight deadline, Amir.
It is. It's challenging.
But another aspect of the Israel-U.S. relationship, and a big part of the shifting Mideast landscape, is this intensifying strategic alliance between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia. Now, President Trump rolled out the red carpet for Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House, confirming the sale of the advanced F-35 fighter jets to the kingdom, as well as announcing a new defense pact with what Trump called a major non-NATO ally of the U.S. Here's President Trump.
And the defense agreement, have you reached agreement on that? We pretty much have.
Mr. President,
question
for the Crown Prince, if I could just finish.
We have reached agreement on that. Okay.
You said you are planning to sell the F-35 jets to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Is it part of the security agreement? And how you assess the defense partnership between Saudi Arabia and the United States? And the question for the...
Well, no, I just said it, though. I mean, we're going to sell them F-35s. That's the end of the question, I guess.
Is it part of the security agreement or no?
No, we're going to have a deal. They're going to purchase F-35s. They're buying them from Lockheed, and it's a great plane. We make, by the way, the best military equipment. You saw that during the Iran little skirmish. We make the best planes, the best missiles. We make the best defensive missiles. We make the best military equipment in the world.
Nice.
David, Amir Vivi was talking earlier about coming to these regional alliances, perhaps after a Gaza operation, but there was some anticipation, even in Israel, that at this meeting we would see some advancement towards maybe Saudis moving towards the Abraham Accords, maybe some kind of pan-Middle East security arrangement. That didn't happen. So how much was this, in a sense, a bit of a win for the Saudis and maybe to some degree to the detriment of Israel?
No, I think it's a great question, and I think there's something to what you're saying, because indeed, the Saudis got a lot of what they wanted. Yes, this is not a treaty. You need 2/3 of the Senate for the treaty, and that will only happen with normalization. So it's an executive order like the U.S. signed with Qatar, as both countries are fearful that there's going to be another Israel-Iran round in the next few years. But it's an executive order. It leaves with Trump in theory. So, but you're right that it's a win for them there. The announcement on the F-35s, the announcement on the civil nuclear, even if the United States is going to be in charge of the uranium on Saudi soil, what about in 20 years from now? Will they kick out the United States? It's unclear what the U.S. got. I know what commentators will say. Well, the U.S. got $1 trillion, according to the president. It started as $600 billion. There'll be $1 trillion in Saudi investments in AI and artificial intelligence. But I think for Israel, it's a lot of the cards that would have been used in what I call the Super Bowl of all peace agreements with Saudi normalization. So to some extent, you wonder if it dilutes the Saudi interest in a deal, even though, again, getting a treaty is permanent, like NATO. And this is not permanent. This is an executive order. It leaves with Trump, or could leave with Trump. So, I think you asked the right question, which is the Saudis they're looking great for their perspective, but from an American angle, have we really gotten enough for this visit? I think it's a very fair point.
Well, let's look at the Israeli angle, Amir. Now, obviously, or perhaps for diplomatic reasons, Prime Minister Netanyahu is not going to publicly object, but the Israel Air Force releasing and making it clear in a strategic document that the sale of the F-35s is a challenge for Israel. It does erode the qualitative edge. How should Israel be reacting to these events?
Well, we had the same event in 2020. The U.S. announced that it's selling F-35 to the United Emirates. Until now, no F-35.
But that was perceived as return for the UAE going into the Abraham
so
Accords.
Our expectation, obviously, is that if you are going to give them F-35, and we can keep quality advantage even if they get F-35, okay? It has to be for normalization. Executive order for normalization. Doesn't make sense giving the Saudis prices without them giving what they need to give, and they need to give normalization. So this is the Israeli expectation, and we hope that this will happen. Now, I don't know what good does it do to the Saudi Arabia just to have an executive order. Look, they understood in Obama's time, when the U.S. stopped being dependent on Middle Eastern oil, that the U.S. is not going to be necessarily aligned with them in the long term. Now it depends who the president is. One president is against Saudi Arabia, the other one is for Saudi Arabia. They need a treaty. They're not going to get a treaty without normalization. So I think it's their interest to move towards normalization for many, many reasons. It also has to do with the vision of, the new trade routes connecting India to UAE. It's connecting the pipes of Saudi Arabia of oil directly to Israel and bypassing, Hormuz Straits and Bab el-Mandab. There are many, many common interests. So my expectation is to see in the coming year Saudis moving towards normalization and pushing towards a treaty.
I want to ask then, David, that is the Israeli expectation, that this will lead to normalization. But to relate it back to our previous discussion, the Saudis, again, making clear they want to see movement on the Palestinian issue towards statehood, certainly problematic for the current government.
Right. So look, here there's some timetable questions. And this links up to your question. I think really, Kalev, the issue of the planes, first of all, has to get congressional approval, because under congressional law, there's such a thing called QME, the Qualitative Military Edge of Israel. And Congress has to approve that. Trump can't do that on his own. So I wonder in practice if the F-35s will be linked to normalization. But for the Saudi side, normalization is linked to what you said, which is what they call, a clear pathway, which is like a code word for serious negotiations on the two states. This government can't do it in Israel. No way. And Aviv will be the first one to say it. So, I mean, what we're really seeing is that the can is going to be kicked down the road beyond the Israeli election. And I'm sure Netanyahu has told Trump, look, you're president till 2028. There's time. And I can't do it with this government. We'll see how the elections turn out. And, politicians, not just in Israel, to be fair to Israelis, in every country, they like it both ways. And so Trump, I'm sure Bibi will run in this election, and he will say, Trump is my best friend. Both MBS, Trump, me, we all want normalization. Yes, now they're saying Palestinians, negotiation. I can't agree to that. But say, just trust me, after the election, we will smooth it over. And so I think that's the way it is. This is actually a post-Israeli election issue, the normalization deal. Nothing can happen between now and then, in my view. The Saudis can't back down, and Bibi can't back down. Trump wants his Nobel Prize, and he believes in it, to be fair to him. But I think this issue is going to have to wait.
All right, gentlemen. Henry Kissinger once famously said Israel has no foreign policy, just local politics. And understandably, upcoming elections, which Prime Minister Netanyahu for the first time really acknowledged that next year is an election year, that will play a big factor going forward. I want to thank General Avivi.
Thank you.
David Makovsky, gentlemen, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Delighted.
Thank you.
Delighted to be with you.
And now a final word. During the 1980s, Israel and its supporters in the U.S. waged a public lobbying campaign against the Reagan administration's plans to sell AWACS radar surveillance planes to Saudi Arabia, concerned they would provide the Saudis with a qualitative edge in airborne intelligence gathering. Israel lost that battle, although the IDF was able to ultimately trump any advantage gained by the Saudis through its own technological advances. But Israel's real loss in the AWACS fight may have been more diplomatic than military. The Reagan administration, perhaps emboldened by showing it could weather the storm, overtaking a politically unpopular stance on Israel despite opposition in Congress and the American Jewish community, would later do the same thing by recognizing the PLO and starting an official dialogue with it, the first real step down the road to the Oslo Accords. Now the current Republican administration is mulling another arms sale to Riyadh, this of F-35s, which again raises concerns of the qualitative military edge they may provide the Saudis in an even more significant manner than the AWACS sale. But yet again, it is the political ramifications of this arms deal that may prove more significant than any direct strategic consequences. Now, when the AWACS deal was first announced, AIPAC and other U.S. pro-Israel groups forcefully spoke out against it, as did their bipartisan allies in Congress. In contrast, the reaction against the F-35 sale is far more muted, with Israel not wanting to antagonize a now indispensable ally in President Trump, Republicans less willing to challenge their leader, Democrats no longer enthusiastic in backing any Israeli position, and the American Jewish community perhaps wary of opposing the administration at a time when it feels in a more vulnerable position. Now, there is an argument to be made that Israel could see some ancillary benefits from the F-35 sale, such as progress towards normalization of Saudi ties with Israel, a lessening in U.S. pressure on Israel re the Palestinian issue, or the creation of a joint Middle East security force, including the Saudis, that could help counter Iran. However, apparently none of those were preconditions for the deal, and all are political and diplomatic steps that can be reversed by future U.S. governments, or even this one. In contrast, though, the delivery of a game-changing weapon into the hands of the Saudis, potentially changing the balance of power in the region, is something that cannot be undone. There are some real lessons here for this Israeli government and its successors. Now, these include the importance of restoring and reinforcing at least some of the bipartisan support Israel once enjoyed in Washington. There should be a focus on decision-making with more emphasis on long-range strategic consequences rather than shorter-term political considerations. And, of course, the need for Jerusalem to build stronger alliances, even regionally, rather than rely too much on the largesse of Washington. Now, history has shown, as it did with the AWACS, that Israel has the capability to overcome any advances on the battlefield made by its Mideast neighbors. But it cannot ignore the real challenges to its future security that are likely to be posed by the changing political scene in the U.S. and the shifting diplomatic landscape in this region and beyond. Thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Should convicted terrorists be executed? Israeli Public Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir says yes, and his bill just cleared its first Knesset hurdle with unprecedented support from some in the IDF and the Shin Bet. But as the next vote looms, critics warn the law threatens Israeli democracy, while supporters say it could stop future attacks and prevent another Sinwar from ever walking free. More from ILTV reporter Alec Pollard.
1 year ago, at this exact station of the Tel Aviv light rail, 7 Israelis were shot dead by 2 Palestinian gunmen, one of many deadly terror attacks that have occurred in Israel over the years. In this incident, the assailants were shot dead, but sometimes they survive and are given life sentences in prison. Should they receive the death penalty instead? Public Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir thinks so. His religious Zionist party have managed to push the proposed legislation through a first hearing in Parliament, and for the first time have gained public support from officials in the IDF and Shin Bet security services. But as the second hearing approaches, opposition from lawmakers and legal bodies increases, claiming it infringes on democratic norms and won't achieve the desired deterrence. On the other hand, proponents of the law claim not only will it deter attackers, but also prevent deadly prisoners from being released in hostage exchange deals. Many such terrorists, with blood on their hands, walk free in exchange for hostages taken on October 7th. But this isn't new. Back in 2011, over 1,000 Palestinian prisoners were released in exchange for one IDF soldier, Gilad Shalit. Among them, future Hamas leader and October 7th mastermind, Yahya Sinwar. The proposed law would pass with a simple majority without a chance of appeal. The penalty administered with a poison injection within 90 days of sentencing. One compromise being proposed is that the death penalty will not be automatic for those convicted of terror offenses, but instead it will depend on the judgment of the judges in the case. For now, Minister Ben-Gvir has not ruled out that option. This law is one of the most significant pieces of legislation ever proposed in Israel and one of the most controversial. But in the aftermath of the October 7th massacre, it may have a chance of passing for the first time.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding.
Hi, and welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments that are coming out of Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night, and this morning the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutisak Rintalak. Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home, and while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, they were taken alive into Gaza. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death on October 7th in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and a cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was kind, calm, and a deeply grounded man, his family says. But that was 2 years ago. His family now today awaits his burial, as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. And behind the scenes, Egyptian state media is reporting that Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs met yesterday with Qatari PM to address overcoming obstacles and limiting violations to ensure that the fragile ceasefire holds. The Cairo meeting between the mediators, bar the United States, of course, focused on maintaining the ceasefire and discussing ways to continue to phase 2. This according to Egyptian sources. But on the ground in Gaza, a different story is unfolding. Last night, Nahal Brigade troops eliminated 5 terrorists in eastern Rafah who, according to the IDF, emerged from a tunnel in an IDF-controlled area in southern Gaza. And this morning, a similar incident occurred. This time, 6 terrorists were identified emerging from tunnels in eastern Rafah. This time, they were struck by the Air Force as they attempted to flee, as you can see the images on your screen now. Dozens of terrorists are still believed to be trapped in these underground tunnels in Rafah. The gunmen are emerging armed and posing an immediate threat to troops in blatant violation of the current ceasefire. And a good friend of Israel, Argentine President Javier Milei, told Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar that Argentina will open its new embassy in Jerusalem come this spring. The announcement came during a meeting where the two leaders discussed deepening bilateral ties and expanding economic cooperation. If completed, Argentina will become the 8th country to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They will follow Fiji, the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. Sa'ar thanked the Argentinian leader for his friendship and support throughout the war. Take a listen.
The relationship between Israel and Argentina is not only special, it is extraordinary. Argentina had stood firmly by Israel through our darkest hours during the last 2 years. This will not be forgotten. Argentina has been and continues to be a trusted partner on the right side of history.
And we have another positive story as researchers in Israel are now using AI to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. The Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of these documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century, but it's only a fraction of it. About 400,000 documents have been thoroughly researched. This is because these documents come in various forms, and some of them are even fragments of larger documents, and some of them have been distorted over time. But now, with the incredible advancements of AI, researchers can now access the entire collection much faster than traditional methods allow. This is a great update and development in Jewish history. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan that QR code to download our app. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks for watching.
Who will do the dirty work in Gaza? As Hamas defies ceasefires, even local clans are turning against them, and it doesn't look like any international force is up for the fight. Will it once again be up to the IDF to disarm them? And yesterday, the IDF struck Beirut, taking out Hezbollah's top commander. A message to Lebanon or a warning to Iran? Stay with us. The answers may surprise you. Welcome back, everybody, to The Quad, and here in our Jerusalem studios with our wonderful co-host Emily Schrader, journalist and human rights activist Shoshana Keats-Jaskol, the founder of Chokhmat Nashim, elevating and fighting for Orthodox women, and a very special guest co-host today, my friend Linda Lovich, who is a media trainer to the stars. Linda, welcome.
Thank you. I'm very excited.
Well, we're very excited to have you, and there's so much to unpack. We attacked Beirut yesterday and got rid of not just the military chief of staff of Hezbollah, but 3 of his people also. This is how we disarm Hezbollah people, because if we're going to rely on the Lebanese government, we might be waiting a while. And meanwhile, in Gaza, who is actually doing the disarmament job? Who will do the disarmament job? Who wants to do the disarmament job? Take a look at this.
انتوا اوسخ نعال في رجليكم اشرف من اكبر دقن في حماس. يا ويلكم يا ويلكم. يلا سمون الموت لحماس. لحماس لحماس لحماس. سيبنا اهالينا وبيوتنا نحرر اهالينا وشعبنا من استعباد حماس ايران الفرس. ويمسك عميل اذا هو قبضاي يقول له هو وين حدد مكانه عشان اوريه مين يمسك الثاني.
Okay, ladies, it seems like yet again it's up to us to do the dirty work of the world, because we have these 2 Iranian Islamic regime-sponsored groups, terrorists, Hezbollah in the north and Hamas in the south, and a lot of incredible talk about the board of peace and the disarmament force, or the people who are going to come in to Gaza to disarm these Hamas terrorists who are kind of coming out of tunnels like flies at the moment. And in the north, of course, we can no longer rely on UNIFIL, who did a terrible job for decades, and look the other way as Hezbollah was rearming. And Hezbollah is rearming and moving south. And the Iranian Islamic regime is sending them money as if their country wasn't falling apart for lack of resources. And so again, it's left to us to do the dirty work. Emily, you just came from abroad. You've been talking about the Islamic regime refunding these groups.
Yes.
And here we see the proof in the pudding.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, according to what we know so far, at least $1 billion has already been sent from the Islamic Republic into back into funding Hezbollah. They have, as of a few days ago, I think they have fully restocked everything that we took out. Yeah, that was
So the
most recent report.
20,000
Yes.
missiles and everything else.
Yeah.
But not nuclear. We're not talking nuclear, right?
No, just arming Hezbollah. I mean, Hezbollah has been rearmed. Everything we wiped out, they have restocked, and plus they have even more money. And because the priorities of the Islamic Republic have been to pour all of the remaining resources they have, despite sanctions which aren't being fully enforced, into these terror proxies. And we're going to see the results over the next few years, again, because we're mowing the grass instead of taking out the head of the snake. This is the byproduct when you don't actually deal with the root of the problem, which is the regime itself. But I could go on about that for hours.
But the mowing of the grass is really left up to us, because this ceasefire that we've had, for a year, is not really holding. The Lebanese government seem incapable or unwilling, or maybe they've got Stockholm syndrome and they got so used to Hezbollah that they really don't know how to operate without them, or disarming them, or kicking them out.
I think it's pretty hard to wipe out a terror proxy in your country that's essentially been colonizing Lebanon for many years, when there's $1 billion in the last year alone
going
poured
to them,
into it.
and not to the actual government of Lebanon.
Yeah.
Shoshana, what's going to happen in Gaza?
Oh, gosh.
$1 billion question.
I was ready to talk about Iran. I'm like, I'm a convert to Emily's strategy, actually. I'm like, just F it. Just go in and take out the regime. Like, this is ridiculous. Tehran, if I'm not mistaken, is out of water. Iran is burning. The country itself the people itself are suffering, and they're just still pouring all that they have into fighting Israel. Like, it's such an obsession. It's such a sick, toxic obsession. And I agree we should take them out. In Gaza, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? It's a great question. I think that we're still, hoping for peace, but preparing for war. I'm pretty sure we're going to go back in. I think it's inevitable.
I think we have to go back in beyond the yellow line. You can't do it all from the air.
Should? Will we?
Why can't we just bomb them from the air? Why do we have to risk our soldiers going back in physically? We have a line. They start destroying the tunnels. Linda, you're preparing speakers who go out and defend the state of Israel. What are you telling them to say?
I'm telling them, first of all, to explain, yes, that Hamas has poured billions of dollars into these terror tunnels instead of for their people. Why are their people starving? Why don't they have anywhere to go? They don't even let them into the tunnels that they built and spent all the aid on them.
Exactly. And they don't, they're complaining about the rain, and, it's very tragic to see families in tents and wet tents. Anybody would feel bad for them.
Of course.
But my first thought is, well, don't they have tunnels that they can go and take shelter in, like when there was a war?
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. But why would Hamas let them go into the tunnels? It's not for them.
No.
It's for Hamas and for our hostages so that they can keep them there.
Yes.
And, let us not forget there's still 3 bodies there, 2 Israelis and a Thai nationality, which weren't we supposed to get them back within 72 hours of that ceasefire beginning?
Yes.
Hello?
And yet
do they not have a clock there or a calendar?
Well, and then it's us who are breaking the ceasefire, and not Hamas who broke it from the first minute. But really brings us back to the question of who's actually going to be creating this board of peace? Who's the board of peace? You've got the Saudis that are basically saying, oh, we don't want to send any soldiers. Maybe I imagine that. I think the Emiratis have said no.
Yep.
The Turks who are dying to come in, but we don't want them because they are the Muslim Brotherhood today. Who else do we have? Qatar, who don't really have a standing army, do they?
No, but they did want to send some forces, I believe. We also vetoed that.
We vetoed that because we really don't want enemies supposedly making the board of peace. And then
the idea that Qatar is going to aggressively disarm Hamas is comical.
Exactly.
Like, anyone who believes this, I have a bridge to sell you. Turkey too. It's insane.
Well, it would be aggressive for sure if they did.
Yes, it would.
So, yes.
They would be aggressively arming Hamas.
Exactly.
That's enough.
They are the conduit of all of their money. But again, I find 2 things kind of almost comical. The first thing is, who is this board of peace? And the second thing is how the protesters around the world are literally standing and protesting and saying, no to the board of peace. It's like, no to peace. you can't make this up.
Well, what are they going to protest now?
They're very
if
confused.
there's a ceasefire and Israel's not attacking specifically, then what have they got to
I'll
protest?
tell you what they're going to protest. They're going to protest Jews inside a synagogue.
There you go.
Like in New York,
There you
like
go.
in London just a few days ago.
It's really
That is what they do, because it's never been about Gazans and it's never been about Palestinians or a Palestinian state. It's never been about the Israel-Gaza war. The only thing that the anti-Israel Free Palestine movement is about is hating Jews.
A Palestinian even said that, by the way. The only reason that people really care about us, our enemy is the Jews.
Absolutely. They know it, by the way.
If the Sudanese or the Nigerians said that it was Israel doing what's happening with the massacres of Christians there, then suddenly they would get media coverage too.
Absolutely.
Pro tip.
And they've horrible. The Sudanese have said it, like, you know, the Nigerians have said it.
Yeah.
The Nigerian Christians are getting slaughtered. Churches are being burnt. Nobody.
300 schoolgirls out of a school. And we're never going to see them again, and nobody gives a crap.
Nobody cares.
It's utterly tragic, and it just shows the falsehood of all of these social justice media people. Like, they just are empty anti-Semites. That's what they are.
Absolutely. But also Ukraine, okay? Nobody seems to know this. But there's about 20,000 children who have disappeared. Okay? Disappeared. Is anybody calling Putin a baby killer? Any people saying, oh, you know, bring nothing, quiet, crickets. I mean, are people stupid, or are they just too diseased with anti-Semitism that they can't see it?
Useful idiots, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
To everything.
I don't know what to think anymore.
I feel like let's say their fantasy is realized. Israel's gone. Okay, Israel is gone. The Jews are defeated. They crawl into, you know, different neighborhoods all around the world in a diaspora. What then happens to the world? What does the world then focus on? I'm so curious to know what happens if we aren't around. Who will they eat first?
I think they'll go for the Christians.
Of course.
Which we've already seen starting to happen in areas where there's been Islamists. I mean, Nigeria used to be a Christian country.
Yes. So was Lebanon.
And
so was 20% of the Middle East.
Yeah.
It's really incredible, and that is what's going to happen. And look, we're seeing it in Europe. They are protesting synagogues, they are bombing synagogues, or they're doing terrorism in synagogues, but they're also mowing down Christmas markets.
Oh, yeah.
You know, and you see it everywhere. You saw it in Germany, you've seen it in France. It's the next step. And yet everybody's so indoctrinated either by just blind hatred of Jews or by a very nice, deliberate campaign from Qatar, you know, and the modern Marxism that they fund for the last 20, 30 years, that people are just zombies. And I'm beginning to think more and more that people are just zombies. And I'm beginning to understand so much more every single day how the Holocaust happened.
Yeah. Whoa.
Yeah.
I thought, you know, first of all, it's horrible about Christmas. First of all, Jesus is Palestinian.
Yes. He wore a keffiyeh.
Okay, Jesus is now Palestinian. Where are the Christians? They don't care that they're calling Jesus a Palestinian?
No, the Pope apparently didn't.
I heard he was Jewish. I don't know. That was something I heard. Not only that, they ruined Christmas season.
Yes.
You know,
it's true.
Blocking off the routes to the airports,
yes,
the shopping malls, the galas that they have. I mean, don't they care about that? No, the Jews, okay, that's one thing, attacking the Jews, but attacking Christmas, shopping, the manger?
The thing is, this is all part of the strategic campaign to present Israel as the root of all the problems in the world. And you see it now with the divide on the American right, with people saying, oh, well, you know, Mamdani won the election because of Israel. Or, you know, there's going to be a turnaround in the House in the next midterm elections because too many people are being paid by AIPAC. When this is a complete, like, misrepresentation of reality. The majority of Americans don't give two sorry about what's happening in Israel. Maybe they like, maybe they don't, but they're not voting on the basis of, I mean, Mamdani was running for a mayor.
I know.
A mayor. Zero foreign policy decisions.
Oh, no,
like
but
the idea that that's how they make the decision is insane.
But he goes with international law.
Yes.
You know, New York City.
He's not aware that New York City is part of America, apparently.
I don't know what that means. I'm curious.
I mean,
he doesn't know what that means.
No. I honestly, I've got to say, I've got to give it to Trump, you know. Mamdani goes to the White House, which a lot of people are surprised about, but I wasn't. And I think Trump was actually very clever because being pally with Mamdani is the thing that his supporters least want to see. So people think he's pandering to him. I think he's actually neutralizing him and making him look bad by being like kind of friendly with him. I don't know. I couldn't look, but I couldn't look away. the whole thing with Mamdani. I'm thinking, is Trump a genius, or is he just? I don't know. I don't know what to think about him. Saudi king comes.
Wait, can I just say something about the Mamdani-Trump meeting?
Yes.
Did you notice that Trump was sitting very comfortably and Mamdani was standing?
That was so deliberate. That was so
okay, that's a power move, first of all. Total power move. Because he always has to somehow demean and humiliate the people that are with him there, right? Like every state head of state. Not only that, I realized that Mamdani knows only 3 words.
Yeah.
Cost of living.
Yes.
If I had a nickel, a shekel for every time you said cost of living. Yes, of course, Trump and I, we agree on the problem of New York being that the cost of living. And what I'm going to do is the cost of living. Any question they asked him, cost of living.
Yeah.
So.
Well, he's very rehearsed. I've got to give it to Mamdani. He's very rehearsed, very disciplined guy. He stuck to his message and he won. But he won because there's a lot of stupid people who don't understand that he can't really do that much about the cost of living without bankrupting.
Rent isn't going to be free?
Yeah.
Buses aren't going to be free? Everything isn't free?
Bankrupting the world center of finance.
There's a lot of ignorance, and I don't mean that to be negative, but there's a lot of ignorance about the way things work. Americans are not
Anyone, forget Americans.
Most people are not really aware, including myself.
No, but exactly. It is true of Americans. It is true because they're divorced from reality because they have an ocean between them and a lot of the problems that exist in the world.
But
I mean, they're vehement opposition to any sort of military action, not understanding that a military action doesn't necessarily mean thousands of people boots on the ground for many, many years is a part of the problem as well. 70% of Americans are opposing action in Venezuela. They don't even know what the problem is in Venezuela and why it's important to Americans for involvement. So I do think it's also a problem with the American. Sorry, I interrupted.
For sure, but and also, yesterday the guy that we killed the military chief of staff in Lebanon, Hezbollah guy, there was a $5 million bounty on his head by the State Department.
Did we get it?
I've always thought about that because he killed Americans.
Yeah, right.
He didn't just kill Israelis, he also killed Americans. I always wonder, because we've really knocked off a lot of people. This is totting up to a lot of money. What I'm thinking is we're probably offsetting it with some other things that we're getting from the Americans. But, it's just absolutely incredible the way that in the end, little Israel versus the Islamic Republic and its proxies have to do what the world doesn't dare to do. Yes, we've had more help and support from Trump than the previous presidents, but it's still up to us, isn't it? And we're not even asking for boots on the ground.
But standing in the way of a lot of this because he wants a peace prize or he wants whatever for his ego.
He wants it to be quiet.
Exactly. And that's not how you deal with Islamist ideology. The only way to deal with it is to defeat it. And that takes a lot of money, a lot of weapons, a lot of effort, and it's not ideal. But what else can we do? The alternative is what we saw October 7th.
True, but let's give him his dues. Yesterday, he started a process to prescribe. I think it's actually quite incredible that it wasn't prescribed until now. The Muslim Brotherhood, which is basically the mechanism for all of this terror funding and support, including many social, civil organizations in America. He started the move. He told Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, to start the move to prescribe them as a terrorist organization. Now, what are the actual consequences of this? Because I think this is huge, isn't it, Emily?
No, I think it's something that's long overdue, and it's definitely necessary, not just for the United States, but also Canada, the UK, and all of the democratic countries should be banning this what I consider a terror organization. And what's interesting is we also see that a lot of the Arab countries have designated the Muslim Brotherhood a terror organization. Yep. So why hasn't the West? I mean, what is the excuse? It's outrageous. But I think we do need to be careful because even once the Muslim Brotherhood is designated, there are all these other organizations and charities that are associated with the Muslim Brotherhood, from CARE to Students for Justice in Palestine to a whole host of other organizations that they're going to refunnel their money through. And the United States need to be very, very much on top of this and cracking down without any mercy on this money laundering operation. And we haven't really seen that the way that we need to, even with the Islamic Republic of Iran. So I have concerns about that, but it's definitely an overdue step in the right direction.
I mean, I think that you're right. It's a big web. And I think one of the reasons why it wasn't prescribed until now is because they always had this kind of excuse of like, well, there's so many social justice organizations that they're not all terrorists. Not all their activities are terrorists. It's all very complicated. It doesn't have to be that complicated.
Yeah.
You have infiltration in your country, day to day, in your campuses, in your universities. Why is it that complicated? Linda, why does it have to be that complicated?
Money, money, money. Because when they're putting millions of dollars into the universities and they're funding all of these organizations, you know, it's hard. Plus, it must be Islamophobia if you go over after these organizations, right? Because every time they talk about anti-Semitism in America, they have to talk about Islamophobia as well. So you can't go after them. You can only go after the Jews.
You got to give them 10 out of 10 for their branding, marketing strategy.
Big time.
Absolutely.
Big
You
time.
really
Big
do.
time.
We're not even in the game.
Well, this is the long-standing strategy of the Muslim Brotherhood from day one. I mean, this is what, if you look at their documents, this is what they've intended to do for many decades already. But I think it's important to understand that the Muslim Brotherhood is not defending the rights of Muslims.
No.
They're not this civil rights, civil justice organization, especially in the United States, that they purport to be, especially CARE. And that's not what they're doing. They're not defending Muslims. And we need to push back against that narrative that every time they get called out on their support for terrorism, their response is what you said, Islamophobia, and, oh, we're defending civil rights of Muslims. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're acting as a shield for Islamist terrorism that disproportionately affects Muslims.
Yes.
So how can you say you're a pro-Muslim organization?
Yes. Well, we saw that the UAE and Saudi have, as you say, designated them. And yet everybody in the West is just, I don't know.
Because it's money and it's Islamophobia and it's racism. And you have to understand people have been conditioned into this. Like, social media has been the most massive indoctrination tool that has been used masterfully to take over the younger generations. And the West just can't compete at this point. You're talking about people who have grown up in the fishbowl of a perfect storm of you can't be a racist, freedom of speech, anti-colonialism, like all of those things have been thrown around. And so you have a perfectly legitimate, meaning I'm legitimate, protest in front of a synagogue, calling for intifada, calling the death to the IDF, but no Jews and no Westerners are protesting outside the Muslim Brotherhood meetings or the CARE meetings.
No.
Where are our people, the West, saying no to the Islamic indoctrination?
Or the Qatari
Where is
embassy.
that?
No,
but
not at all.
There's just
no racist if you stand up against
and there's no real education. I mean, like you said, if it's away from me and I don't see it, it doesn't exist. Americans have a real bubble mentality, and all of this together is our demise.
It's so sad. You know, I saw something yesterday that really affected me. You know, we all like Nikki Haley. She's always been on the right side of history in terms of Israel. Did you see her son?
Couldn't she be president?
I wanted her to be president. No.
Idiot.
Listen, her son goes, first of all, why is her son being interviewed by Tucker Carlson? Who the hell is he?
Because
Does he do anything?
Tucker Carlson
No.
does.
So Tucker Carlson goes and finds Nikki Haley's son, who basically goes on his show and talks about the fact that it's all about Israel, that Israel makes America do things that it shouldn't do and gets us involved in Iran and I'm thinking, as a mother, I'm thinking that poor woman who spent her whole life on the right side of history, defending Israel, standing for America because of her defense of Israel, and then her snotty little, arrogant son has to go on Tucker Carlson and, like, honestly destroy his mother's life's work. I felt so bad for her at that moment. But the best thing about this whole thing is that now I love it when the haters eat themselves up. So Nick Fuentes is now coming out against Tucker Carlson because Tucker Carlson called him an anti-Semite. Nick Fuentes, if you're not an anti-Semite, I don't know who is. Who is? You love Hitler. You love Stalin. You're saying that the Jews have disproportionate power in America. What are you if not an anti-Semite? I really don't understand the offense he's taken. I thought he would have been proud of it. And at the same time, you've got nutty Candace Owens now saying that the Macrons have got together with the Israeli intelligence to a plot to assassinate her. It's just like,
She's like, does no one care about that woman enough to medicate her?
No, I don't. I think she's evil.
You think she's evil?
Of course she's evil.
But like, she's also sick, but she's evil. And I don't feel any sympathy
I mean,
for her.
even Kanye has come back from the abyss. Even Kanye has come back with the rabbi.
To the Rebbe, yes.
To the Rabbi Pinto. I just think it's hilarious that Kanye's come back and Candace Owens is still there.
Well, you know, the problem with Candace is, like, if you look at that post where she's claiming this grand conspiracy against her, just in the first hour, it had like 50,000 retweets or something insane. It has tens of millions of views, and she gets money from this.
Of course she does.
So we shouldn't be interacting with these people.
No,
it's not
you're
that
right,
if
you're
there's a
right.
legitimate argument, we shouldn't have an argument about
You're
it.
right.
But to interact with these people, this is why it's being rewarded and it's being emulated by other people. There are all these copycat losers who aren't talented or intelligent enough to make it on their own. And I'm not going to name them because I don't even want to give them more credibility. But it's very obvious what you're doing. It's very obvious that you're trying to emulate this nonsense strategy of Nick Fuentes, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens in order to get clicks, because clicks equal money.
Clicks is cash, and people really have realized that bat crazy gets you clicks. I mean, there's no other explanation why her podcast is the #1 podcast in the country.
It makes
It's
no
just,
sense.
or people just love conspiracy theories.
People love to watch train wrecks. Like absolutely.
Maybe
where's the
people like
popcorn? Let me see how nutty she's going to be this week. Although I don't have time for
Especially if the Jews did it.
Of course.
If the Jews did it, then
That's
they're
the
in.
bottom line.
They're in.
So, I mean, let's pray that that maybe somebody wakes up and decides that regional stability is actually in their interest too, and not just in our interest. But on that happy note, we move on to our very popular segment, Scumbag of the Week. And now for our very popular segment, Scumbag of the Week. Linda, your first Scumbag of the Week.
Wow, I'm so excited. So I'm going straight for the as a Jews, as you like to say. And I'm going especially for the rabbis. I'm a rabbi. Hi, rabbi. That campaign for Mamdani. First of all, that video was ridiculous, I want to tell you. And I could help you a little with how to do the text for the camera next time. And I think it's just appalling that so many Jews in America especially, I'm sorry, who don't really have a stake here, who are trying to save us from ourselves and talk about the horrible things that Israelis are doing. When I see my kids, my friends in Gaza risking their lives in order not to harm people, and you're saying we're committing genocide, we're doing horrible things to the Palestinians. Okay, here's what I have to say to you. I have voted you off the island. The tribe has spoken.
Right. You know what? I'm with you, by the way. And when people say, I mean, there's so many. Twitter is, honestly, X is depressing me more and more every day. I almost don't want to be there, but I know I have to be. But every time this guy who goes, oh, I'm a Jew, so I decide to be a gaslighter and I write, no, you're not. That's my new thing.
Nice.
When people are
That's
like,
it.
I'm a Jew, I said, no, you're not.
No.
We've kicked you out of the tent. Exactly what they're saying. Sorry, we are official. This is the board of deciding who's in the tent.
The elders of Zion.
With the elderesses of Zion. The elders of Zioness. The female elders, exactly. And we're deciding who's in the tent. We've decided, that's it. We are the board of that now.
New segment.
And so Linda Lovitch has kicked
I'm chairperson of the board.
You're chair of the board. You've kicked out the Rabbi Samandani, and it couldn't come too soon. Thank you very much.
Wow.
Emily, who's your scumbag this week?
So my scumbag this week is Naledi Pandor, who is the former foreign minister of South Africa. DIRCO is what the office is called in South Africa. She's a real piece of work. She has been an ally, an open ally of Hamas and the Islamic Republic. Just a few days after October 7th, she had a call with Ismail Haniyeh, where, of course, they praised all the activities of October 7th. And beyond that, a few weeks after October 7th, she actually made a trip to the Islamic Republic of Iran to meet with regime officials. Under her watch, the Foreign Office for South Africa essentially turned into a terror financing operation for both the IRGC, the Islamic Republic of Iran, and Hamas, as well as a host of other terror organizations. It's really sad what's happened to South Africa, but just this last week, she actually got kicked out of the United States, had her visa revoked. And, you know, the responses from herself and her allies in the ANC were bewilderment. Why on earth would she have her visa revoked? Well, take a look at this.
But armed struggle may become a necessity. I said recently in America that we as Muslims, we are a peace-loving people, but we are permitted to engage in jihad when necessary. And we must remember this.
So I think it's pretty clear why exactly the United States had a problem with this particular individual. She has no business being in the United States or anywhere else, and really she should be put on a terror watch list. I can't believe this person actually represented the state of South Africa, but I guess that just speaks to what we have going on with the ANC in South Africa, which I'm sure we'll get into another time. Absolute train wreck over there. But Naledi Pandor, you are a scumbag, and you are my scumbag of this week.
Well, a very worthy scumbag indeed. And essentially, really, the South African government, the ANC, have been bought lock, stock and barrel by the Islamic Republic.
Yeah.
They were in very deep corruption deficits. And apparently, I mean, I spoke to a South African leader yesterday who is a friend of Israel. They just bought out their debt, gave them a ton of money, and now they are a country which is, the whole country is the proxy of the Islamic Republic. So it's really kind of pathetic that that's what a country, you know.
So ironic they accuse us of doing these things, but they do them. Like, we buy everything, we lobby, we own politicians. No, we don't.
But that's what they do. Douglas Murray quotes a famous, I think, a philosopher that says, you know, you tell me what you blame the Jews for, and that's what you're to blame for. And it's so true. Everything is one big gaslighting operation here. That's what it is, honestly. Shoshana.
Oh my goodness. I can't tell you who my scumbags are because they wear, like all good scumbags and anti-Semites, masks. But I can tell you what they did.
Okay.
It's gross. Watch this video. They're having some sort of Friendsgiving, Thanksgiving feast, wearing the masks of Trump, Bibi, I can't see who else at the moment, eating the limbs and blood of Palestinian babies. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that's an oldie, but a goodie, an old blood libel. We used to drink the blood of Christian babies. We used to bake them into our matzahs. Now it's Thanksgiving because we got to adapt it for the new world. So obviously you are my scumbags of the week, whoever you are. Your masks will come off. You cannot hide forever. And I don't know who's paying, speaking of paying, for something like this, but this costs money.
Yeah.
And you will come down. You will be brought down, and the sooner the better.
Now you're going to be on Candace's next episode.
Yeah.
Fly with me.
Bring it on.
Zionists plot a conspiracy to assassinate.
I just don't understand how they managed to get away with it there.
I don't know.
Is this really
It's shocking.
freedom of speech in America that you can just go? I'm just a little sad that Yosef and his friends from Vouch for Each Other weren't there at that place. That would have been fun. I mean, I was with them at Grand Central Station, but this would
a delegation of Arab Israelis screaming at those people. I would pay to see that.
I would
like them at Rashida's office there. That was really lovely.
Yes.
Yelling in English, yelling in Arabic. It was.
Oh my God! It's really amazing that they get away with this.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. I'm sad for the United States of America. Like, I'm actively sad.
It's just normalized now. The saddest thing is that people aren't surprised anymore. I think that the American Jewish community had their initial shock. How could this happen here? And now, I mean, there was a rabbi who gave a statement, a rabbi from the Park East Synagogue, who gave a statement and says, this is the new normal, people. So let's protect ourselves and let's just brace ourselves. But it's basically what's happening now, and people are trying to get used to it. It's really.
So I said something about the Mamdani thing. I said, you know, it's great when the anti-Zionists showed just exactly how important Zionism is, and Mamdani and all those protesters were. But a few Jews in my replies were just like, you think they're going to come to Israel? They're just going to go to Florida. I'm like,
I don't know.
A lot of them are going to come to
Guys, do
Israel.
you really not think it's going to migrate south?
Well, look, at the moment, Florida and Texas are kind of havens of pro-Israel Republican governors and state government. You don't know what's going to happen. We really don't know.
I don't know, but it's this kind of stuff being normalized in the United States of America is just tragic to me.
Well, it's also that, again, laws aren't being enforced. You know, why would the NYPD allow a demonstration outside a synagogue? Like these are civil rights violations.
Exactly. Well, the Tish, who is the head of the police, came out and said, we can't stop a protest, but where we failed was giving enough space for people to be able to come in and out unharmed.
Yeah,
and they didn't.
You can stop a protest.
Yeah,
I'm like, I don't even know.
You can?
Of course you can. Police deny protests all the time, especially when there's a high likelihood of violence occurring. Which, hello, like what has this movement been doing for 2 years?
No, but Mamdani came out with a great answer to that.
This is my scumbag.
Go. Sorry.
You're all taking my job.
I'm done. Sorry.
But thank you, Linda. That's a beautiful segue to my scumbag. Look, I have refrained from making Mamdani my scumbag over the last year. I've made the Jews from Mamdani my scumbags because I thought to myself, look, the guy has told us who he is. He's told us who he is the whole time. Now he's going to be the mayor of New York, and he's claiming he's going to be the mayor for everyone, and is going to ensure Jewish safety. He keeps saying that, not that we believed him because we know who he is. But what Linda was going to say, and this is why he's my scumbag this week, is that his reaction to that protest in the Park East Synagogue was the first 2 sentences were good, and then it all went down the drain. He was like, oh, you know, Jews have the right to be safe, whatever, but not from a place of worship being used for an illegal gathering. What's illegal about Nefesh B'Nefesh actually doing a little fair about the opportunities for Jews to be able to make Aliyah? So on the one hand, you're saying you're basically kicking Jews out of your city by making them unsafe, but then you're also saying to them, you can't go to Israel because it's an illegal entity. And don't give me this whole thing about, oh, because of settlements. No, for you, Zoran, the whole country is a big settlement because you don't believe that Jews have a right to their own state in any part of this country. It's not Judea and Samaria, it's everywhere for you. So on the one hand, what you're saying to Jews is, you don't belong here, you can't be safe here. And on the other hand, you're saying to them, but you can't go to your own country because that's illegal. And honestly, we mentioned it earlier about the whole, the power thing of Trump sitting and him standing. I noticed that. That's exactly where you belong. And when you actually become the mayor and you realize that it's not all roses and you can't do whatever the hell you want and you can't freeze rents and you can't give free buses because the governor's already overruled you on that, and your supporters are going to start realizing that you're a fake and a phony and your only job experience was rapping for 3 years because your mommy and daddy were paying for you, then I'm going to have a really good time watching that train crash. But until then, you are now my scumbag of the week, Zoran Mamdani. Okay.
Nice.
Thank you for leading me up to that, ladies. Now we always end our wonderful show with good vibes, and the good vibes are always our heroes because there's so many heroes that we have. Linda, who's your hero this week?
Well, actually, my heroes are my students at the Reichman University School. I teach at the business school, the International School of Business. And I have to tell you, I have so many students who are either soldiers in reserve duty. I have wounded soldiers. I have one guy who's in Gaza who can't come to any of the classes, but he got in touch with me and said, so what can I do? I have to do a presentation with a group. What do I do? I put him in touch with other people, and God bless him, wherever he is, whatever he's doing, he's in touch with those people. They prepare the presentation, and we did the presentation this Sunday in class. 2 people were in class. He was somewhere, Gaza-ish, border, I don't know where, but he did it. And he put in the time, he put in the energy, and I'm just amazed with these people. You know, no matter what they're doing, and some of these students have done like 300, 400 days of reserve duty over the past couple of years. Like, hats off to them. You are my heroes. God bless you. And you give me hope for the future. So thank you.
That's beautiful, Linda. And I completely agree. You know, these kids, many of them, I bumped into a friend of mine the other day. Her son's been in Lebanon for 3 months. He was supposed to start school. He hasn't started school. The universities are trying to make an effort to be flexible and let them. I was at a ceremony last year. My niece graduated Reichman, and there were kids there who made it to the dean's list, who spent 300 days in Gaza.
Yeah.
I'm like, you guys, you women, you're amazing. Only this generation, honestly, is hats off. And Linda, I used to also teach at the international school, presentation skills one. So you've just made me nostalgic about these wonderful kids.
Good.
Emily, who's your hero this week?
So I actually have two heroes now.
You're being greedy.
And they're very different, but I think they both really deserve mentions. First and foremost, this one's pretty brief. There's a young woman named Saba Taravi, who is an Iranian filmmaker. And this last week, there was a film festival where they handed out awards for all of these filmmakers inside of Iran. And this was officially sponsored by the Islamic Republic's ministry. So it was a government-affiliated event. Now, this young woman won an award for a short film. She showed up not wearing a hijab, which of course is illegal. And when they called her name, she walked up to the stage and they refused to let her onto the stage to accept her award because she didn't have a hijab. So you see the video, we can play it. In the video, you see her walk up to the stage and accept the award from below the stage. And what happened in response to this is that all the remaining recipients of awards did the same thing, including the men.
Wow.
So whether or not they were wearing hijab, we saw recipient after recipient refusing to get on the stage to accept the awards because of what they did to this young woman. So kol hakavod to her and her courage.
And courage and leadership.
Absolutely, absolutely. Then my other hero of the week that I would be remiss not to mention is Guy Gilboa Dalal, who went into great detail, former hostage, of course, went into great detail about the torture that he endured while in Hamas captivity this week in an interview that he did with Israel's Channel 12, and spoke about the sexual assaults that he experienced. And I just have to say, like, it's awful. It was very, very, very difficult to watch.
Yeah.
But I cannot commend him enough and say how much the entire country stands with him for his courage in doing something like this as a young man.
As a man.
It's unbelievably challenging. It's challenging for anyone who's a victim of sexual assault, but we're talking about the Middle East. Israel's a Middle Eastern country that has, elements of a culture that is very inherently chauvinist, something that we have to work against. And so for a man to stand there and to speak out about what happened to him is necessary. And it really speaks to his strength of character, and it's truly, truly inspiring. I cannot commend him enough. So Guy Gilboa Dalal, you are my hero of the week.
You're 100% right. It's not for a man. I mean, for anybody, it's difficult for a woman. But for a man in this environment?
Oh, for sure. And it's amazing to me.
Exposing himself like that, I think it's amazing.
Listening to the hostages and whether it's their spiritual, their physical, their whatever they've gone through, telling their stories is so powerful, and I feel like it is challenging a lot of our norms, a lot of our, our mores, in a good way, right? In a way of like, wait, we can talk about these things, or these things are important, or these things should be challenged, or these things should be accepted and understood. It's a tremendous thing, and I agree with you. He's a real hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Great heroes, Emily. Shoshana.
Well, my heroes are also young people. I think we have a theme. They are, I don't exactly, they don't say where they're from, looking at it currently. They don't say where exactly they're from, but there's a bunch of Jewish teenagers who went into a room full of students, I guess strangers who were brought in for this purpose, to talk about what it's like to experience anti-Semitism. And I'm crying watching this. I'm remembering being a child. I didn't experience so much, but I was called a Jew bagel, and I was, asked if I had pennies and horns and things. But yeah.
Oh my God! All right.
New Jersey. And it was more of a curiosity and not a hatred, which is interesting. But anyway, so these kids are talking, and they're explaining what what they've been through, having been told that Hitler didn't finish the job, and where are their horns, and they should go back to wherever they come from, and da da da. And they're talking to a bunch of Americans, random Americans of various races and ethnicities, and it's hard enough to watch them talk about it, but then to see the responses, my mouth was on the floor. I was like, some of them were really wonderful and saying that must be very hard, it's very difficult. Do you think about ever hiding your identity as a Jew? And then came well, at least you can hide it, or it's not as bad for you as it is for others.
Yeah.
And almost like this oppression Olympics, or you're not really a victim. And I'm thinking, who talks like this?
But the kids.
What has been done to America that people talk like this when someone is sharing their horrible experiences? And yet the kids responded so beautifully. I would have been throwing fists. I would have been up in their faces. Like I would not. They spoke so beautifully. I was so proud of them. And again, this younger generation is really proving that they're not just the TikTok generation. They're also intelligent. They fight for what they believe in. They speak out for what they believe in. And I kol hakavod to you, truly, kol hakavod. May you and your friends be successful. And I'm safe. I feel like the future is safe in your hands.
Amen. They're so impressive. And that kid, when that woman said to him, oh, but there's other oppression which is worse than yours, he said, you can hide your identity. He said, would you want to hide your identity? Because she was a black girl. Would you want to hide your identity? She goes, no. I said, well, why would I?
Yep.
He just floored her.
Yeah, just took out the sting.
It just floored her. These kids were amazing. What a great heroes. Really great heroes. And I think it was our friend Brooke Goldstein organized it or not. I thought it was an End Jew Hatred.
It is End Jew Hatred. There's a whole bunch of, yeah, but it didn't say where they were.
No, it didn't say where they were. But good that I think these are creative ways.
Yes.
Creative way. This is where the Jewish people, this is what we do well. Let's be different, creative, original. Let's do things like that.
Let the kids talk.
Let the
children talk. Did you see that little kid with the tzitzit who was saying, well, do you know what Zionism is? And he tells her what Zionism
is. And he tells him, and everybody's like, No, I loved it. I really loved it. Great heroes. Okay, so my hero this week is Elon Musk. Why? Because Elon Musk, I mean, but we can talk about how he saved freedom of speech by buying Twitter that then became X, but I want to be a lot more specific. In the last 2 days, he has unleashed a feature that allows people to know where you bought or you downloaded the app from. So if anybody knows, if you go on X, you open an account, you say where you are. So I'm in Jerusalem, I put Jerusalem. But it turns out that a lot of people are not in the place that they say they are, including these so-called Gaza journalists who are not in Gaza at all. And one example I'm going to use, there's hundreds and hundreds of accounts of people who say they're journalists in Gaza who are in Turkey, Saudi Arabia, Yemen, many other countries around the world. And one particular guy, whose name is Motasem Dalul, who was considered a source good enough for the BBC, of course, we're always back to the BBC, to quote him as a journalist in Gaza, who turns out he's in Poland. And I love people's sense of humor on X. I mean, that's the only reason I still go on. So one guy takes a screenshot, so thing when he says, it's raining and it's freezing here in a tent, and somebody writes, that's because you're in Poland. So it turns out that also many organizations that we know, like Jewish Voice for Peace, that we know are not Jewish, Voice for Peace, or Student Justice in Palestine, many of the accounts are undetermined where they're from. Now, if they were actually from America, where they say they're from, where they put their location, why then is the actual location where they downloaded the app undetermined? Is because they're probably using a VPN to hide it. So basically, what Elon Musk has done is taken the mask of all these fake journalists and all these fake activists to unleash what it is, paid propaganda, and propaganda in terms of infiltration from a terrorist state or an enemy state. And for that reason, Elon Musk, you are my hero this week, because I think that this is actually very meaningful, and it's taken the mask off the lies.
Yeah, they just exposed the Muslim Brotherhood as stealing $500 million from Gaza donations. How many? Stealing.
Of course.
Soccer.
Well, one of these accounts, which is actually, I think, in Yemen or Turkey, raised $40,000 for Gaza.
Sure. Yeah. And then took it to Prada.
And then took it, yes. Or bought a Birkin bag for Sinwar's wife. Either way, I really think that Elon Musk is, look, like him or hate him, he's a warrior of freedom of speech. And by doing that, he's also unmasking the lies and the masks and the layers of this propaganda, which I think is very.
It's important to know. It's important to know where your people are talking from.
Absolutely. So on that happy note, we finish one more episode of The Quad, and we end the episode as we do every week. And Linda reminded us today. We still have 3 fallen heroes who are hostages in Gaza who were supposed to come back the first 72 hours, who I could really put my hand on fire that Hamas know exactly where they are, and they have to come home as soon as possible. So we end our show on that prayer, and we'll see you next week.
And in other news, they faced missiles, food shortages, and lockdowns, yet they kept going. Coming up now, the incredible story of how Leket Israel sprang into action during the war, feeding hundreds of thousands when no one else could. It's a tale of resilience, heart, and hope. Let's take a look.
During this war, as sirens blared and families sheltered in place, one thing remained constant: Leket didn't stop. While Israel's home front took heavy hits, Leket Israel, the country's national food bank, shifted into emergency mode, just as it had during past crises. Food sources disappeared overnight. There were no more leftovers from army bases or hotel buffets. Volunteers couldn't safely reach the fields, but the need was still there, so Leket acted fast. With less rescued food available, the organization began purchasing food at full price, an expensive but necessary pivot to ensure no one went hungry. At the Leket Distribution Center, the usual 100 daily volunteers were replaced by just 15 at a time due to safety limits. Most were staff working around the clock to pack, sort, and deliver food to those who needed it most. They adapted their model, making fewer but larger deliveries, offering door-to-door service for homebound seniors, and distributing food cards when logistics made physical delivery impossible. Leket even expanded its mobile food pantry, bringing produce straight to central locations in towns where partner agencies had shut down. And now that the ceasefire is in place, Leket has returned to its core mission: rescuing fresh, surplus food from farms, hotels, and corporate kitchens, and getting it into the hands of those who need it most. The organization serves 415,000 recipients a week and works with 300 nonprofits across the state of Israel. They were there during the crisis. They'll be ready for the next one. But until then, Leket continues doing what it does best, because until there is no hunger, Leket won't stop.
Incredible resilience by Leket Israel. And here in the studio with us today, we have the pleasure of meeting Sally Pulat, Leket's Regional Director of U.S. Development. Sally, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for having me, Ladar.
So for those who may not be familiar, what is Leket Israel? And maybe you can also give us sort of an overview of the mission that you've taken on since October 7th.
Of course. For those that may not know, Leket actually means the gleaning of the crops, which is a biblical commandment that we need to leave the edges of the crops for the poor. Joseph Gittler started Leket a little bit over 22 years ago. He saw a gap between the amount of wasted food and how we needed to feed people across the country, the surplus of what we have. And that's how he started the organization. Our mission is to rescue nutritious, good food and get it to the people of Israel all over the country. And that's all Israelis.
And nutritious, I think, is a key word there.
Absolutely.
Now, you've launched a lot of special initiatives across Israel. Is there anyone that really stands out for you?
Yeah, we've done a lot of adapting and pivoting as the war within war. One that stands out is Leket Express, and basically that's a truck that we started about 3 years ago, and it became a grocery store when it went into neighborhoods that were poor neighborhoods, economically not doing well. And what we were able to do is we'd open the truck and we'd basically give people in the neighborhood fresh produce, which they were able to then turn into meals. And then the way we had to pivot with Iran, the war in Iran, is basically we started making boxes so that people didn't have to stand outside, and we had the boxes delivered as well as giving them immediately versus having people wait. So we changed our whole thing based on
the realities here.
Of the reality of the missiles coming down, and Homeland Security basically telling us that we have to be safe for the people that we're providing the meals to.
Yeah. And how have sort of the volunteers and the local communities, how have they stepped up since October 7th and, you know, the war with Iran?
So it's pretty crazy because when it started in October 7th, a lot of flights got canceled. A lot of people couldn't come to Israel and volunteer. The Israeli population and the culture is so amazing that 65% of the population of Israel actually stepped up to volunteer.
Wow.
Through a whole bunch of nonprofits, and we were the benefactor of them as well. So I could tell you that people felt like they needed to do something that was important and contributed. So last year we had about 95,000 volunteers come into Lekit and help us. The year before that was 80,000. So can you imagine, even with the war and the lack of flights, people were coming and wanted to be part of something bigger than themselves. So come volunteer. It's super important that you do that.
I mean, that's an incredible statistic, and I think also shows the resilience of the people here in Israel. And so, you know, for those now watching from abroad who perhaps are not in Israel and can't come help, you know, how can they help? What's a meaningful way for them to help right now if they want to?
Well, first of all, we'd love your help. Lekit is a nonprofit organization, and we survive based on donations from all over the world. So it's super important for us to have financial support to do what we do. We never stop. The missiles, the first war, anything that basically you would think would stop us doesn't. We serve, again, about 415,000 people a week, and that's up from 230,000 before October 7th. So that's a really big number of folks. So please help us provide meals to people who need it now more than ever. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sally, for joining us. And for those watching, you can scan the QR code on your screen right now to help Lekit Israel bring food to everyone who needs it here in Israel.
Hi, and welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments that are coming out of Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night, and this morning the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutisak Rintalak. Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home, and while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, they were taken alive into Gaza. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death on October 7th in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and a cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was kind, calm, and a deeply grounded man, his family says. But that was 2 years ago. His family now today awaits his burial, as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. And behind the scenes, Egyptian state media is reporting that Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs met yesterday with Qatari PM to address overcoming obstacles and limiting violations to ensure that the fragile ceasefire holds. The Cairo meeting between the mediators, bar the United States of course, focused on maintaining the ceasefire and discussing ways to continue to phase 2, this according to Egyptian sources. But on the ground in Gaza, a different story is unfolding. Last night, Nahal Brigade troops eliminated 5 terrorists in eastern Rafah who, according to the IDF, emerged from a tunnel in an IDF-controlled area in southern Gaza. And this morning, a similar incident occurred. This time, 6 terrorists were identified emerging from tunnels in eastern Rafah. This time, they were struck by the Air Force as they attempted to flee, as you can see the images on your screen now. Dozens of terrorists are still believed to be trapped in these underground tunnels in Rafah. The gunmen are emerging armed and posing an immediate threat to troops in blatant violation of the current ceasefire. And a good friend of Israel, Argentine President Javier Milei, told Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar that Argentina will open its new embassy in Jerusalem come this spring. The announcement came during a meeting where the two leaders discussed deepening bilateral ties and expanding economic cooperation. If completed, Argentina will become the 8th country to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. They will follow Fiji, the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. Sa'ar thanked the Argentinian leader for his friendship and support throughout the war. Take a listen.
The relationship between Israel and Argentina is not only special, it is extraordinary. Argentina had stood firmly by Israel through our darkest hours during the last 2 years. This will not be forgotten. Argentina has been and continues to be a trusted partner on the right side of history.
And we have another positive story as researchers in Israel are now using AI to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. The Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of these documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century, but it's only a fraction of it, about 400,000 documents, have been thoroughly researched. This is because these documents come in various forms, and some of them are even fragments of larger documents, and some of them have been distorted over time. But now, with the incredible advancements of AI, researchers can now access the entire collection much faster than traditional methods allow. This is a great update and development in Jewish history. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan that QR code to download our app. I'm Deborah Klein, and thanks for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're taking a look at the bad faith attacks on Christian Zionists, which were spearheaded by folks like Tucker Carlson. We'll speak to Sandra Hagee Parker, the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund, to explore the theological basis for Christian Zionism, plus a deep dive into how the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to evade sanctions, even while the country is seemingly collapsing internally. First, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the Gaza Strip. A supposed ceasefire may be in effect, even though Hamas is currently in violation of it for many weeks, given they're still holding 3 hostage bodies. But the U.S. administration isn't letting that stop them from pushing forward with a proposal for later stages of this same agreement. This new international plan being pushed at the UN by the United States to govern the Gaza Strip, it would create a transnational authority that would control security, administration, and borders in the Gaza Strip. Now, already Russia has put forward its own version, endorsing Palestinian statehood, and both superpowers are trying to shape the future of Gaza from thousands of miles away. The idea that they're selling is simple: put Gaza under international control, bring in neutral security forces, remove Hamas from power, hold elections, and create a path to stability. But what they're proposing is not just unrealistic, it's dangerous, and it's been done before. Every time the West has attempted to engineer governance in highly radicalized or internally divided societies, it has failed. We've seen this again and again. The United States forced elections in Gaza previously, and Hamas won in a landslide. Then they carried out a violent coup against Fatah. In Lebanon, UNIFIL was supposed to disarm Hezbollah, with millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars being poured into international force, but Hezbollah is now more powerful than the Lebanese army. Iraq, after the United States invasion, descended into sectarian war and eventually gave rise to ISIS. Libya collapsed into chaos and militia rule after the NATO intervention. Afghanistan received 20 years of Western nation building and fell back into Taliban control the moment the United States left. The lesson is consistent. When the West imposes its own models on societies that are deeply tribal, religiously motivated, and politically fractured, the project collapses and leaves a bigger crisis behind. Now, skeptics may look at West Germany or Japan after World War II as examples of successful foreign-guided transitions, but these cases are not remotely comparable to Gaza or the Arab world. Both countries were already coherent nation states. They had functioning civil infrastructure, they weren't divided by clan-based or sectarian factions, and most importantly, they were not ruled by a radical Islamic theocracy or exposed to transnational jihadist ideology. None of the conditions that made Germany and Japan successful are present in Gaza today. And this brings us to a central problem. There is no real evidence that this international plan could successfully remove Hamas from power or disarm them. Not one country involved in this plan has explained how they would physically disarm a terror army that has spent years building bunkers, weapon stockpiles, and underground cities. And history shows why these promises should not be believed. United Nations Resolution 1559 ordered Hezbollah to disarm. It never happened. United Nations Resolution 1701 reiterated it years later. Never happened. Hezbollah only grew stronger. There's no reason to believe that Gaza would be any different. In fact, this plan sends the exact opposite message. It tells Palestinians that October 7th, which was not about statehood, but about erasing Israel, has resulted in international pressure for a new political process. That signal rewards terrorism and teaches that extreme violence leads to political gains. It undermines the few remaining moderates in Palestinian society and further destroys the authority of the Palestinian Authority. And let's not ignore the core of the conflict: Palestinian rejectionism. Every major plan for peace or statehood since 1937 has been rejected by Palestinian leadership. And polling shows that a large majority of Palestinians celebrated October 7th attacks. This is not a society prepared for responsible governance or peaceful coexistence. It's a society radicalized through education, media, and religious incitement for generations. No international committee can undo that in a year, or even in a decade. If the West truly wants to help Palestinians, it must do what this plan refuses to address. It must support the slow development of responsible leadership. It must end the pay-for-slay payments. It must reform textbooks. It must hold leaders accountable for incitement in Arabic. And it must make all aid conditional on real political reform. It must shut down UNRWA, which has spent decades entrenching radicalization instead of resolving it. The only path to a lasting future is when two sovereign nations decide their future together of their own will. It can't be forced from the outside. Every attempt to do so has failed, and this plan will fail for the same reasons. And now on to our headlines. We have a lot to unpack this week when it comes to Iran. First up, the water crisis in Iran has morphed into a direct threat to the regime's very survival. Tehran, with some 10 million residents, is preparing for regular water cuts as dams fail and years of mismanagement collide with a severe drought. Now, the situation is worse than the regime is willing to admit. According to the most recent data, only 23.2 billion cubic meters of water entered Iran's dams by August 2025. That's a drop of 42% compared to last year and represents one of the lowest inflows in recorded history. More than half of major reservoirs are at or below 50% capacity, and one of Tehran's key dams is down to 8%. Nationwide, 10% of Iran's dams are effectively dry. Now, groundwater data is even more alarming. Iran currently extracts approximately 57 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year. And of Iran's 609 aquifers, more than 300 are in critical condition. Per capita renewable water resources have collapsed from nearly 4,500 cubic meters in the 1970s to roughly 1,500 today, which puts Iran firmly below the global water stress threshold. Now, the incompetent government blames climate change, but in reality, it's actually because of decades of corrupt infrastructure spending, shoddy maintenance, and the diversion of water to elite districts that's turned this resource crunch into a full-blown political crisis. Protests are already beginning in smaller towns where tap water is running out, and citizens are angry that their basic survival comes after the regime's foreign terror projects. This matters for Israel, of course, and its allies, because a domestic crackup inside Iran could push the regime to escalate through its terror proxies or even through its nuclear program as a way to deflect public anger. Now, the water crisis also reveals a central truth about the Islamic Republic. This is a regime that talks about exporting revolution and building proxy armies, but it can't even keep the taps running in its own capital. Well, the trouble from the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't end with the domestic crisis. However, the regime has once again escalated maritime tensions in the region after the IRGC Navy seized the Marshall Islands-flagged tanker Talara in the Gulf of Oman this week. The ship was carrying approximately 30,000 tons of petrochemical product when multiple fast craft surrounded it and forced it into Iranian territorial waters under what Tehran claims is a judicial order. Now, this incident took place just about 40 kilometers off the UAE coast near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important energy chokeholds on the planet. Now, the significance of this move really cannot be overstated. First, it's a direct assertion of power by the Islamic Republic in a critical global trade route, where approximately 20% of the world's seaborne oil passes daily. By seizing a foreign tanker mid-transit, the Islamic Republic sends a clear message that it can disrupt global energy flows at any time it wants, sanctions or not. This is maritime coercion. Second, this seizure comes at a moment of heightened regional pressure on Tehran. After months of Israeli and American action against Iranian proxy terror networks and infrastructure, the regime is signaling that while its economy is struggling and water reservoirs are collapsing, it still has hard power options that can create global consequences. Third, it's not an isolated incident. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a long history of using tanker seizures to extract leverage and retaliate against international pressure. Now, it's done this repeatedly over the past decade, and every time it makes one thing clear. Even under sanctions, Iran's maritime and oil networks remain active and dangerous. For Israel and its allies, this serves as a warning. The energy waterways are a key front in Iran's strategic playbook. The Talara incident is a reminder that the Islamic Republic can project power far beyond its borders, and that any plan to contain the regime must include maritime security and tighter coordination against Iran's shadow fleet, which I'll get into in just a few minutes. So how are they getting away with it? Now, most disturbingly, data shows that the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is under heavy sanctions, has actually peaked in oil exports in the month of October, begging the question, how? Let's break it down. The truth is, this regime is still making tens of billions of dollars every year from oil. Not quietly, not secretly, but openly. This is the single most important financial story driving the security crisis in the Middle East. It's the reason the regime can threaten Israel. It's the reason Hezbollah remains armed to the teeth. It's the reason the Houthis are able to fire missiles. It's the reason Iranian drones reach Europe and Africa. And almost no one is talking about it or understands what's actually happening. Despite sanctions, the regime is still exporting well over 1.4 million barrels of oil every single day. Now, if the global price of oil is $80 a barrel, Iran is selling it at a discount that brings it to about $60 or $65 a barrel. That means the regime earns approximately $100 million per day, every 24 hours, and none of it is going to the Iranian people. It doesn't rebuild hospitals. It doesn't fix the collapsing water system. It doesn't help families who cannot afford bread due to 40 to 50% inflation. This money goes straight to the regime's military system and its proxy terror network. And how does Iran get away with this while supposedly being under sanctions? It's because the regime has spent 4 decades building a global sanctions evasion machine, a perfected criminal economy run by the IRGC. They operate one of the largest illegal shipping networks on the planet. Analysts call it the ghost fleet. These are more than 300 old and, frankly, unreliable tankers that constantly change their names, fake their flag registrations, turn off their tracking systems, and vanish from radar. They perform ship-to-ship transfers in the middle of the ocean, usually at night. They repaint the hulls. They falsify documents. They spoof coordinates. Some of these vessels even travel with navigation systems turned off, which, of course, is incredibly dangerous, simply to avoid detection. And where does all this oil go? Almost all of it goes to China. China is the financial lifeline of the Islamic Republic. Chinese refiners buy discounted Iranian crude that is marketed as Malaysian blend or Oman heavy or generic fuel oil. This is not speculation. It's thoroughly documented by Reuters, tanker trackers, and multiple United States Treasury designations. So to summarize, the regime sells illegal oil, China knowingly buys illegal oil, and the world pretends not to notice because cheap oil benefits everyone except the Iranian people and all those who suffer from the terrorism that this regime exports. Now let's talk about where that money actually goes. Once the regime gets paid, likely through restricted Chinese accounts, the funds are controlled by the IRGC. The Revolutionary Guards and the Quds Force command these revenue streams through networks of front companies and, allegedly, through the giant construction and logistics conglomerate known as Khatam al-Anbiya. The money is then distributed across the regime's terror portfolio. Now, according to U.S. intelligence assessments, congressional research reports, and U.S. Treasury designations, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion per year. The Houthis in Yemen receive between $150 and $250 million. Iraqi militias receive between $100 million and $200 million. And Hamas receives an estimated $70 to $100 million each year, in addition to weapons, training, intelligence support, and engineering assistance for rockets and drone systems. So when people ask how Hezbollah keeps stockpiling rockets, or how the Houthis continue firing ballistic missiles, or how the Islamic Republic continues to expand its nuclear program despite sanctions, the answer is simple. The Islamic Republic of Iran is still making money every single day, and sanctions are not being enforced. Now here is the part that almost no one talks about. We could shut this down tomorrow. The only thing missing is the political will. There are 5 major pressure points that could crush the regime's revenue stream without firing a single shot. First, target the ghost fleet. Don't sanction ship names, which can be changed. Instead, sanction the hull numbers, which cannot be changed. If the United States and European Union banned 200 hull numbers from receiving insurance or entering ports, half of Iran's export capacity would collapse instantly. Second, go after the Chinese refineries that knowingly purchase Iranian crude. These facilities depend on Western equipment and Western financing. If even 3 of them were sanctioned, the entire network could collapse. Third, hit the front companies. Most of these firms in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and the UAE will collapse the moment they're listed by the U.S. Treasury. 4, seize ships again. When the United States captured the giant tanker known as Grace 1, it disrupted the regime's smuggling operations for months. Repeated seizures could deter the entire network. 5, cyber disruption. The IRGC uses specific Chinese bank accounts, cryptocurrency wallets, and payment pipelines for its oil trade. Cyber operations targeting these channels can cripple the entire machine. This is how you can collapse the Islamic Republic's financial backbone without a war, and how you force the regime to choose between funding terror proxies and surviving internally. The Islamic Republic is not sanctioned in practice, it's sanctioned on paper. And the moment the world chooses to enforce those sanctions with real consequences, Iran's financial lifeline ends. Now, jumping back to Israel, today we have a very special guest joining us to shed some light on the perspective of Christian Zionists after the recent fallout from pundits like Tucker Carlson, who now famously stated that he hates Christian Zionists and has been spearheading a hate campaign against them, along with several others who are self-declared right-wing pundits. Now, Sandra Hagee Parker is the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund. She's also an attorney, author, and public speaker. This fund supports a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, standing up to anti-Semitism, defending Israel's right to self-defense and self-determination. Sandra, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. We're at a very unusual time in America, particularly, and in recent weeks, we've seen an alarming, well, what I consider alarming resurgence of blatant anti-Semitism in America, not only from Islamists, but from far-right extremists like Nick Fuentes. One of the most concerning aspects is that they're claiming to be Christian nationalists and to be supporters of President Trump. What's your take on this hijacking of Christianity that we see?
Emily, you said it exactly as it is. It's a hijacking. It is usurping the banner of Christianity in order to legitimize one's anti-Semitism. And funnily enough, it's not new. This is something that has happened for centuries, whether you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, Martin Luther, Adolf Hitler. Every generation has tried and failed to use the banner of Christianity as a way to authorize them to say and do whatever they want to the Jewish people and after 1948, the modern state of Israel.
Now, how can Christians fight against this pernicious trend of those speaking in the name of Christianity, yet actively espousing anti-Semitic canards and stereotypes?
Sure. Well, I think the first thing for every single Christian to remember is that the Bible is above the Constitution, right? Right now, we kind of have this like wrapping ourselves in the American flag and free speech and the First Amendment. And of course, this is America and we hold that value sacrosanct. But your party is not your faith. And MAGA is not the same thing as being a Christian. And being a conservative is not the same thing as being a Christian. And I can understand how people can get confused because sometimes the platform of the Republican Party or conservatism has wrapped itself in Judeo-Christian values, which is outstanding. However, it's up to the Christian to be able to discern when what is being said from their party or their favorite pundit contravenes the word of God. And when it does, the word of God prevails. So it's important for a Christian to know why they support the state of Israel, because if their favorite pundit or their favorite party comes against the state of Israel, they cannot be moved.
Now, you've frequently cited passages such as Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless you, and Romans 11:1 and 2, in support of Christian Zionism as an aspect of Christian theology itself. Could you break down how you interpret those texts as mandating active support for Israel, and how you respond to critics who say this interpretation conflates theology with foreign policy?
Well, first of all, Israel is not a policy issue for members of Christians United for Israel. It is not a political issue. It is a biblical issue. And for those of us that are old enough, we can all remember when American politics saw Israel the same way. Democrats and Republicans, independent, what have you, were pretty much unanimous in how they viewed the nation of Israel. So that modern politics decided to make Israel a policy issue is not on Christians. From Genesis to Revelation, the Bible is a Zionist document. Christians, non-denominational evangelical Christians specifically, believe the entire Bible is true. The Old Testament is just as relevant as the New Testament. The Old Testament we see as God's will concealed. The New Testament is God's will revealed. Of course, they are written to different parties, different persons, but for the same purpose. And when you read in the Old Testament, when people say Old Covenant, you know, those are all euphemisms for replacement theology to try to make you think that the Old Testament is not relevant anymore. If the Old Testament is not relevant anymore, then God is not a covenant-keeping God, and God is a promise breaker. The Bible is either all true or it's all false. And so Christians believe, not just with respect to what the Bible says about the nation of Israel, Christians believe that with respect to everything, the Bible is true. God has left us a rule book, right? And so we don't make the rules, we just read them. And the Bible is extremely clear about
the covenant that God made with the Jewish people. The Bible says that God's name is in Jerusalem, that Israel is the apple of God's eye. If Israel is important to God, then it is important to a Christian. Similarly, in the New Testament, when Paul says, I am of the tribe of Benjamin, have I been cast aside? Certainly not. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper who love you. I could go on, but you would have to have a faith that I am not capable of maintaining to go through the theological acrobatics to convince yourself that Christians have replaced Jews in the economy of God and that Israel is no longer important to God or Christians.
Recently, political pundit Tucker Carlson stated that he hates Christian Zionists, labeling some of their beliefs as a brain virus or even Christian heresy. Alarmingly, we also see a huge outpouring of support for Carlson instead of condemnation, even from many self-proclaimed Christian voices. Why do you think this is happening now, and how would you respond to these kinds of attacks?
Cowardice is why it's happening, whether one doesn't want to be ostracized from, I won't say the mainstream media because that doesn't exist anymore, right? It's about podcasts and all of these things. It used to be in news, if it bleeds, it leads. Now it's if it clicks, it sticks. And so it's hilarious to me that pundits, whose job is quite literally to have an opinion and to let their opinion be known, all of a sudden say, we're friends. I don't care if you're friends. Have them over for Christmas. It's irrelevant to me. But what do you say? What is your opinion about the views that he is espousing, about the views that he is legitimizing? As a pundit, your job is to either embrace or distance yourself from those. And I think evidence of the fact that Christian Zionists are here and not going away is the fact that Tucker issued a half-hearted, you can't even call it an apology. It's kind of like, that's not what I meant. Because whoops, millions of people don't like being told that they have brain rot. Because millions of people are actually educated on the Bible, and they see through his efforts to delegitimize Judaism, to de-Judaize Jesus. And, they're not going to stand for it. So we're only going to see more from the grassroots of Christians United for Israel, from the Christian church in general, whether you're a member of CUFI or not, that this is a bridge too far, because we believe that the creation of the modern state of Israel, the Bible says a nation will be born in a day. The Jewish people coming to live in Israel are proof that God Almighty is who he says he is. And if you do not believe that, then you do not believe the Bible.
Does this kind of rhetoric matter in terms of how Christian Zionists are perceived? And will it affect your position or the position of CUFI going forward?
I mean, in terms of our mission, our mission will always remain clear. We have always been willing to go where the fight is. When we started CUFI, people were like, are you kidding? Anti-Semitism isn't real. Like, this is not 1940. What are you doing? And so we will always go where the fight is. And if that fight is now to what I would call the right of the right, I still think that we're absolutely dealing with fringe elements in the Republican Party. Of course, the largest vulnerability being the young people. We have seen how the policies in the classroom that are taught become the policies in the public square. And we have seen that what happened in America's colleges and universities after 10/7 shows the influence not of organic activism, but foreign influence have on America's colleges and universities. You've heard the rumor and innuendo of, who Tucker may or may not be partnered with respect to his business in terms of their influence in media. You've seen in entertainment. Entertainers go to Qatar and the Middle East, and then all of a sudden come back, and comedians who have no business in foreign policy, much less a working knowledge, say Israel be genocide. And you can see the influence of the enemies of Israel. The church cannot be bought and will not be bought. And as such, it's our job to do what we can to combat lies with truth and to show anybody that has any questions as to Israel, its role in the Bible, the Jewish people, and our mandate to stand with them. It's our job to make sure that they understand that and to create a place for them to feel welcomed to express that view.
How would you respond to the claim that Christian Zionists and all Zionists are putting Israel first and not America first? What does America first even mean to you?
America first doesn't mean America only. The Bible doesn't say America first, right? I am a Christian and I have national pride. I am not a Christian nationalist. To operate at the exclusion of others, I think, is kind of fundamentally unchristian. However, when I hear America first, when I hear President Trump say America first, I know President Trump doesn't mean America only. And you can see Trump's actions to see that he doesn't think it means America only. And if you are truly America first and you look at it completely agnostically and you don't give any mind to any other nation other than your own, then the most rational and reasonable thing that you can do as an American is continue to ally with Israel, the only democracy in the Middle East, to continue to invest in Israel, because America doesn't spend money in Israel. America doesn't give foreign aid to Israel. America invests to Israel with an ROI that is exponential. People say aid as if they have their hand out asking for help. They are doing us a solid. They are fighting our shared enemies. They are defending our shared values. And by the way, they are buying machines and tools that we make in the United States of America, quite literally job stimulus and creation, improving upon it and sharing it with us for free. So hate Israel all you want, but if you care about America and if you care about your nation and if you care about national security and if you care about maintaining the American exceptionalism that has so far been responsible for relative peace in the world, then you should continue to stand shoulder to shoulder with the nation of Israel and her people, because they are a large part of making sure that that continues.
As a final question, I want to ask you why it's important, not just at the theological level, but at a practical level, for Christians to stand with Israel and the Jewish people, especially now. I mean, would you differentiate even between the two, and why or why not?
It's a three-legged stool: God, Israel, and Jewish people. One doesn't exist without the other. And again, the existence of the three of them are proof that God is who he says he is, that the Bible is real. So to answer your question, though, we're not going to look at it through that righteous prism. Let's look at it through the rational prism. Again, we don't make the rules, we read the rules. And God doesn't differentiate between Jews and the nation of Israel. It's for God to differentiate and decide, but we aren't God, right? And so we aren't here to cherry pick who's Jewish enough, who's not Jewish enough, etc. The mandate is clear. And like I said, if you don't want to look at the Bible as a theological document, you don't have to believe in it. Look at history. What has history shown us? History has shown us that every single nation that has come against the nation of Israel has failed. And not only have they failed, they are in the dustbin of history. Of course, if you look at ancient history, you have the pharaohs, you have Haman, who hung from the gallows that he built for the children of Israel. In modern history, you have, we'll skip over the Ottomans and, all of those things, but go to more modern history, you have Hitler. Where are the goose-stepping Nazis? They're gone. You now have what we'll call the sons of Haman: Hamas, Hezbollah, the Houthis. The day after the nation of Israel was born, it was attacked by 5 nations. Explain to me how a nation that was born in a day can defend itself against a larger enemy, against an enemy with more weapons, against an enemy with more people. A nation the size of Rhode Island that has been fighting a 7-front war for 2 years is victorious only because there is a God, he is real, and what he says is true. Whether you believe that or not, look at what history has shown us. If you come against the nation of Israel, including the modern state of Israel, things are not going to go well for you. And I want to clarify something, because I don't. Sorry, I'm editing myself. People say, you want to condemn the government of Israel, that doesn't mean you're anti-Semitic. You're right. Thank you, Captain Obvious. You're right. If you condemn the American government, does that mean that you're anti-America? Nobody condemns the Israeli government probably more than Israelis. So it doesn't mean that you can't opine or have an opinion about the policy decisions of the Israeli government. As an American, are you allowed to have an opinion? Sure, but you're not the one fighting and bleeding and dying for your country, nor are our soldiers fighting and bleeding and dying for their country. They've never asked us the same. So you can absolutely criticize the nation of Israel, its policies, what have you. That doesn't make you anti-Semitic. But when you are holding Israel to a standard that you don't hold any other nation to, including your own, then you might be an anti-Semite.
All right. Thank you, Sandra Hagee Parker of KUFI, for shedding some light on this issue.
Thank you so much, Emily, for having me.
And now the good, the bad, and the ugly of this week. The good news today is that even the most chaotic corners of American politics may finally be waking up. President Trump has now publicly called Marjorie Taylor Greene a lunatic in a new post and announced that he will support a primary opponent against her. And honestly, it's about time. This is the same member of Congress who once blamed wildfires on Jewish space lasers. She's also built an entire career around internet conspiracies. She also loves to brand herself as America First, yet she focuses obsessively on Israel and aid to Israel, even though 99.7% of that aid is reinvested in the U.S. economy through defense contractors and joint security programs. That is not an economic burden, that is an economic multiplier. In fact, the entire U.S. foreign aid budget is only 3% of the U.S. annual budget. So what exactly is she fighting for? Her claims of patriotism evaporate the moment facts enter the conversation. And now even her own political allies are saying out loud what everyone else already knew. She is not a serious legislator. She's a professional agitator who turned Congress into a conspiracy carnival. Next up, the bad story of the week, Dave Smith, who recently appeared on Konstantin Kissin's Trigonometry podcast and arrogantly proclaimed that the Islamic Republic doesn't pose a threat to any of the Sunni Arab nations. Take a look.
I flat out reject the idea that Iran is an existential threat to any of those Sunni states in the region. But Saudi Arabia, who are we talking about? Jordan? Egypt?
UAE? I mean, if you speak to people in those countries...
Yeah, I'm sure they're concerned about them.
They're very concerned.
Yes, of course. And there's a Sunni Shiite beef that's been going on for many, many years. And there's a lot. But the idea that, the U.S. sock puppet states over there are really threatened by Iran, I just don't think is right.
They do feel that.
Yeah, okay, fine. But, I don't think they're right about that. I don't think Iran is taking over Saudi Arabia. What do you mean existential threat here?
Yeah, I think Saudi might like a word. Seriously, though, this is a prime demonstration of how American comedian Dave Smith, who has never lived in the region nor speaks any languages of the region, has no formal education or experience in anything even remotely related to international relations, history, politics, or religion, knows absolutely nothing about the Middle East and particularly Iran, yet somehow still maintains the supreme arrogance of a Western-centric imbecile and thinks he knows better than those of us who actually live here. And now the ugly story for this week. The Babylon Bee posted a satire piece on Saturday mocking Megyn Kelly's sudden paranoia about imaginary Israeli assassination plots, playing on the 2024 exploding pagers operation against Hezbollah. They deleted it fast, but Kelly lost it on X, posting WTF, while her allies insisted that satire was a threat. This meltdown comes as parts of the American right increasingly fall down conspiracy rabbit holes, just like the baseless theories surrounding Charlie Kirk's death. But the real ugly here is Megyn's hypocrisy. She bashed Mark Levin this week for criticizing Tucker Carlson, yet refuses to condemn Candace Owens' open Jew hatred because, quote, she's a young mother. Tucker, she says he's a friend, so apparently friendship trumps calling out neo-Nazi rhetoric. She even mocked Mehdi Hassan when someone joked about pagers with him. Yet when she is mocked by a satire site, no less, she collapses. The right is turning into the very snowflakes that it used to mock. Well, that's it for this week on Axis of Truth. We'll be back soon with more interviews and more stories from the Middle East. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching and see you next week on Axis of Truth.
And now with this dramatic escalation in Beirut, where Israel's targeted strike has eliminated Hezbollah's de facto military chief and has prompted Lebanon to call for international intervention, I am now joined by Hussein Abdul Hussein, research fellow at FDD. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Israel eliminated Ali Tabatabai, Hezbollah's military chief, in the heart of Beirut. How significant is this assassination? We know he's been on the U.S. wanted list as well.
I think the top significance is that Hezbollah has been claiming that since the war stopped, it has changed its mode of operation, that it has weeded out all the spies in its midst, that Israel does not have any insight into how the organization is rebuilding itself. I think by taking out the top military guy, we know that all of these Hezbollah claims are just claims. Hezbollah is rebuilding itself, but it's still vulnerable to Israeli attacks.
Now, the IDF says this was a precise strike under direct orders from Netanyahu. Why do you think Israel would choose to strike inside Beirut now and in such a high-profile way, despite the fragile ceasefire that was in place?
Like Prime Minister Netanyahu said, Lebanon is not living up to its promise and its commitment that it signed in the cessation of hostilities last November. And if Lebanon is not going to do what it promised to do, that is to disarm Hezbollah, then someone else will have to do it. And this someone else happens to be Israel. So one of the sides or the parties will have to uphold UN Security Council Resolution 1701, the cessation of hostilities deal between the two sides, and the Lebanese, unfortunately, even though they promised and signed on it, they're not doing it. So Israel is stepping up, and at whatever cost. I think, Israel has to do what Israel has to do at this point.
From a military standpoint, how severely does this weaken Hezbollah's operational chain of command?
It does significantly. Apparently, this guy had some sort of talent that they deployed him to Yemen and to Syria. So his military expertise seems to have been vast. But this does not take out the whole chain of command. Of course, the chain of command was weakened in the last war between the two sides. But I think there are still a lot of Hezbollah generals that remain at large. And maybe Israel is still after them. But the organization still has the ability to wage war against Israel, which must keep this low-intensity war going between the two sides until, of course, as we said, the Lebanese state steps up and disarms Hezbollah.
So we're hearing the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, is asking for global action against the Israeli attacks. What is likely to happen next, do you think?
I think Lebanon lost credibility with the United States and with the global community. Lebanon promises things and it doesn't live up to them, and that's a big problem. And they go by the same template. They have changed the sequence of steps, the order of things. The agreement and the cessation of hostilities was Hezbollah to be disarmed, then Israel stops policing Hezbollah, and Israel withdraws from the 5 hilltops. Now the Lebanese are demanding that Israel stops policing first and withdraws from the hilltop, and then they might or might not disarm Hezbollah. This is not in the agreement. Everyone knows it. Washington knows it. And I think at this point, even the relationship, which was friendly between Washington and Beirut until very recently, has become sour. We've just seen Washington cancel all the meetings of the Lebanese army commander who was visiting Washington. So I don't think world capitals are taking Beirut's statements for real this time.
But where does this leave Lebanon's government? Can Beirut realistically disarm Hezbollah as Netanyahu demands, or is that simply impossible given Hezbollah's power in the country?
The Lebanese government has been as wily as mercurial as possible on this. On one hand, they say that the Lebanese army does not have the capabilities to take on Hezbollah. And then when the United States approves $200 million in aid to the Lebanese armed forces, then President Aoun says, if we take on Hezbollah, there'll be civil war. So they're not sure which excuse they're trying to use. But what we know for sure is that there's no will to take on Hezbollah. Maybe they prefer that Hezbollah does it, which is not really that good anyway. But what we know for sure is that Lebanon is not moving on Hezbollah. And like I said, if they don't do, someone else will have to do it. And this someone happens to be Israel.
Hussein Abdul Hussein, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And so after a politically charged weekend at the White House, questions are raised about where the president is positioning himself in the shifting landscape of U.S.-Israel relations. We're now joined by Ahmed Kuzai, political consultant from Bahrain, and Professor Eitan Gilboa, expert on U.S.-Israel relations from Bar-Ilan and Reichman universities. Thank you both for joining.
Pleasure to be here.
Eitan, President Trump met freed Israeli hostages and called them heroes. Yet in the same weekend, sat with Mayor-elect Mamdani, who openly accuses Israel of genocide. How should we interpret these two very different meetings?
Very difficult to interpret and understand President Trump. It seems that that it depends on the way he wakes up in the morning, the way he handles certain issues. This was I don't think this was a bad meeting with Mamdani, but he did not object to Mamdani's description of what if Israel's operation in Gaza is genocide. And he did not resist, did not criticize him for promising to arrest Netanyahu if he were to arrive in New York City. So I think this was somewhat disappointing.
And now it seems that there are mixed messages, warm meetings with Mohammed bin Salman of Saudi Arabia this past week, and now with Mamdani, but also supporting Israel. Do these mixed signals reflect an actual shift in Trump's approach to Israel, or is he just trying to appeal to everyone at once? Is this his strategy? What do you think, Ahmed?
I don't think that this is how it is. I mean, after all, it's Donald Trump.
Right.
We can never speculate. We can never guess what's going to happen next morning, just like what the professor just mentioned. It depends on how he wakes up in the morning. But let's take it to another notion, which is let's separate the three meetings at least. If we're talking about the freed hostages, that's one. That's a positive message on its own. Mamdani, it's domestic issues that he has to handle one way or another. And then when we're talking about Mohammed bin Salman, I see it as a positive thing, even from an Israeli point of view. The Abraham Accords came at a time where it's much needed to put things in perspective. They have, to a certain limit, of course. But then when we're talking about Saudi, why do we still see Saudi as somebody who is opposing Israel as much as in line with Israel's mission to sustain peace in the Middle East?
Eitan, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with Kuzai. I think that the visit of Mohammed bin Salman in Washington was very successful. I think it sends a message to the Middle East that the United States has two important strategic allies in the region. It is both Israel and Saudi Arabia. The United States is upgrading relations with Saudi Arabia, which I think would be a good move. I believe that sooner or later, Saudi Arabia will normalize relations with Israel, and therefore this important axis, getting Saudi Arabia to join the Abraham Accords, would increase security and stability in the region.
Now, Ahmed, let's take a look at the Saudi angle we're talking about it. MBS told Trump in the Oval Office that he would like to join the Abraham Accords, but only with a clear path to Palestinian statehood. Do you believe Trump will pressure Israel to accept some form of Palestinian statehood in order to lock in this historic Saudi normalization deal?
I'm not seeing it as a pressure as much as it's a new way of doing things. Previously, Israel always had the upper hand in handling the Palestinian issue. As of now, I mean, after last week, we see a different way of doing things, which is not necessarily bad. Trump has a plan, a new plan basically, to go about moving on that issue, which is Gaza and the Palestinian issue. Saudi said it from day one, and MBS, I think, mentioned it recently as well. He does not object to the idea of normalizing relations with Israel. He just wants to put an end as well at the same time to the Palestinian issue. So it's not different, it's just a perspective of where are we sitting and looking at the matter and how the end game would be.
Now, Eitan, in your opinion, is Trump positioning himself as the only leader who can deliver both Saudi normalization and long-term security for Israel, or is he just playing both sides to gain leverage here with everyone?
It's still hard to say. I would like to mention that there were certain conditions attached to the idea of establishing a Palestinian state. First of all, this is important today. The main thing would be to preserve the ceasefire, the fragile ceasefire, both in Gaza and Lebanon. But we are talking right now about Gaza. The ceasefire has to be maintained. It seems that Hamas is violating the ceasefire and Israel responding and retaliating. This is not good in the direction of phase 2 of Trump's plan. And then an international stability force has to go into Gaza. Hamas has to be disarmed. Gaza has to be also disarmed. Hamas has to leave Gaza, and the Palestinian Authority, which is designated to take over Gaza, has to go through substantial reforms. So I would say that until we see some progress toward implementation of these conditions, this idea of establishing a Palestinian state is still quite remote.
And you mentioned violations. We see Hezbollah with violations in the north as well. We just see a strike in Beirut moments ago. So
that's right, and I think this is highly problematic. So in Lebanon as well, the main mission right now is to preserve the ceasefire. It seems that Hezbollah is trying to rebuild itself with Iranian money coming in and weapons being smuggled in. This is in violation of the agreement brokered by the United States and France. And Israel just attacked Ali Tabatabai, who is number two, I think, in Hezbollah. And Hezbollah is supposed to disarm by the end of December. This is at least the plan that the United States put inside the agreement with Lebanon. Hezbollah has no intention whatsoever to disarm itself. So I think we have these two major problems with these terrorist organizations, Hezbollah in Lebanon and Hamas in Gaza. And I think it would need more forceful and aggressive policy by the moderate Sunni Arab states together with the United States to accomplish that important goal of disarming both Hezbollah and Hamas.
Now, Ahmed, from the Gulf's perspective, is Trump emerging as a stabilizing force?
It's hard to say as well, but yes, we're taking it from the Gulf perspective, at least we're taking it from a positive stance. Just like what the professor just mentioned, I'll take from that point. There are too many teams playing the same game, and that's too much. Is Lebanon with the peace or is it not? If it is, just like the professor mentioned right now, the disarmament of Hezbollah has to take place ASAP, which is before the end of the year. Then with Syria, then we're talking about two neighboring countries. We're talking about the Cold Peace Treaty signatories, Egypt and Jordan. Iraq is vague. Iran sending vague messages on daily basis. And then we have the Gulf. Of course, we have Qatar, then we have Bahrain, and Emirates that are clear on their stances. Saudi is leaning towards peace, of course. Then Kuwait and Oman. There's a lot. I think what will make it much easier, the weeks to come, I'm not going to say even years to come, it's too much. In the weeks to come, that people should be clear about which side they are on and take it from there. Being stuck in a gray area for a long time won't help the Middle East.
Well, we definitely all live in a very complex neighborhood. Ahmed Kuzai and Eitan Gilboa, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We are now joined by Lieutenant Colonel and Reserves Advocate Maurice Hirsch from Jerusalem Center for Security and Foreign Affairs to break down these latest current events. Thank you, Maurice, for joining.
Hey, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. So, Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman told President Trump that Saudi Arabia wants to join the Abraham Accords, but only with a credible pathway to a Palestinian state. Is there a shift in tone here from Riyadh, and how significant is it?
I think there is definitely a shift in really the recognition that joining the Abraham Accords, making peace as part of the Middle East, is something which is in Saudi Arabia's best interest, and not only for Israel's best interest. I feel that what they're saying, that they want a real path to Palestinian statehood, is really, again, putting their own best interests in the hands of the latest Palestinian terrorist/rejectionist. And it's something which they may be paying that lip service to say, you know what, we have to say this. And that's what I hope, that they're just saying that, but they don't really mean it, because otherwise they will never be able to join the Abraham Accords, because there will never be a Palestinian leader that will actually be able to stand up and to say, you know what, we've given up on our desire to destroy Israel. So that's a really, what maybe one, like a tango, 2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Very interesting. Now, Israel has not yet responded formally to MBS's comments. How do you expect Jerusalem to navigate demands for a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood while obviously safeguarding its own red lines?
I think it's important for Israel to say that at the moment, and whilst the Palestinian society remains indoctrinated, brainwashed, and hate-filled, and seeks Israel's destruction, there is nothing to talk about a Palestinian state. When we see the implementation of the reforms that President Trump has talked about for many years, that are now part of the UN Security Council resolution, that the JCFA is trying to talk about, well, what reforms need to be actually done and implemented in the Palestinian Authority in order to make it into a body that does not educate to hate, that no longer rewards terrorism. We saw the fake decree back in February that Mahmoud Abbas said, we're abandoning our pay-for-slay policy. And now just recently, a few days ago, he fires his Minister of Finance for continuing to pay the salaries to terrorists. Does he not know what is going on? This is just one big, very, very poor joke at the expense of the international community that seems hell-bent on buying these lies every single time. But these are the reforms that need to be implemented before there can be any discussion of whether there should or shouldn't be a Palestinian state.
Now, reports say that President Trump may offer Saudi Arabia F-35 fighter jets as part of a wider strategic package. Israeli defense officials warn that this could undermine Israel's regional air superiority. Is this a real concern, in your opinion?
This is 100% a real concern. Israel's ability to combat and to repel its neighbors has been based on its not only quantitative but qualitative, predominantly qualitative edge. And by providing the F-35s to the Saudi Arabians, we're bringing them up at least 4 or 5 steps closer to us. Our F-35s are obviously amended and improved by the Israeli technology. I think we're the only country that's actually been given that permission to make improvements into that system. So whatever it is, our machinery will still be superior to the basic Lockheed Martin version of the F-35, but it still is a major jump for the Saudis if they were to get these F-35s.
Maurice Hirsch, thank you very much for this input.
Thank you very much for having me.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments coming out of Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night. And this morning, the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutsisa Grintalak. Dror Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, were taken alive. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was kind, calm, and a deeply grounded man, as his family says. But that was 2 years ago. Today, his family awaits his burial, as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. But on the ground in Gaza, clashes continue as this morning the IDF eliminated 6 terrorists in southern Gaza. The terrorists were identified emerging from a tunnel in eastern Rafah in the IDF-controlled area beyond the yellow line. Troops on the ground ordered airstrikes as the gunmen attempted to flee. This is not the first such incident, as dozens of Hamas terrorists are still stuck in underground Rafah tunnel networks with nowhere to go and no more supplies. Their time is definitely running out. But as long as Hamas poses a threat to troops, the IDF will make sure to terminate them. And speaking of the IDF, they are now deploying a brand new AI system titled Morpheus that is set to track soldiers' social media activity and posts. According to reports, the system uses artificial intelligence to analyze in real time what active duty soldiers upload to their public social pages. If the system detects any signs of a security breach, it will trigger an immediate alert to the IDF's information security officers. Those officers will then contact the soldier and instruct them to remove the post or send them an automatic warning message to the soldier's mobile phone, one of the features of the system. The IDF has acknowledged its intrusive nature, but is doubling down on the cause for the system to be in place, which is the sheer danger of intelligence leaks done through social media. This development comes after it was revealed that Hamas al-Qassam terrorists who infiltrated into Israel on October 7th had immense tank knowledge, like kill switch locations and operational knowledge obtained through social media posts that were posted by the tank soldiers themselves. The plan for Hamas was to capture as many tanks as possible and use them in combat against the IDF. Now, while Hamas were largely unsuccessful in seizing any tanks, they sure knew how to navigate them. Analysts say that this tank knowledge played a pivotal role in Hamas's surprise attack on that morning. And while we're on the topic of AI, you have to hear this incredible development. Researchers in Israel are now using artificial intelligence to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. The Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of such documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century now, but only a fraction of its over 400,000 documents have been thoroughly researched. Why? These documents come in various forms. They are either fragments of larger documents or have been distorted over time, making their research difficult and time-consuming for scholars. But now, with the incredible advancements of AI, researchers can now access the whole collection much faster than traditional methods allow. AI is transcribing these texts and cross-referencing names or words across a vast database, allowing for this project to make significant gains. That's a very cool development that connects us to our Jewish heritage. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest developments coming out of Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks for being with us today. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some of the positive highlights that are coming out of Israel from this past week. I'm your host, Devo Klein, and coming up on today's show. New York City outgoing Mayor Eric Adams visits Israel. ILTV joins Israeli police for a thrilling exercise. And check up on this week's sports roundup. Eric Adams, the outgoing mayor of New York City, has visited Israel, and ILTV was here to cover his entire visit. Take a look.
I had the privilege of coming today to Jerusalem to meet with Mayor Eric Adams. He's about to become the former mayor of New York City. Mayor Adams stood steadfast throughout his tenure with the state of Israel, building ties strategically, economically, and of course, working with the Jewish community, protecting them and fighting anti-Semitism. Let's see what he has to say.
This week, multiple mayors are visiting Israel as part of a joint delegation organized by the American Jewish Committee. Their goal, to deepen cooperation, show solidarity, and see firsthand the realities facing Israelis after 2 years of war. Among them is a high-profile guest, New York City Mayor Eric Adams. Adams made Israel his first international trip upon taking office. And now, as he prepares to leave City Hall on January 1st, he chose to return.
It's great to be here to just really, as I started my time in office, visiting Israel, and now as I conclude, I wanted to come back and just send the right message that Israel will always have a supporter in me as the mayor or not as the former mayor.
For Adams, the visit comes amid deep concern in the Jewish community following the election of Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, a candidate he has repeatedly warned could embolden anti-Semitism in New York.
Going after all of those items I put in place to let Jewish New Yorkers know that there's no place for hate. As you stated, the IRA definition, having an office to combat anti-Semitism. We are not going to allow hate to fester in our city in general, but specifically for Jewish New Yorkers, which has the largest Jewish population outside of Israel.
Adams has urged Israelis and Americans alike not to panic, but to mobilize.
So important for New York, for Jewish New Yorkers to fight. People need to know the true story of what happened on October 7th. To reclaim our young people, we must utilize social media. Social media has been used to spread anti-Semitism. We must use it to ensure that we build tolerance and love and respect for all groups, particularly to stop the spread of anti-Semitism.
He has also called on Israel's leadership to send a powerful symbolic message on New Year's.
What I encourage the Prime Minister to do is to join me on January 1st when we bring in the new year. We do not threaten to arrest leaders of sovereign nations and our probably closest partner in this region.
Beyond politics, Adams warns that severing ties with Israel could damage not only Israel, but New Yorkers.
Israel is one of the leading countries when it comes down to technology and advancement of technologies, from artificial intelligence to cybersecurity and so many others. And so many devices and innovations they made that save lives. And so when you stop the progress of that continuing innovation and the partnership, you're not hurting Israel, you're hurting Americans.
Adams is leaving office under scrutiny, including a federal investigation. But he says he stands by the choices he made.
I was defending a city that I love, and when I saw a migrant and asylum seeker crisis that overwhelmed our city in the tune of over $7 billion, I knew it was my obligation. They came after me because I protected the city that I love.
As for what comes next,
I want to go back to school, get my doctorate, I want to write a book, and I have some great business opportunities that are waiting for me.
While Adams drew most of the attention on the mission, other U.S. mayors told ILTV they came for the same reason, to stand with Israel and with American Jewish communities back home.
We feel it's like probably the most welcoming place for Jewish people outside of Israel. We're reaching out to our brothers and sisters in New York and saying, if you don't feel comfortable, which is right now we're hearing a lot of, come to Miami Beach.
And for Aventura, Florida,
Aventura stands with Israel.
yesterday, today, and tomorrow.
And Israeli police are conducting exercises to prepare for any type of potential attack, including in residential areas. Now, ILTV's India Naftali joined one of these exercises, which, if you ask me, is pretty cool. Take a look.
Today, Israel's specialized police units are training for a mass casualty event in a residential area. It's something we hope will never happen, but something the country must be prepared for nonetheless.
What's taking place here today is part of a 2-day district-level drill bringing together some of Israel's most advanced police units, including Yamam, Yassam, and Magav. Unlike standard counter-terror training, today's exercise is built around unpredictability. Officers are being tested on how they think, how they react, and how they adapt when nothing goes according to plan. The goal is to force split-second decisions under intense pressure, the kind of moments that can determine the difference between life and death in a real urban attack.
We are here to train for a first urban attack scenario. Israeli police force is the first responder on all the scenes. We know that from October 7th. So we are here doing dynamic training to prepare our people for every situation that can rush to us in the real life.
On the ground, the drills are intense and highly technical. Officers are moving through streets, maneuvering around parked cars, schools, synagogues, and residential buildings. This morning's scenario began with reports of gunfire, triggering a rapid search operation. Minutes later, a simulated red alert was declared, meaning they are under rocket fire. One officer was marked as injured by shrapnel, and teams had to treat him under pressure while continuing the mission. These are not routine situations. The scenarios are designed to be messy, chaotic, and real, pushing officers to use critical thinking, check their gear, and operate in conditions that are impossible to replicate in a classroom or a shooting range. Commanders here say that timing is crucial. After nearly 2 years of constant operations during the war, this is one of the first opportunities for multiple units to spend 2 full days training side by side. They are taking the lessons of October 7th and building them into the curriculum. Because, as they tell us, what becomes natural in training is what saves lives in real life.
And speaking of security, you have to check out Israel's latest installment of aerial security. Meet the Iron Beam, advanced technology based on laser beams that are now joining Israel's fleet of aerial defenses. You have to check this out.
This is the Iron Beam, Israel's latest development of air defense. Co-developed by Elbit Systems and Rafael, the Iron Beam is a laser-based system built to destroy incoming missiles, rockets, mortars, UAVs, and aircrafts, so any aerial threat can be intercepted by the Iron Beam. The Iron Beam will join Israel's other aerial defense systems, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Chetz. But what makes the Iron Beam stand out as the most effective air defense system? Each interceptor of the Iron Dome for short-range missiles and rockets is estimated to cost the IDF approximately $40,000 to $50,000 per interception, while the Chetz 3, which is geared to intercept missiles outside of Israel's atmosphere, is estimated to cost around $4 to $8 million US, this according to Globes. With Israel close to ending a second year of war against hostile neighbors, Israeli defense spendings have skyrocketed, significantly impacting Israel's economy. But now, with the newly functioning Iron Beam, each interception of the laser system will cost only a few dollars in energy, meaning not only are interception capabilities now significantly better, the IDF also saves tens of thousands of dollars per interception in the process. The Iron Beam has also been dubbed Or Eitan, or in English, Eitan's Beam, this in memory of fallen soldier Eitan Oster, who fell in combat in Lebanon and whose father Dubi Oster helped develop the system.
And recently, ILTV hosted the executive director of Kolel Chabad as he shared recent operations of the organization and even shared some inspiring messages. Have a look.
For over 200 years, Kolel Chabad has been a lifeline for those in need across Israel, providing food, medical care, and critical social support. Joining us now, all the way from New York, is Zalman Duchman, an executive director of Kolel Chabad, to share how the organization is continuing its mission of compassion and care, especially during these challenging times. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
So, Kolel Chabad has been serving the community for decades, or more than decades. What makes the organization's mission so vital today?
Kol Chabad is the oldest continuously operating charity in Israel, the oldest continuous Jewish charity, started in 1788 by the first Chabad Rebbe, Reb Shneur Zalman. And we've been working through, ever since, continuously operating, serving the land of Israel, working from the diaspora, raising money within the diaspora to serve the land of Israel. Over the past 2 years, we've experienced the war, etc. And I think that what is most vital today is the continued long-term support, that we're here for the long run. During the war, there was emotional outpour of support from the lovers of Israel. And obviously, there's the flip side that we see very strongly. But those people that love and care for Israel have been there, outspoken with their voices and their dollar supporting Israel. And now that we hope that we're going to enter a time of quiet, that we have to remember that has to continue. And this is something that represents Kol Chabad specifically, that there's a lot of pop-up programs that popped up during the war, but now we're in it for the long haul. So I think we've been there for the long haul, and we plan to be there for the long haul going forward.
Absolutely, for another 200 years and beyond. And what are some of the biggest challenges of those you serve that they're facing right now, and how is Kol Chabad addressing them?
One of the most affected populations, besides the many widows and the orphans and families and the trauma, is the elderly. The elderly population, especially those people that this is not their first war, especially Holocaust survivors, that their childhood was during a war and the traumas that it affected them. People don't know, but there's over 100,000 Holocaust survivors still living in Israel. And this is really, so to speak, our last opportunity to see them off their last years in dignity. And we've been with this generation for a very long time. And I think it's it's a very vulnerable population as they age and as they get older. And even some of the most basic things of food is they are relying on non-governmental organizations to provide for them food. Non-government NGOs are much more effective and efficient at doing it, especially when you have non-governmental organizations working together in collaboration. We believe that is one of the most important populations that we focus on, especially with making sure that they have daily meals. They live alone. In Yiddish is word fargin. They don't fargin themselves to cook, to dirty a pot for one piece of chicken. They can't afford it sometimes. Going shopping is a problem with them. So delivering a hot, fresh, cooked meal to an elderly survivor. But then there's more than that. There's an entire young generation that weren't exposed to Holocaust survivors. They don't know them, young students. So we have a project that every single Friday, we have volunteers. It's done from college-age students and high school-age students, that they go visit elderly and they bring them a meal for Friday and for Shabbat. But the objective is more than just a meal. It's for them to sit together and to spend time together, to talk to each other. Sometimes there's a language barrier. These speak Russian, the young generation speaks Hebrew, but love knows no language barrier. And it's an extraordinary program, and we're now leading up to a few weeks before Hanukkah. We hope to reach literally tens of thousands of such volunteers to find that are going to go visit, to light the menorah with the elderly people. A lot of them did not live their life through it because they lived their life through communist Russia and didn't experience what Hanukkah is. And they only came in older in age. They came to Israel, the blessings of celebrating Hanukkah, and we plan to do that. And the reason why we could do that is because we have an ongoing connection to these, because we visit them every single day and we bring them food every single day.
So a beautiful program. And I want to ask, because I see that you've brought with you also a very special coin. So can you tell us about this coin?
I brought a special coin that was minted specially for Kol Chabad, a challenge coin. And it says on it, Vayilbash tzedakah keshiryon. This is a verse from the Bible that he garbed himself with tzedakah.
Hold the coin up so our viewers can see. Oh, you have two. Great.
I brought two. He garbed himself with tzedakah as scale armor. The scale armor, and the Talmud explains that just like scale armor, every single piece overlaps each other. And if it's missing one piece, it allows a vulnerability in that section. Same too when it comes to the challenges of helping the poor. No one person could take the entire responsibility on their own. But no one could say, oh, my part doesn't make a difference, because every single part is necessary. Just like scale armor, if you're missing one section, it creates that vulnerability. That is what this challenge coin is, that for those that participate. And this is something, a unique gift that we would like to give to anybody that wants to participate in the food security project of helping the elderly to feed elderly people. You could go to either on the QR code, I understand, on the screen, or they could go to our website.
So that's my question. If our viewers who are watching right now, if they want to help, I mean, what's the best way that they can do that?
So obviously, if they're here in Israel, we have Pantry Packers, a volunteer project where we have thousands of volunteers. But all those people that watch around the world could go to our website, or they could go to the website on the QR code, and they could sign up to be able to serve an elderly or Holocaust survivor. And the first 1,000 people to click this code, we will send them in the mail a challenge coin that says on it, that has it inscribed, for them being part of this scale armor, this protection of protecting the elderly, especially within their older age, in this special thing.
Incredible. So our viewers, you can scan the QR code on your screen now and donate and receive, the first 1,000 receive a special coin. Zalman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. And one other thing we must always remember, that is our opportunity that we have to help these people in the most vulnerable days of their life as they age and they get older. And we will be able to tell our children that we made sure the heroic generation that built Jewish life what it is today, that generation of the post-Holocaust, the Holocaust survivors and that elderly generation, we took care of them until their last one around.
Absolutely. An important mission. Zalman, thank you again for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And now it's time for our weekly roundup of sports news. And let's be honest, what update is complete without mentioning the incredible Deni Avdia, who is already being hailed as a true basketball star.
Avdia will settle for the three.
Just to clarify, Avdia just had back-to-back games with over 25 points and over 10 assists, with a career-high 13 dimes in last night's win alone. He is currently averaging 48.2 fantasy points per game, meaning he is being backed by the entire basketball community, so not just in Israel, but around the world.
That's a tough take and finish.
And Avdia is not the only athlete turning heads. Israel's Rivka Bayech is now a Taekwondo bronze medalist. This is Bayech's fourth European Championship medal. She recently secured medals in the 2021, 2022, and 2023 European Championships, making this year her fourth. Bayech competes in the women under 49 kilos weight class and is second only to the two Taekwondo megastars, Serbian Andrea Bokan and Russian Irina Rogozina. We absolutely love to see Israeli representation in European events. And finally, here's your way to support Israeli businesses, especially those of the brave pioneers of Judea and Samaria. Have a look at Blessed by Israel and indulge yourself in the goods created by Israel's heartland.
Step into the story of Israel's heartland with Blessed by Israel, where every purchase connects you to the land, the people, and the promise. Taste the sweetness of the promised land in their delicious honeys, or wear the story of the land close to your heart with the stunning Special Places of the Land necklace. Behind each product is a family, pioneers living in Judea and Samaria, crafting beauty and goodness from the soil of the Bible. When you buy their creations, you're not only receiving something extraordinary, you're investing in Israel's future, helping small businesses thrive and communities grow strong. Join a movement that celebrates faith, resilience, and hope. Visit blessedbyisrael.com and use ILTV's special code BLESSISRAEL, that's BLESSISRAEL, at checkout for 10% off on your first order. Be part of strengthening Israel. one purchase at a time.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped to deliver some positive news and put a smile on your face and the news that you get to now take with you into this week ahead. As always, I'm Devo Klein. Take care of yourself, and thank you so much for watching.
And on a different note, we have with us in studio Shmuel Saket, the founder of the Dream Raffle. He joined us here in the studio last year when the Dream Raffle captured so much attention. And now it's back for its 8th edition, featuring a $1.2 million Jerusalem apartment and an early bird bonus ending November 17th. Shmuel, great to have you back with us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
Shmuel, what's the idea behind the Dream Raffle? Tell us about it and how it has grown since we last spoke to you at ILTV.
There are a lot of Jewish organizations that raise money. As you know, you need to raise funds in order to function, in order to support the projects that you sponsor and so on. But we decided to raise money with a twist, and that is to give people the opportunity to fulfill their dream. That's why we call it the Dream Raffle. And by purchasing just one ticket, obviously you can purchase more, but enough is one ticket, you could win a $1.2 million brand new, fully furnished apartment in the heart of Jerusalem.
Wow.
That's a dream, and it's a raffle, the Dream Raffle.
So now this year's prize is huge. What can people win? Maybe elaborate on this apartment if there are other prizes. And what's special about this early bird offer before November 17th?
So first of all, the raffle will be held around Purim time. So people always say, oh, I'll buy in February. Why should I buy now? Because there are going to be several early bird raffles along the way. The first one is November 17th, which is a $15,000 prize, cash prize. Someone could win that and also win the apartment. And if they don't, it rolls over to the next one. There's going to be another bonus raffle as well. So the earlier you buy, you're in additional raffles at no extra cost. That's number one. Number two, what's new this year is the apartment is fully furnished. We hired a professional interior designer, and she furnished the place. You could literally win the apartment at 11:30 and move in at 11:31. There's the refrigerator, the stove, the oven, the dining room set, chairs, couch. There's a sukkah. All the mezuzot are there, bedroom furniture, closets. It's ready for the winner to move in immediately. The Dream Raffle.
Wow, that is a dream indeed. Now, where does the money from the raffle go, and how do you make sure that the whole process is fair and transparent?
So this is our 8th year, and we're very, very careful to really have full and complete transparency. The winning ticket is always picked live. We do it in front of an audience. We do it live. We live stream it all over the internet so people could see that there's no great Yiddish word, feulishtik, any problems or anything, that we don't do that. 100% transparent. And what we do is we give the option to someone to either win the apartment, or if for whatever reason they don't want the apartment, $600,000 cash. Not bad for a $200 ticket. And again, this is yours forever. You could pass it to your inheritors. You could live in it, sell it, Airbnb, whatever you want. It is your apartment in the heart of Yerushalayim. No other raffle does this. And on our website, we have a list of all the previous winners. There are other raffles, I don't want to say names, who don't have this transparency. We do. You can see the winners. I interview every one of them. They're real people, whether they were from New Jersey, San Diego, California, or here in Israel. They're all real people winning this raffle, and that has changed their life.
That's incredible, Shmuel. Thank you very much. Scan the QR code on your screen right now. It takes 60 seconds. One entry could win you a home in Israel, and every ticket supports incredible organizations. And ILTV viewers, you get a bonus entry. Just use the code ILTV.
What if I told you that everything you think you know about the U.S. military aid to Israel is actually wrong? That the billions that we get every year isn't gifts, and that the country actually benefiting most from this deal is in Israel. It's America. And now this week, a leaked report is claiming that Israel wants a 20-year aid deal, and it's sent Washington and Jerusalem and all of Israel into chaos. Obviously, Netanyahu suddenly jumps in and tells us that it's all completely not true, and that this whole story is way, way deeper than just a leaked headline. You see, all of the aid is about power, dependency, leverage, and Israel might finally be preparing to walk away from this agreement that has defined our military reality for decades. It's not as it seems. This is the Meir K Show on JNS TV. Let's break it down. So first off, what's actually going on? We all know that Israel receives military aid from the US, but there are many, many, many significant things about this that most people are unaware of. And why are we talking about it now? Well, this week, Axios, which is a news site, reported that Israel is looking to extend our military aid deal with the US to a 20-year agreement. We will get into the details of what exactly this deal involves, but before that, we need to talk about what this current agreement is. It was signed in 2016 by our favorite president, I'm British, I'm allowed to be sarcastic, Obama, for $38 billion over 10 years, meaning about $3.8 billion a year and an additional $500 million a year for our missile defense systems. You know, the Iron Dome, the thing that keeps us from being killed all the time. For the war, there was an emergency supplementary aid package of about $20 billion, but that was not part of the long-term deal that we have. Obviously, it was all approved by the Congress and the US, but it's separate. Now, there's a big misconception that this means Israel is just given gifts of billions of dollars of taxpayer money from America. And this is very, 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 very far from reality. The funds that we receive are actually what they call FMF, and that is for the Foreign Military Financing Program, which is administered by the Pentagon and allocates funds to foreign governments. However, wait for it, these funds need to be used to purchase American-made arms, meaning the money must be poured back into the American economy. Think of it more as a voucher to be spent in America. This benefits the United States in many ways, but mainly, only friendly countries receive this from America, making it very worthwhile for countries to stay on good terms with them. Sound familiar, like Israel? Yes, i.e., it's political leverage. It also protects American jobs and strengthens the economy. And, of course, it lowers competition because people are more likely to spend free money in the country than to build up their own resources, which will cost them a lot more. But even more interestingly and significantly than those reasons, this is the one that I find the most intriguing, and it's the one least thought about. This allows the US to maintain a massive defense production base. Okay, they can produce so many arms because they're exporting them, which means that in a time of crisis, America has all of the resources in place to manufacture the arms they would need on a very large scale, something that has hindered many, many countries. If Israel now suddenly needed to produce everything out of thin air, it wouldn't be able to. America understands this, and simply put, this strategy funds the upkeep of huge arms manufacturing. To add to this, they would also be able to pull away from who they give to, giving them an upper hand in a time of war. America's military strategy is sophisticated and highly intelligent. It is thought out and maximized for the US's benefit, something that most naive Americans just don't understand. The US specializes in aid and operation and giving, however, only when it benefits them directly. Right now, we are seeing this phenomena in the US of America only, a belief system that thinks that any act of America supporting its allies is directly taking from the Americans. And this couldn't be further from the truth. The US positions itself in a way that it gives so that it can demand and receive tenfold back. They create dependency and leverage that they can use when they need to move things in a certain direction. And there is no stronger example of this than Israel. If you look around, the sentiment is that Israel controls America and that the taxpayer money of hardworking Americans goes to funding Israel, that basically we steal from them and give nothing back. Obviously, this is not the true story. The reality is that this agreement is actually much more advantageous to America than it is to Israel. But we will get to that. I want to be very clear. I actually don't think that this is negative on America's behalf. I think this is the correct strategy for them to use, but it's a strategy. It's not stupidity. And that's the big mistake that people make. So why do they believe we just take and take and take? Well, that's the media's doing. How many times have you seen military aid reported? Israel receives billions in funding. And how many times have you seen that it's actually FMF, that it needs to be spent in the US? Well, I've read hundreds of articles on the topic, and I can say that it's only in the last few days that I've started to see it mentioned, especially on more pro-Israel accounts, as maybe they're all suddenly realizing their responsibility to the country and are trying to tell the truth and the full story of what's going on to kind of back out of these lies that we just take from America. I also want to add something. Eagle-eyed people who really understand this topic may have noticed something different and interesting about our FMF deal with America. That Israel's deal with them has one exception that's unique amongst other countries. Not all of the FMF needs to be spent in the US. Why? Well, because of Israel's complicated military situation, it was understood that we couldn't be 1,000% dependent on them. What if our relations deteriorate, or the US doesn't produce enough of what we need at a time of war? We needed a clause to ensure Israel's safety, and that's what we demanded when we negotiated this deal. And so, if that's the case, it's just good for Israel. Why would America agree to it? Well, because it's a clause that America benefits from too. America needs a strong Israel. It's crucial for America's safety and for the entire Middle East that their best friend and their only democratic country in the area that they are allied with in a proper way stays strong and protected. And as we said above, they want us to sign this deal. They need it from us. And so they agreed to this clause. That's how beneficial this deal is to them. By the way, just FYI, this FMF part, the part where we don't have to spend all of the money in America, it's set to phase out with this deal. And just FYI, according to Bibi Netanyahu, at least 80% of it is spent in the US. The other 20 goes to Israeli arm manufacturers and Germany, who now have said they won't send arms that would go to the war in Gaza, so we might phase that out as well. By the way, the investment in Israel that we make with this money helps America as well. We have niche intelligence and aid abilities that the US uses. FYI, we also spend our own money inside of the US with private military companies outside of the FMF deal. We spend a lot and boost America's economy, specifically the military economy, tremendously. This system is a way of ensuring that the military economy is not just boosted, but that Israel also doesn't go elsewhere, or, even worse, become a proper competitor. This is intentional. They don't want us competing, and they don't want us self-sufficient. Right now, Israel exports 2.1 of the world's military equipment, and think about how insane that number is in comparison to how small we are. We also have 3 companies that are on the top 100 world arms producing list: Rafale, Elbit, and IAI. Our exports bring us revenue of billions a year, and interestingly enough, India is actually our #1 buyer. The US and Europe are in a close second. That's what we've been able to do with basically most of our funding going to spending money in America. Imagine if we put our minds to really growing it from our economic perspective. Our knowledge, the fact that our tech and everybody here, almost everyone, has graduated from the IDF, makes us a basically potentially superpower in military equipment development. That's something that the US understands and actually isn't particularly interested in. And that's why the money that we receive, my friends, is money that comes very much with golden handcuffs. Something, thankfully, that more and more Israelis are starting to understand. Because in 2028, our existing MOU expires. And yes, we're going hard today on the shortcuts. What's an MOU? A Memorandum of Understanding, and it's used instead of a contract. This is because in the US, Congress needs to vote on the amount of aid sent every year because of the budget, etc. So whilst an MOU is not legally binding, it's politically binding, which works for both parties. It guarantees the political commitment, but without the rigidity of a legal contract. It allows for amounts to be changed in times of emergency, let's say during a war, but it is seen as a political contract and it is non-negotiable, basically 100%. This, FYI, is the 3rd agreement we have signed. The first one being in 1998, which was worth $21.3 billion, and then in 2008, worth $32 billion. Of course, our financial aid relationship with them started way before that, already in the 1970s, due to the Yom Kippur War. What many people don't realize is that actually for years, a huge amount of this financial aid that we received was not military, it was economic, just to keep the country afloat. In 2009, we drastically cut our economic dependencies on the US. Yes, that coincides directly with Netanyahu becoming prime minister and working on making our country a little less socialist. And the majority of the aid was then funneled into our military. We cut out the economic aid, and the same way, potentially, we could cut out the military aid. On the back of this deal soon expiring, conversations about the aid grow here from day to day, not just because Americans are becoming so against it and using it as a reason to hate us, but because Israelis over the war started to realize that maybe there's a price we pay for this aid, and maybe it's actually not that worthwhile. And so back to the story that Axios broke, claiming that this new MOU being discussed would have two significant changes. The first, it would be a 20-year agreement. That's terrible. The second, some of the money would be designated for joint U.S.-Israeli research and development, rather than direct military aid. That could be in the fields of defense tech, defense-related AI, and the Golden Dome missile defense project. Why are these two things significant? Well, it seems that Israel is suddenly paying very close attention to the changes in the wind of the MAGA movement. Let's do the math. A 10-year agreement would mean potentially 2 terms of J.D. Vance and then some unknown. It would be during that time that a new president is being elected that a new agreement would need to be signed, which would make it a political campaign hot topic. If, and I say if carefully, the direction that we are seeing now, this massively anti-foreign aid sentiment continues, Israel would in theory want a deal locked in that can survive those winds of changes. And 20 years is a pretty long time. And as for the research, again, they're looking at what the US people are saying and they want to make it sound more appealing to them. That no, they're not funding bombs to be dropped on Gaza, but Israel would actually be helping their intelligence and defense. Once again, showing a lacking and embarrassing misunderstanding of the anti-Israel sentiments that are growing. But that's for another episode. So back to this agreement. Why am I even talking about it? Seeing as within a few minutes of it being publicized, Netanyahu immediately claimed that it's fake and that Israel is actually looking to remove its dependency on the US militarily, which is wonderful news, telling Erin Morlan on her rather peculiarly perfectly timed interview, I have a meeting about this in just a few hours. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that interview and the leak were a complete coincidence. If I had to bet, this response was very much intentional by Bibi for a few reasons. First, he wants to show Israelis that he's taking the Israel first sentiment very seriously. The left is an entirely different story, but here, the right, Bibi's voter base, has been calling for lessening our dependency on the US throughout the war. The elections are coming up here in Israel. He knows that a lot of people might be feeling very grateful and appreciative for his wins, but also that maybe it's time for a change. This is the kind of change most of us know that very few politicians can do. Bibi is by far the most qualified of our current options to lead such a delicate matter with the US, and so in many ways this is the beginning of his campaign promises. I know the dependency is wrong, so I will change it in the next few years, because I'm the only one who really can do that without burning the bridges with the US. But to do that, I need to be in power. Also, secondly, it sets the tone. A fake report is something that Bibi has every right to denounce, but he has now set the stage for America to prepare for Israel to back out of our agreement. Remember, every public statement is significantly thought through before. It also proves once again how the media is always lying, a sentiment that Bibi pushes tremendously because it works to his advantage. And number 4, if he is actually behind this 20-year deal, he needs leverage to pull it off. Because, again, he's noticing what's going on in America. To do that, he needs to show that Israel isn't desperate for this, but actually the opposite. If the US wants us dependent on them, they're going to need to fight a little harder and come towards us in this agreement. Now, I appreciate that may have sounded like I was speaking negatively about Bibi, and I don't mean that at all. I think this is a genius strategic move. It sets the ground in many ways for us to be able to start pulling away. And the reason he's talking to his voter base? Well, because I hope he knows that we are actually correct. This dependency has caused us a lot of issues, but we'll get to that in a second. You see, Trump is under a lot of pressure from his MAGA base to move away from funding foreign governments. I personally think the hate of Israel is less than the media thinks. I think the right, even the really anti-Semitic part, has a stronger hatred of Islam and actually, in some ways, appreciates Israel's strength in fighting them. But they do not like foreign intervention. They do not like feeling like they are being controlled or that their money is not being invested back in them. The funny thing is that this may be the first time that me and the Nazi MAGA base of America only agree. Well, that might be a bit of a stretch, but like in theory, they think America shouldn't be giving any aid. And that is actually wrong. I think Israel shouldn't be dependent on aid. And that is entirely right. And what do I mean by that? Well, we've discussed the amounts and the technicalities of the deal, but we haven't spoken about the significance of this. Why does America want us so dependent on them? You see, no money or voucher comes without a price, and the price we pay is their control over us. Remember how just a few months ago, even though it feels like an eternity, the Biden administration, despite having this agreement, dragged their feet and put us in seriously threatened position by not providing us the arms we needed, postponing shipments, which in turn hindered our wartime efforts, and the things that they demanded of us, the crazy aid to Gaza, amongst others, during the war. We spent so much time trying to smooth things over diplomatically with them, time that should have been spent with us focusing on the fight. This was the first alarm bell that people in Israel started to notice. 1 second, why do we have to listen to Biden on what's right for us as a country? And why are we so unbelievably dependent on them to be able to fight? Up until this point, most Israelis had felt gratitude that America was willing to come in and save us. But suddenly they realized that these gifts came with strings attached. And now, with Trump, at his behest, we stopped the fighting with Iran before the taking out of Khamenei, of the Republic truly being destroyed, leading us now to an inevitable Iran 2.0. Not to create fear, but that definitely has to come sometime soon. And now with the ceasefire and the potential peace deals. Israel cannot do what Israel wants alone. We must do what the US wants from us. Sovereignty over Judea and Samaria, not on their watch. The irony of Americans thinking we control them when the reality on the ground is actually the complete opposite. We are stuck at their beck and call. Right now, even with the most supportive administration of all time, it's proving that sometimes it has bad side effects for Israel. And what would happen with an anti-Israel administration? I don't actually blame Trump. I think he is right. He does what is right for America because he is their president. But that is not the same as what is right for us. And that's not to say that we lack gratitude for what we have done together. Our gratitude is immense, but it's also short-sighted. This relationship is one of the most amazing relationships of all time between two countries. Israel and America are allies like almost no other. And the things that we can do together are wonderful. But sometimes the cost of that is just a little bit too much, and the relationship is very uneven. Keep in mind, we're a tiny country, and we very much need the support and the relationship with America. That's something that nobody should negate under any circumstances. But do we need this continued dependency? Do we need to be that little kid begging for help from its master? Or rather, should this relationship equal itself out a little bit? Let's take the 200 terrorists hiding in the tunnel that Israel wants to eliminate, because they're Hamas terrorists. The reason we haven't, in part, is due to American pressure to keep the ceasefire going. They can only make that demand of us because they know we can't afford to piss them off. If October 7th taught us something, is that we have to be at least a lot more self-sufficient than we are now. The countries of the world hate us and will happily condemn our every move. God is on our side and Trump came into power, but what if Kamala had come in place? The hostages coming home would have been a dream long forgotten, not to mention the Iran nuclear threat, the Houthis, and everything else we've had to deal with. Our friendship with them is so important, but our dependency on them is nothing short of very, very, very dangerous and wrong. And it must stop. Not just because of the dangers, but because there's also potential benefits to this relationship shifting. Israel is fully capable of becoming a military production superpower, a serious competitor in the world, and yes, also to the US. Our economy would thrive. Think of the economic growth, the upper hand we would have on countries that need us for their military. In the same way that the US has managed to apply pressure to Israel, do you not think we could do the same to people who have become a threat to us? No more licking our wounds when they recognize Palestine. Countries that work with us just wouldn't dare. We would become a mini US in our own right, financially strong, with leverage, but most importantly, able to protect ourselves completely without international diplomatic considerations. Now, I just want to say, Whilst this sounds utopian and amazing, navigating this is going to be incredibly complex. The time it would take us to build what we need is years away, and there is no commitment that the US will then help us defend ourselves in the meantime. If there is someone who can do it, it's Netanyahu. But there's a reason it wasn't done before. It's risky, really risky. I mean, here's an example of a risk that most people probably haven't even thought of. Have you heard of QME? I told you we're going hard on the abbreviations. Qualitative Military Edge. Well, in 2008, a law was passed that requires the US government to maintain Israel's ability to defeat any credible conventional military threat from any individual state or possible coalition of states or from non-state actors. In easier, simpler words, basically, the US must ensure that any weapons it provides to other countries in the Middle East do not compromise Israel's QME. We, Israel, must be able to have the upper hand militarily. We, therefore, are the first to receive their most sophisticated equipment, and in some cases, if they sell countries near us equipment, they will supplement us so that we have the military edge, the ability to defend ourselves against whatever was given to them. Would that change? Would countries that don't like us suddenly gain an upper hand on us? We know the US has military deals with many, many Arab countries in the Middle East. I mean, Saudi Arabia exceeds Israel by miles. That's potentially a massive threat and very scary. Egypt gets a lot of aid, etc., etc., etc. And additionally, I mean, how would it look to the world if we backed away from our allies? What message would this send? Would it make us seem weak or easily attackable? This is just a small bit of the potential fallout. But also, we need to be able to stand on our own 2 feet. The price of not being independent means that we will not always be able to defend ourselves if it's not aligned with what the United States want. To be subject to countries deciding they don't like our reasons and pulling back their support is something that we can't afford anymore. And by the way, countries are watching, some actually positively. Greece is looking to buy billions of defense weapons from us as things with Turkey heat up, and as the US plans to build their Golden Dome, future of collaboration and not dependency might really be on the cards. Because I want to be very clear, that's what I'm advocating for. Not a cut from America in any sort of way, but rather a shift from this very unhealthy dynamic of dependency in which they just supplement things to us and into an even relationship. Yes, I know it's never going to be completely even because we are very small and they are an enormous superpower, but the things that we have and the skill sets that we are able to provide to America are of massive value. And with time, many countries often do this change. They move away from dependency and into relationship. It's not clear-cut and it's not simple. Anyone who pretends otherwise is naive. But the process of this has to begin now. It cannot become another 20 years of this drawn-out deal in which we continue to stay dependent on them. These negotiations are imperative. This could be the opportunity to move us towards a path of independence. Maybe we'll get to use the MAGA hate to our advantage. I'm not talking about 100% freeness from the US. After all, the relationship benefits both sides tremendously, and we don't want them as enemies. I have endless gratitude for what they have done for us and believe that this relationship is truly mutually beneficial. All I'm saying is that it's time to move this relationship from a codependency to a healthy friendship. And thank God, Israel is starting to wake up to that. This is just a small part of the massive and dramatic shifts that this country has seen in the wake of October 7th. We've come to understand that everything, really, that we had in place just actually doesn't work. And whilst, yes, we have the left here in Israel fighting for this thing, unbelievably celebrating our Trump relationship whilst booing Netanyahu and not seeing him as any part of it at all, the right has been a little bit more discerning, a little bit more aware. They have noticed the Gaza aid that we've been forced to send and how that's kept this war going way longer than it needs to. And they've noticed many other things. This is just a small example of the changes that we're starting to see here in Israel. The shifts that really, really were a long time coming. We made so many strategic mistakes. And now, with the next cycle of elections, with us moving into a reality that is post-hostages and hopefully post the war, not that the war is exactly over yet, as we start to see how Gaza is rebuilt and what the future of Israel looks like, these kind of status quo things that we've all just come to accept, need to shift and change. The irony of this whole thing is that if you were to just read the regular media, you would think that the deals that we have are only beneficial to Israel. We just take from America. It's so unbelievable how much they managed to manipulate us into not actually seeing the truth. That this is not just a deal that's mutually beneficial to us, but it is actually much, much better for America. These are the kind of things that are not discussed with the uneducated in the media and definitely not on social media. And it is upon us to look at every topic that we've gotten used to and to start to dive a little bit deeper, to understand the behind the scenes, the context, what's really going on. Because if we don't do that, we make bad decisions. From the outside, it might seem like a 20-year military agreement sets us up for life. But what it actually does is it enables a continued dependency and a reality in which Israel can't build the economic infrastructure that it deserves to have, or the security defense system that should be only ours so that we can always be protected in the future. This is the kind of education that we try and bring you on these episodes every single week. And I ask of you, all that you do as return is that you don't take headlines for granted. Do a little bit more of the work. Do that deep dive, because it only benefits all of us. It allows you to vote better, to make better decisions, and actually to see the truth as it is. I'm Meira, and I will see you next time.
In a busy weekend at the White House, President Donald Trump met with two very different groups. New York's mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani, who used his first meeting with the president to repeat his accusation that Israel is committing genocide, and a separate group of freed Israeli hostages, whom Trump called heroes. Our correspondent India Naftali is here to break down the contrasting moments inside the White House. India?
That's right, Sivan. Over the weekend, the Oval Office saw two very different meetings, each with a completely different message about Israel. On Thursday, President Trump met with freed Israeli hostages and their families, thanking them for their courage and calling them heroes. The day after, New York Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani met with President Trump. Mamdani used the moment to repeat his claim that Israel is committing genocide. The massive contrast between these two meetings, I would say, was striking.
Inside the Oval Office on Friday, Mayor-elect Zohran Mamdani used his first meeting with President Trump to repeat a claim Israel strongly rejects, saying the Israeli government is committing genocide.
I've spoken about the Israeli government committing genocide, and I've spoken about our government funding it.
Do you agree that President Trump did do a peace and work hard to make the peace? Because he worked hard to do the peace in the Middle East and everywhere. Do you agree with that?
I appreciate all efforts towards peace, and I shared with President Trump that when I spoke to Trump voters on Hillside Avenue, including one of whom was a pharmacist that spoke about how President Trump's father actually went to that pharmacy not too far from Jamaica Estates, that people were tired of seeing our tax dollars fund endless wars. And I also believe that we have to follow through on the international human rights, and I know that still today those are being violated.
However, the day prior, a very different scene took place in the same building. President Trump met with a delegation of freed Israeli hostages who survived Hamas captivity for up to 2 years. Trump told them this.
You're not a hostage anymore today, you're heroes. We love you all, and our country loves you all, and the world is watching, and really, you're amazing people.
The hostages received a presidential coin from Trump himself, and the hostages thanked Trump for helping secure the ceasefire deal that freed them. The group included 17 of the 20 living hostages released in October. Among those highlighted was Matan Angrest, a freed IDF soldier who was held in isolation for much of his captivity. Trump said Matan was subjected to severe beatings, even losing consciousness. He went through hell, but he never broke. This is a living testimony to the toughness and heart of the Jewish people. The freed hostages used their meeting to send a clear message. The pressure must continue until the remaining 3 bodies of Dror Or, Master Sergeant Rangavili, and Sutisak Reintalak are returned from Gaza. The visit marked the 3rd time this year Trump has hosted freed hostages from ceasefire deals he helped.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live from Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines of the region. I'm Devo Klein, and here is your roundup of all of the latest developments coming out of Israel. The body of slain hostage Dror Or has now been identified by the IDF. Hamas delivered the body of the 48-year-old hostage late last night, And this morning, the IDF confirmed his identification at the Abu Kabir Forensic Institute. This leaves behind one Israeli and one foreign national alone, still in the hands of Hamas. Slain hostage Ran Gvili and Thai national Sutsisa Grintalak. Dror Or was murdered on October 7th, and his body was taken from Kibbutz Be'eri, one of the hardest hit communities, on that dark morning. Dror's wife Yonat was murdered in their home, while he and his two children, 13-year-old Alma and 17-year-old Noam, were taken alive. Noam and Alma were released in the November 2023 hostage deal, returning home as orphans after the IDF confirmed their father's death in May of 2024. Dror was a chef and cheesemaker at the Be'eri Dairy. He loved traveling, basketball, and yoga. He was kind, calm, and a deeply grounded man, as his family says. But that was 2 years ago. Today, his family awaits his burial, as Dror can finally be laid to rest in Israel. But on the ground in Gaza, clashes continue, as this morning the IDF eliminated 6 terrorists in southern Gaza. The terrorists were identified emerging from a tunnel in eastern Rafah in the IDF-controlled area beyond the yellow line. Troops on the ground ordered airstrikes as the gunmen attempted to flee. This is not the first such incident, as dozens of Hamas terrorists are still stuck in underground Rafah tunnel networks with nowhere to go and no more supplies. Their time is definitely running out. But as long as Hamas poses a threat to troops, the IDF will make sure to terminate them. And speaking of the IDF, they are now deploying a brand new AI system titled Morpheus that is set to track soldiers' social media activity and posts. According to reports, the system uses artificial intelligence to analyze in real time what active duty soldiers upload to their public social pages. If the system detects any signs of a security breach, it will trigger an immediate alert to the IDF's information security officers. Those officers will then contact the soldier and instruct them to remove the post or send them an automatic warning message to the soldier's mobile phone, one of the features of the system. The IDF has acknowledged its intrusive nature, but is doubling down on the cause for the system to be in place, which is the sheer danger of intelligence leaks done through social media. This development comes after it was revealed that Hamas al-Qassam terrorists who infiltrated into Israel on October 7th had immense tank knowledge, like kill switch locations and operational knowledge obtained through social media posts that were posted by the tank soldiers themselves. The plan for Hamas was to capture as many tanks as possible and use them in combat against the IDF. Now, while Hamas were largely unsuccessful in seizing any tanks, they sure knew how to navigate them. Analysts say that this tank knowledge played a pivotal role in Hamas's surprise attack on that morning. And while we're on the topic of AI, you have to hear this incredible development. Researchers in Israel are now using artificial intelligence to unlock secrets from the world's largest collection of medieval Jewish documents. The Cairo Geniza, the biggest collection of such documents in the world, has been the object of countless hours of study by scholars for more than a century now, but only a fraction of its over 400,000 documents have been thoroughly researched. Why? These documents come in various forms. They are either fragments of larger documents or have been distorted over time, making their research difficult and time-consuming for scholars. But now, with the incredible advancements of AI, researchers can now access the whole collection much faster than traditional methods allow. AI is transcribing these texts and cross-referencing names or words across a vast database, allowing for this project to make significant gains. That's a very cool development that connects us to our Jewish heritage. And that is a wrap for this edition of ILTV on the Hour. Don't forget to scan the QR code on your screen for all the latest developments coming out of Israel. I'm Devo Klein, and thanks for being with us today.
President Trump just greenlit the sale of America's most advanced warplane to Saudi Arabia, the F-35. Israel's once guaranteed aerial dominance now appears to be on the line. At the same time, Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman says he's ready to join the Abraham Accords. if there's a path to Palestinian statehood. That came only hours after the UN Security Council unanimously backed Trump's 20-point Gaza plan. Are Israel's war goals being achieved or slowly dismantled behind closed doors? Stay tuned for today's Israel Undiplomatic. Shalom and welcome to another episode of Israel Undiplomatic. I'm Mark Regev speaking to you from Jerusalem, and this week Ruthie Bloom is speaking to us from North America. She's in New York City. And Ruthie, did you get a chance to watch last night the press conference between President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince?
Yes, I did. What do you think about this? Listen, you know that I have mixed feelings about Saudi Arabia and about Saudi Arabia joining the Abraham Accords. I mean, it's all well and good that there are deals and mutual interest between Saudi Arabia and the United States. But, you know, I'm concerned because though the Saudis are in this alliance against Iran, it's not clear that we can trust that that Riyadh won't turn on us later. And one indication is its ridiculous insistence always mentioning Palestinian statehood.
So Ruthie, I think you overstate the concerns and you understate the benefits of getting a deal with Saudi Arabia. And this is something President Trump wants. This is something that Benjamin Netanyahu wants. This is something that I think is good for Israel. I think it's good for the United States if it's possible to do. Now, of course, you raise the legitimate issue of when they say they're a Palestinian state, this is something that Israel's not going to agree to, not anytime soon at least. And so how are we going to have this breakthrough with Saudi Arabia? And I think the answer is, do the Saudis just want to tick the box? In other words, to say there's some words there, or do they actually expect it to happen? And many people, serious people, think that it's more ticking the box. They have to sort of tell their people in the other Arab and Muslim countries that they got something for the Palestinians, but it doesn't have to be something substantial. And here I'd remind you of the 60 Minutes interview that President Trump gave, 2 weeks ago now? And when he was asked specifically, will the Saudis won't agree to peace without Palestinian statehood, he sort of gave a flippant answer saying that's just not serious.
Right. But you see, this is my problem. Whenever we say, well, these Arab leaders, they just have to tick the box, as you put it, or I would say they're talking to their people and they have to pay lip service to it. That's exactly what worries me. It's not that I don't agree with it. I know the Saudis don't care at all about the Palestinians. We know that because they never help them or do anything. We also know that the Saudis hate the Muslim Brotherhood, and that's who Hamas is, and we know that. But if the Arab leaders feel that they have to satisfy the Arab street, so-called, by paying lip service to that, well, what does that tell you about the Arab street? I mean, we've seen what happened with Egypt after all these years, where the government of Egypt, all those decades ago, made a peace deal with Israel, but the street in Egypt remained highly anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, the media, the schools, everything. That's what concerns me. Also, we know that this President Trump's 20-point plan anyway includes a clause about a path to Palestinian statehood. And we agreed to that all along because any conditions put on the Palestinians in order to be granted statehood, we know that they won't live up to that. They can't because it's not part of their ideology. They're not going to reform and they're not going to, so we know that that's not happening. And we know that Israel, most Israelis have reached the conclusion after October 7th that there's no way that's happening. Maybe in 1,000 years when you and I are long dead. Okay, we know that. But as I said, we have to be careful about getting all excited about, peace with our Arab neighbors when what it is, as you said, you always say this, mutual interest, that's well and good. But I wouldn't call it necessarily peace if the way to appease the street is by winking and saying Israel's behaving badly in Gaza.
The only real street that the leadership in Saudi Arabia has to worry about is the Saudi people. And here, because the Americans are putting all these sweeteners on the table, whether it's a defense pact, whether it's the F-35s, whether it's the 300 tanks, whether it's the upgrading of the military relationship, all these things together, whether it's the nuclear reactor or cooperation in nuclear, it's not clear to me what that is at this stage. But they can sell this deal to their people that they'll say this makes Saudi Arabia stronger and safer and we can protect ourselves better. And we've also enhanced our security relationship with the United States. So that'll be their argument to their people, that this is a good deal for Saudi Arabia. On the other issue that you raised, that it won't be a real peace, look, let's be frank here. Peace is often based on political self-interest. And I want to stress why it's in Israel's interest to move forward on this, because I think we've said it a few months ago on this podcast. Making a deal with Saudi Arabia is not just making a deal with another Arab state. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the Arab world. Saudi Arabia has a special position in the larger Muslim Arab world. It is the custodian of the two Muslim holy sites of Mecca and Medina. And if the Saudis move on Israel, if they normalize their ties, it'll not stop there. You'll have other Arab and Muslim countries following suit, important countries like Indonesia, other countries too. And if that happens, that's a game breaker. And I would argue, Ruthie, if one talks about defeating Hamas, so we're defeating Hamas militarily in Gaza, fighting this war, we've destroyed them, we've decapitated their leadership, we've destroyed their military machine. But the ultimate political defeat for Hamas, in my opinion, the ultimate political defeat for them is to have a country like Saudi Arabia recognize Israel, make peace with Israel, normalize ties with Israel. Because when a country of the Islamic credentials like Saudi Arabia makes peace with Israel, that is Hamas's worst nightmare.
Oh, no, there I agree with you totally. But by the way, when you say things like he has to sell it to his people, again, let's not kid ourselves about what kind of kingdom this is, all right? Sell it to the people? That sounds like you're talking about a democracy. You know, he's running for election. No, he's the crown prince. MBS is a crown prince. It's true, he says, he's modernizing Saudi Arabia. So, 5 minutes ago, he allowed women to learn how to drive, okay? And maybe in 10 years, he'll allow women to be able to leave their homes without a male escort. What I'm trying to say is make no mistake about who the Saudis are. We spend a lot of time saying that Hamas are barbarians, and they certainly are. And so is Fatah, even though you disagree with me on that a bit. But what I'm trying to say is are you under some illusion about what kind of regime you have there, where if somebody is caught stealing, his hands are chopped off? This is not the kind of thing, as I said, interests are well and good, but you always have to keep your eye on the ball. With regimes that behave like that, they are barbaric, even though MBS is very classy and he knows how to talk to the West. But that's not a Western country, and by the way, not that I have such love these days for Western countries. I just would also like to point out something very ironic about the UN Security Council vote in support of the U.S.-led resolution on the 20-point plan that the UN passed overwhelmingly. What's ironic about it is that in the plan, it says that there's going to be a pathway to a Palestinian statehood. Now, remember all those countries at the UN that announced that they were recognizing a Palestinian state already. We're talking about Western countries, I mean. And so if they signed on to this, what they're saying is they're acknowledging that there's no Palestinian state. There's a pathway to a future one. So all they're doing is sort of undercutting their own recent declarations about how they're calling it Palestine. And you're talking about all these countries at the UN. And so that to me is kind of ironic. And also the good sign is that Hamas is against the resolution and against the plan.
So it's like if Hamas is against it, it's probably a good thing, and I
Yeah.
think there's a certain amount of truth in that. I'd like
Yeah.
to raise the issue that these same governments who recognize Palestine now vote for a resolution that says in the future there might be, if they meet certain conditions, a Palestinian state. I think that's typical UN and diplomatic hypocrisy, and we don't have to worry about that. That's what is it? That's path of the course. That's normal behavior. Yes. I'd like to raise though there are some very serious issues that there's been discussion on in Israel about. People very worried about the Saudis getting top-rate U.S. military equipment, especially the F-35s. Makes a lot of people unhappy in Israel. They're worried about that. They were unhappy when it looked like the Emirates were going to get it. In the end, the Emirates didn't get it for different reasons, but the idea that Saudis would get that sort of top-tier U.S. equipment, and there was concern about the nuclear cooperation and so forth. But I want to say my opinion on this issue, right? I think it'll be incumbent on the United States, if they do go forward and if they do sell all this American equipment to Saudi Arabia. There's an act of Congress that goes back years now, which is QME. There's a guarantee by the United States to give Israel, maintain Israel's qualitative military edge. In other words, because we are outnumbered in our region and we're smaller than most of our neighboring states, and that we're, and we're outgunned often, we have to have quality against quantity. And that was an American commitment to maintain our quality. And F-35s gives Israel a huge qualitative advantage in the skies. Now, if the Saudis are supposed to get this equipment too, as part of a normalization agreement with Israel, as part of peace, I would hope, and I believe the Israeli government should be pushing for this very strongly, that there is adequate technological compensation for Israel in order to enhance and maintain our QME, our qualitative military edge. And I think the Americans should consider maybe giving us, no, I'm not from the Air Force, but an Israeli wish list could include things like the B-2 bomber, which was so successful in attacking those bombers in Iran. I mean, if Trump wants to sell equipment and he wants to maintain our QME, he can do so.
No, absolutely. But here, don't forget that Trump this is nearing, it's not the end of his administration. Of course, he's got another 2.5 years to go. We don't know which administration is going to be in power in Washington in 2.5 years. Is it going to be a Republican administration? Is it going to be a Republican administration from the isolationist camp? Is it going to be from the more Israel-supportive Trump camp? Is there going to be a Democrat president? All of these things in global politics, 2.5 years is nothing. And so we don't know what's going to happen with all these promises from Trump toward Israel. That's one thing. The other thing is, Israel's need for qualitative military edge already presupposes war. It means that Israel knows it has to, in this region, it has to always have its powder dry because it's surrounded by enemies. Now, if peace is busting out all over, and if Saudi Arabia joins the Abraham Accords and other countries follow, theoretically, why do you need to have all these stealth bombers and all this stuff? Because what that means is that everybody acknowledges, tacitly and openly, that the Middle East doesn't have peace. It has quiet between wars. And, so my feeling is, okay, that's all well and good. But if we need a qualitative military edge and we need to guarantee it, it's because we know that there's not going to be peace, not for a long time, not forever. It's not like even after World War II, where you have Germany has peace with its neighbors and with America. In the Middle East, obviously nobody actually believes it.
Ruthie, I have a different perspective, as you know, because I think the two go hand in hand. I believe in peace through strength, which I think is something that American presidents have said over the years. But you have peace by showing you have the ability to defend yourself. There's no contradiction between saying that Israel wants peace with its neighbors and we have to maintain our qualitative military edge. They go hand in hand. your ability that you are strong actually deters war and keeps the peace. I think it's a crucial element. And so, once again, I don't see any contradiction on your larger point about we live in a region where the politics is a bit, there's not a democracy around Israel, and we live in all sorts of regimes, some of them totalitarian, some of them feudal and so forth in our neighborhood, some of them just old-fashioned military autocracies, yes, military dictatorships. But Ruthie, first of all, you yourself said a moment ago that we don't know what's going to happen in America when Trump finishes his term 3.5 years from now. Well, that's a good point, okay? We don't know what's going to happen in America. We don't know what's going to happen with our neighbors either. But if you have the assumption or a philosophy that we can't make deals and make peace agreements with our neighbors because they're not democratic, well, we're not going to make peace with any neighbors because we don't have a single neighbor who's democratic. Let's be frank. That's the reality. And if you say, okay, before you said, women in Saudi Arabia have limited rights. They might be able to drive, but they can't leave their houses without a guardian and so forth and so on. I don't know what the details are. I don't keep a close eye on this. But if Israel waits for our neighbors to become Western-style democracies, well, we're waiting a long time for peace. We've got part of realpolitik is knowing what is possible and making the best with the hand you've been played. Now, our neighbors are our neighbors. Do we want to live with them in war or do we want to live with them in peace? And if it's possible to live in peace with them, that's obviously better. I also want to say something. I went to one of these Track 2 dialogues a few months ago between Israelis and members of, Arab countries. And there was a Saudi there who said very interestingly something like this. He said, all the West, he wasn't talking about Israel, but he was saying the West presses Saudi Arabia to reform, presses Saudi Arabia to make democratic reforms. Well, Saudi Arabia is reforming. Saudi Arabia is moving forward, according to his opinion. And there have been changes in many ways. Under the Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia has been opening it up and becoming more liberal internally, but it's still very much an authoritarian regime. And this Saudi was saying, if you open up the political regime, if you change the political system, maybe you're not going to have the stability that allows you to make this sort of steady reform process, economic reform, social reform, religious reforms. In other words, maybe we should accept our neighbors for what they are and work with them as best we can.
No, absolutely. I'm not saying you shouldn't work with them. I'm saying don't fantasize about some great peace. Now, I have to say, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, at least after they signed the Abraham Accords, we saw real change. We saw their efforts to encourage Israeli tourism. They even opened up kosher restaurants, things like that. Okay, that is already, the proof was in the pudding, and they really acted on it until October 7th. As soon as we were under massive assault from, let's face it, their own enemies as well. Like you say, the Abraham Accords countries are anti-Hamas. But nevertheless, they right away jumped on the bandwagon of saying we were committing atrocities. And so that was worrisome. Now, Saudi Arabia is a different story because Saudi Arabia is nowhere near as quote unquote modern as the United Arab Emirates, for example. And MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, yes, he's very Western educated. He knows the West, et cetera, et cetera. But don't be fooled by him. He's no Westerner. And I'm not saying that you have to, that you can't make deals with your neighbors. Of course you can. What I'm saying is they're not to be trusted, as we saw after October 7th. And we already had qualitative military edge. Look what happened. It took 2 years. It's still going on. It took 2 years for us to be playing whack-a-mole with enemies from all over the place. And they were the Iranian axis. But did the other axis, the anti-Iran axis, help Israel? Not really. It was sitting and waiting to see who emerges victorious. What I'm saying is that don't be under illusions about those countries. The other tricky part about this is that, Iran, when the Shah of Iran was in power, he began reforming Iran. Now, he was hated for his opulent lifestyle and all this, but he actually liked the West. He liked Western movies. He was reforming. And that opened the door, ironically, sadly, his reforms opened the door for the Ayatollah Khomeini, for the radical Islamists to take over. Okay, so that's another thing that can be happening in a country like Saudi Arabia, is that reforms backfire in that way as well. I'm just saying that that I would be concerned about Israel's not maintaining its qualitative military edge, because even when we had it, you say peace through strength. Look what happened on October 7th and afterwards. I'm not talking about just that day when Hamas invaded Israel. Hamas is a crappy little terrorist organization. I'm talking about the wider region and the Muslim Brotherhood, which is a massive operation globally. So all I'm saying is that I was extremely disappointed in the behavior of our Abraham Accords partners after October 7th. They should have stood by Israel without question, since they knew that this was Iran's axis. They are enemies of Iran. And yet, when it comes down to it, when it's the Jews, they're not so anxious to jump in and defend Israel as the state of the Jews or the Jews worldwide. And I said, that's all I said, is we cannot be under any illusions.
I'm not under any illusions, Ruthie, but I also look at the half glass that is full. Because you can say correctly that the Abraham Accords countries criticized Israel's handling of the war. I think the Saudis and some others, even accused Israel of genocide, like some of our European used-to-be friends would say the same things, yes? But let me remind you of the following. When French and British and Austrian and German airlines weren't flying to Israel, there were daily flights every day from the UAE to Israel and back, right? They didn't close down their air traffic. There were one or two odd days because of particularly bad fighting with Iran or something during the 12-day war and so forth. But for the whole, the UAE and the other Abraham Accords countries were much stronger on the relationship than some of our traditional friends, in inverted commas. And that needs to be said. And if you say specifically about the Saudis, now, I don't know any military secrets. I've been out of government for too long to know any military secrets, yes? But I know what was reported in the international press. And it was reported in very authoritative sources that during the war with Iran, during the recent rounds of fighting with Iran, and especially during the 12-day war, that the Saudis were giving assistance indirectly, directly to the anti-Iranian coalition. So if they speak out and vote against me at the UN, but they're helping me win the war against Iran. And then, of course, there were the Israeli operations against the Houthis in Yemen. That's right on Saudi territory. There were reports of Israeli Air Force planes flying. I don't know if it's true or not, but the report said they were flying over Saudi airspace, that the Saudis were hoping to facilitate Israeli operations. So I think even in a situation of non-normalization, you can, from reading the international press, you can presume that Israel and Saudi Arabia are having tangible, mutually beneficial cooperation. And that's all I'm saying. By having normalization, we can probably expand that. Does that mean the Saudis are always going to vote with us at the UN? No, they won't. Most of the world doesn't. Will they be better and better positioned to help Israel be stronger and safer in the region? Will it help strengthen the anti-Iranian axis? Will it help strengthen those forces who are against the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas? Yes, yes, and yes. And so I think this is a road worth traveling on. I don't think, my eyes are wide open. I understand the limitations. I understand the sort of regime in Saudi Arabia. I understand that they need to be part of the Arab and Muslim world. I understand all that. But knowing all that, I still think we're doing much together, apparently, under the table today. We can do much more on top of the table once we have normalization. I think it can work to Israel's advantage. I think it can work to the advantage of Saudi Arabia. There was one issue that bothered me, and that was the talk when Biden was still president, that the Saudis wanted nuclear enrichment as part of getting a nuclear energy program from the Biden administration as part of peace with Israel. And there are Arab countries with nuclear reactors, but no Arab country has the ability to make enrichment. And the Saudi argument was that they needed this because the Iranians also had enrichment. Okay? Now it's very interesting. I'm reading between the lines here, and maybe I'm guessing, and I don't want to guess, Ruthie, but I don't have a choice here. No one talked about enrichment now in this recent visit at the White House, not publicly at least. Nothing was leaked to the press about enrichment. The Saudis weren't talking about enrichment. Is it possible, because in the 12-day war that Israel and the United States destroyed the Iranian nuclear program, that the Saudis are less under pressure to have their own enrichment capabilities? Maybe that's another indirect or direct outcome of the war against Iran.
Well, I certainly would agree they probably feel it's less urgent, but they are talking about nuclear power, not enrichment. Okay, but that's the first step. Okay, so again, you have to be careful. And yes, the Saudis and Israel have been working behind the scenes, cooperating behind the scenes for quite some time now. That's true. But my point is this, we always used to say how we would know that the Palestinian Authority had reformed, or, I hate calling them Palestinians because that's not what they are. They're Arabs who live in Judea and Samaria and Gaza. Okay. But what we used to always say for decades, we said the minute, and that started from the days of Arafat, the minute that they say anything in Washington, the minute we want to hear them say it in Arabic to their own people in their own language, not just to satisfy Washington or somebody else. And even though in today's day and age, you can translate any language into any language very easily at the press of a button, still, there is a difference between what MBS says in Washington and what he says in Arabic. And when we can trust that there's change in the air, genuine change, is when you hear leaders in the Arab world addressing their own people in Arabic about these issues and about reforms. That's when you can say, wow, there are winds of change blowing.
So I agree, and there are already the beginning of those winds of change, positive winds of change we've seen. And I think even you would agree with me, in the UAE, the way they speak about Jews, the way they're fighting extremism in their mosques and in their universities, very positive changes. Also in Bahrain, also in Morocco, countries where they have serious discussions about Jews and the Holocaust and the creation of Israel, and this sort of anti-Semitic myths that used to be out there, part of the public discourse, they've been discredited. I'm not saying they're totally gone. Of course, they're there in parts of the society. But as a government, as an official society, they are on a different level. And I think that should be the example of Saudi Arabia. And I think it'll be very important for Israel to see if we move forward with Saudi Arabia, and I hope we do, and I think there's a good chance we will. We have to look, as you say, internally, how are they talking to their own people internally about Jews, about Israel. I mean, ultimately, Ruthie, I mean, I'm not an expert on the Muslim holy book, on the Quran, yes? But the Quran talks about Muhammad fighting with Jewish tribes in the Arabian Peninsula, okay? Now, you can say, okay, if you want to be anti-Semitic, you say that's a sign that Muhammad had to fight the Jews because they were terrible people, yes? But it can also be a sign that actually the Jews date back centuries in the Middle East, that we're an authentic part of the region. The whole idea that we're some sort of foreign colonizers who came here and took, we had no right to be here, we had no roots here. It's rubbish, right? And it says so in their own holy book. If we get more serious discussions about that sort of thing, and I agree with you, I'm for a deal with Saudi Arabia, under any conditions. I think not under any conditions. I would say that I want that deal with Saudi Arabia. I think Israel can take calculated risks to get that deal. But after that deal is signed, I'll be very interested to see if Saudi Arabia follows the example of the UAE and we see this sort of education for peace and coexistence and for understanding, or if it's more like Egypt, unfortunately, our oldest peace partner, where you get a lot of, unfortunately, a lot of anti-Semitic, anti-Israel stuff in their education system. And then you ask a question, why is my people so hostile to peace? Because they're being taught to be hostile to peace.
Well, obviously, but Egypt, it's not just that that Egyptians are very anti-Semitic, and we see that again in their cartoons, in their, in their whole culture. We see that. It's not just that. We also discovered that Egypt was complicit in Hamas's arming and rearming. And even to this day, there are drones going over from Egypt with weapons into Gaza. Now, how is that ironic? Because Egypt so hates the Muslim Brotherhood that it doesn't want a single Gazan inside its borders and blocks it off and didn't help any of the so-called, Egypt was accusing Israel of committing genocide and unjustly attacking women and children in Gaza. Did Egypt take them in? No. Did Egypt let them come into even the massive Sinai desert? No. All right. But it isn't stopping them from sending weapons into Gaza while mediating, hostage releases. And the same thing with Qatar. Qatar was a mediator and complicit in the whole business, in the whole massacre, so, they were negotiating for hostage releases and they were supporting Hamas. So this is what I mean about, you have to be careful about who you call your partners for something even resembling peace. And yes, there are interests. And yes, Saudi Arabia, as I said, the trouble with listen, recently Saudi Arabia has this annual comedy festival in the square where they used to chop people's head off. I mean, maybe they still do that, and I'm not sure, but it was nicknamed Chop Chop Square, and in Riyadh, where they have invited and paid lots of money to American comedians to go over and perform in a comedy club. And many of these comedians, took the money and went over there. Now, why was that problematic? The comedians, who it was all very well and good, the Saudis were happy to hear these comedians make fun of America, make fun of Trump, make fun of gays and women's rights and all that, because they're funny. These are comedians who hate woke. But guess what? They had to sign before before being allowed into Saudi Arabia, that the one thing they would not make jokes about is the Saudi regime. So, it's like that old joke about the Soviet and the American. The American said, I live in such a free country, I can stand on the White House lawn and say, screw the president of the United States. And the Soviets said, wow, what a coincidence. I can stand on the Kremlin lawn and scream, screw the president of the United States as well. So that's all I'm saying here. Be wary about all these reforms. And MBS, as I said, very elegant guy. And, Trump said, he's so handsome or whatever he says to him. And he knows his stuff, MBS. That's no question about it. But make no mistake, whatever reforms he's implementing are at such a snail's pace, as far as we're concerned, that, you're not even allowed to make a joke about the regime.
We're running out of time, but I would remind you that you said yourself that reform in these sort of countries has to be handled very carefully, because you mentioned the example of Iran and the Shah, that maybe reforms, if they'd been done more cautiously in Iran, we would never have had the Ayatollah regime. So just to think about that. I also want to say I disagree with you. I don't want to whitewash the Egyptians, but I make a distinction between Qatar and the Turks, who have an ideological affinity with Hamas and the Muslim Brotherhood and that sort of crowd, and between the Egyptians, who were complicit in allowing Hamas to rearm, but I don't think they were actually doing it themselves. In other words, all turning a blind eye or taking corruption or so forth and so forth. But there's a difference there, because, as you said correctly, they don't like the Muslim Brotherhood, they don't like Hamas in Egypt. Is Egypt a friend of Israel? Well, we have a formal peace treaty, but the relationship could be a lot warmer, and it's not because the Egyptians have chosen it to be that way, and that's an issue, and that's a problem. But because we're running to the end of our time, we'll have to say goodbye until next week, Ruthie. Because you're our person now in North America, maybe next week you can tell us what else is happening at the White House, but until then, look after yourself.
Okay, you too, Mark. Looking forward to seeing you next week.
Welcome to Viewpoint on ILTV, where we bring you the leading voices in the Middle East and beyond. In this special, we're taking you inside the Israel-Gaza war to hear from stakeholders, thought leaders, and decision makers. I'm Emily Schrader, and today we're speaking with Eli Kohanim, the former Deputy Special Envoy for combating anti-Semitism in the United States. Eli, who was born in Iran and came to America as a refugee, sat down with us in New York to discuss how the events of October 7th impacted the American Jewish community and what the future of the U.S.-Israel relationship holds. Eli Kohanim, thank you so much for joining us. Just to start, I would love to hear a little bit about your background. You came here as a refugee from Iran. How has that been for you as a public figure to be an Iranian Jewish woman?
Emily, as you mentioned, my family escaped the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979, which I would argue was a historic disaster, part of what we're seeing play on the international scene right now with the rise of the Ayatollah Khomeini, who grabbed power from the Shah of Iran, the King of Iran. And Emily, you know, under the Shah, the Jewish community in Iran was flourishing. There were about 100,000 Jews in Iran. When the radical Islamists grabbed power, one of the first steps they took was the execution of the president of the Jewish community, Mr. Habib el-Ghannaian. And it was at that point that my family and the vast majority of Iranian Jews knew that we were under threat, because if they could execute our leader, then any of us could be killed. And so at that point, my family fled. We arrived in New York, and I am just so blessed that the United States of America gave us refuge and gave us refugee status. And I've just been really blessed to grow up in the United States.
Now, you served under the Trump administration as the Deputy Envoy for Combating Anti-Semitism. With all of the rise in anti-Semitism that we've seen in response after the October 7th massacre by Hamas, what is your take on what's happening on campuses and communities, and how do you judge, say, how the Biden administration is handling the issue of anti-Semitism?
What we saw after October 7th is a tidal wave, a tsunami, a 400% increase in anti-Semitism in the United States. This is unprecedented levels of anti-Semitism. So, Emily, for many years now, the trend in the United States has been, unfortunately, rising numbers of anti-Semitic incidents and attacks across the country. But 400% is a staggering number. And if you think about what happened, on October 7th, Hamas invaded Israel, massacred over 1,200 people, raped women, beheaded babies, burned family members alive, killed parents in front of children and children in front of parents. And the news was beginning to filter in the United States. Now, before Israel had had a chance to retaliate militarily against Hamas, before they even had a chance to, never mind bury their dead, but to identify their dead, we started to see these organized protests supporting Hamas all across this country and all around the world. And so when you ask me what this means, what I would tell you is that the Hamas massacre on October 7th of Israelis unleashed a global evil of Jew haters who feel strengthened and empowered by Hamas's massacre. They are sensing Jewish vulnerability. They think this is their moment to attack Jews everywhere, including right here in the United States. And frankly, we've seen them coming after us. And when I say we've seen them coming after us, this 400% increase in attacks and incidents has left one Jew dead in Los Angeles, a gentleman by the name of Paul Kessler, who was killed at one of these rallies where an Arab American professor assaulted him, and he wound up dead. And unfortunately, LAPD is still not considering this a hate crime. And we've seen Jews assaulted all across the country. So what this means for the government of the United States, and specifically for the Biden administration, is that the time we are overdue for the Biden administration to come out in full force with every lever of government agency power to stem this Jew hatred before it eats and engulfs American society. And I would tell you that we're not seeing it right now, Emily. And I'll mention a couple of things that I think I referenced so far. Number one, we're not seeing police departments arrest these violent protesters. We're not seeing these people We're not seeing them prosecuted as committing hate crimes, which has higher consequences in the criminal justice system. We're not seeing DAs. We're not seeing the DAs pursue these criminals, and altogether, we're just not seeing leadership from the top letting it be known that this country is not going to tolerate Jew hatred.
Let's shift gears a little bit and talk about Iran, which unfortunately also relates to anti-Semitism. You are one of the foremost experts on this issue in the United States. What is the Biden administration not doing that they should be doing to deal with the Islamic Republic?
Well, Emily, as you and I speak, the Islamic Republic of Iran has activated all of its proxies across the Middle East, and we're seeing complete destabilization in the region. Yesterday, Secretary of State Antony Blinken made a statement saying that the region is more vulnerable, more, on the verge of catastrophe than it has been since 1973, Blinken says himself. And again, so the Iranian proxies, all of them have been activated. We're seeing Hamas activated in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, we're seeing the Houthis in Yemen, and the Iranian militias in Iraq, activity in Syria. So all of the Middle East right now is engulfed. And what's happening is that not only is America's #1 ally in the region, Israel, under attack, but even the United States' own forces, assets, and servicemen, now 3 servicemen and women dead. We're seeing America under attack right now from the Islamic Republic. And so what can the Biden administration do differently? Well, there's much that they should have done differently that would have avoided us being in the moment that we are right now, which was just 3 Americans dead. But I'll tell you what the Biden administration must do at this point. They need to understand that the only language that the Islamic Republic understands is the language of power. And so we've heard this over and over again, that it behooves the Biden administration to be putting the military option on the table. And so what that means is that they need to be convincing enough to the Islamic Republic that the United States will use whatever military actions necessary. And so that means at this point now, after we have been on the receiving end of Iranian attacks, that we need to see strong and bold military response. So that would mean that ideally what Joe Biden needs to do is he needs to strike the Iranians themselves. He needs to take out some Islamic Republic assets. So that would mean targets in Iran, including either their military targets or their economic targets like oil fields, refineries, and so on. That would hurt them economically. We also know that the Iranians have a tanker, they have a ship in the Red Sea right now, which is providing the intelligence and the guidance to the Houthis, and that's what's guiding the Houthi attacks on American and international shipping. So these are all options that are easily available to Joe Biden, and I have no doubt that the Pentagon has presented Biden with a list of potential Iranian targets. The question now is, will Joe Biden be the leader the United States needs right now? And I think this is something that the entire world is watching and tracking. What will the United States do next?
President Biden has received quite a bit of criticism. As you mentioned, there are things that should have been done before. I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit on what those steps are, and as a follow-up to my next question, which is, how do we get to a point where there's actually a regime change in Iran? Does it take a war? Are there other options on the table that can help this momentum change and hopefully see a better Iran, a free Iran?
Emily, what I would tell you is that the U.S. policy on Iran should be guided by maximum pressure on the Islamic Republic, maximum support for the people of Iran. Now, the people of Iran were out on the streets for over a year and a half during Biden's term in office, where it started with the Mahsa Amini protests, with Iranians taking to the streets because this innocent Kurdish Iranian girl, was killed by the Islamic Republic for wearing her hijab slightly off. And so we saw the Mahsa Amini protests for over a year and a half. And what happened was that the Islamic Republic regime used the most brutal tactics: killing, raping, shooting people in the eye, taking out one eye, blinding folks, and so on, until they were able to repress the Iranian people. But the Iranian people have shown over and over again that they are seeking freedom and that they want to join the peace-loving, freedom-loving peoples of the world. They reject this regime. They are looking for a hand. At the same time, so the Biden administration should be supporting the people of Iran. We have not seen them do that yet. At the same time, the Biden administration came into office and they immediately started to accommodate the Islamic Republic. So they immediately, as an example, stopped enforcing sanctions on Iranian oil sales to China. Now imagine, these are two of our adversaries, China being our #1 global adversary. And what does the Biden administration do? They first allow the Iranians to get enriched, $75 billion richer today since Joe Biden came into office than they were when Donald Trump left office. So they're enriching the Iranians with this policy, and they're allowing our #1 adversary, China, to have cheap oil, cheap energy for China. So this policy is obviously insane and works directly across U.S. national security. And yet this is what Joe Biden has been doing since he's come into office. So we have members of Congress just today in the news, bipartisan, asking Joe Biden to enforce oil sanctions against Iran. So that's the #1 step that they need to take. Go back to maximum pressure, enforce existing sanctions that are on the book, support the Iranian people in their quest for freedom. And Emily, I would argue that if the United States were to take such a policy approach, then the Islamic Republic regime's days are numbered, and those numbered days would go by faster. And the reason I say that is because if you look at what's happening in Iran right now, because of the corruption of the regime and the fact that the regime enriches itself, its IRGC, regime officials, they take all of the country's bounty of oil and natural gas and they line their own pockets with this. So because of their corruption, the state of the economy is a complete shambles. And we see people who are literally starving on the streets of Iran. While again, this is a country rich with oil and natural gas and other resources. There's no reason for it other than the corruption of the regime. So the economy is in shambles. Their currency is worth nothing. People are hungry. There's water crisis in Iran. And I could go down a list of crises that they're facing internally. And on top of it, they have no legitimacy. On top of it, this regime has managed to alienate, suppress, oppress every segment of Iranian society, whether it's women, whether it's ethnic minorities, whether it's religious minorities, whether it's average religious Muslim Iranians, innocent people. And so there's really almost no segment society other than their own regime insiders who support this regime. You put all these factors together and you understand that this regime is an anomaly in Iranian history. We have a country with the most ancient history, the Persian history, where Cyrus the Great came from, who liberated the Jews to go back to Jerusalem and rebuild the temple. This is a very ancient, proud, cultured people. And this radical Islamist regime is going to join the dustbin of history. They will join the Nazis and the fascists and all those. And we have in the Jewish tradition Haman, who came from Iran, who also wanted to eliminate the Jews. This regime will join them in the ash heap of history. We need to be on the right side of that.
I have a very short question for you. If President or former President Trump wins the election, the upcoming election, do you believe the Iranian regime could fall during his term?
I am confident that the Iranian regime will fall. The question is just when. And so what we saw under President Trump's leadership is, again, maximum pressure, enforcement of, or I shouldn't even say enforcement, the leveling of the most strongest, unprecedentedly strong sanctions regime in history. The elimination of Qasem Soleimani, who was the head of the IRGC, the world's #1 terrorist in the world at the time. And really the containment of Iranian regime. We did not see this destabilization that we're seeing today, which has brought the world to the brink of disaster. None of this happened under President Trump's leadership, and President Trump voiced over and again his support for the Iranian people in their quest for freedom. And so I do believe that because of the regime's tremendously malign activity that we are seeing today, because of the regime's activation of all of their proxies, and the fact that they're poking the bear of the United States, and the fact that they have now attacked Israel in the way that they did on October 7th, because of all those factors, the regime has managed now to change the equation. They have escalated now to a point where I think it's become clearer and clearer to policymakers that this regime can no longer be tolerated. And so for all of those reasons, yes, Emily, I do think that there is a very high likelihood that we're going to see the collapse of the Islamic Republic in the next 8 to 10 years.
Now, the White House and the Department of State have both had multiple scandals related to their Iran policymakers, public figures, the most prominent of which being Rob Malley, who was forced out of his position for mishandling classified documents. In addition to that, there were members of the Department of State who worked under Malley who were found to be essentially spying for the Islamic Republic of Iran. As someone who is an expert on this issue, how can Israel depend on the U.S. for a better Iran policy in the future? And can we expect to see you perhaps in a potential Trump administration in the future in one of these positions?
Well, you know, it was the honor and privilege of a lifetime for me to serve in the Trump administration. I have to tell you, Emily, that I feel this was for me a real living testament to the American dream. The notion that a girl can come into the United States at the age of 6 not speaking a word of English and one day be tapped by the US government to represent our country on the international stage. These are the kinds of stories, it only happens in America. And so certainly if I were asked to serve my country again, I would consider it an honor and a privilege. And so, you know, we are all hoping very much that we will get a Republican administration in the White House again in 2025. In regards to this administration's just unbelievable scandal after scandal of their personnel who have been in charge of Iran policy and other very sensitive offices, including in the Pentagon, in the highest offices in the Pentagon, with access to the most classified information that anyone could imagine. It is a scandal, and we really still have not heard information back from the administration, from the FBI, which I believe is doing this investigation. We have heard radio silence now for months, where this investigation is, what is the status, and what is happening over there. But you know, what I think is clear to all of us is that, again, this Iran policy of the Biden administration has been a disaster, and this is the disaster that we're all experiencing right now. The fact that the Islamic Republic is so emboldened to be bringing the Middle East to the brink of a world war, the fact that they are so emboldened that they have taken out and murdered American service members, that they are targeting U.S. assets in the region, this is, you know, just on its face, it's an obvious example of how much this administration's Iran policy has failed.
Eli Kohani, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Caleb Ben David. And coming up in today's newscast, the body returned yesterday from Gaza, ID'd as October 7th victim Dror Or, leaving just 2 more deceased hostages. Amid continuing clashes in Gaza, the U.S. holds talks to get phase 2 of the Trump plan underway. Argentina's President Milei says his country's embassy will move from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem in the spring. The remains of Dror Or, one of the hostages abducted from Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th, have been returned to Israel. Authorities identified his body this morning, bringing a difficult and long-awaited closure to his family after more than 2 years. That leaves just 2 more deceased hostages still in Israel, Israeli Ran Gvili and Thai national Suthasik Rinthalik. Our correspondent India Naftali has more.
The remains of 48-year-old Dror Or were returned to Israel on Tuesday night and formally identified Wednesday morning, ending more than 2 years of uncertainty for his family. Or was murdered on October 7th and his body taken hostage from Kibbutz Be'eri, along with 2 of his children who were taken alive, 17-year-old Noam and 13-year-old Alma. His wife Yonat was also killed that morning, though her body was not abducted. On October 7th, the family tried to escape after terrorists set their home on fire. Dror and his wife sent their children out a window first, hoping to increase their chances of survival. A neighbor witnessed terrorists abduct the children. Their eldest son, Yahli, was away in northern Israel doing his national service and survived. Dror Or's abducted children, Noam and Alma, were freed in November 2023 as part of a temporary ceasefire. In May 2024, a special interagency committee, including the Health Ministry, intelligence officials, police, the Religious Services Ministry, and the Chief Rabbinate, formally determined that Dror Or had been murdered on October 7th. The Hostages and Missing Families Forum said at the time that the government must do everything to ensure that the body of Dror Or and all murdered hostages receive proper burials in Israel. Dror Or was born in Kibbutz Re'im and later moved to Tel Aviv to study culinary arts. He eventually returned to Kibbutz Be'eri with his wife, where he became a chef and cheesemaker at the award-winning Be'eri Dairy. He loved travel, basketball, and yoga, practicing for 20 years and becoming a certified instructor. His family described him as calm, kind, and deeply grounded. The family of Dror Or has been through unimaginable suffering. The return of his body will allow them to begin the process of closure. This moment now makes Israel closer than ever to bringing all of its fallen hostages home for burial.
Clashes continue in Gaza, with the IDF today killing 6 terrorists who emerged from the tunnels beneath Rafah, after yesterday killing 5 others. But with the remains of all but 2 hostages now back in Israel, attention is turning to phase 2 of the ceasefire agreement in Gaza. Talks are reportedly underway in Cairo, with mediators searching for ways to implement the next phase of the Trump plan. More from ILTV's Steve Leibowitz.
Delegations from Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey, which along with the United States make up the mediators of the current ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, are reportedly meeting in Cairo to discuss the second phase of the deal. Egyptian media says Egyptian and Turkish intelligence chiefs met the Qatari prime minister to address overcoming obstacles and limiting violations to ensure the ceasefire holds. The mediators discussed working with the U.S. to ensure the successful implementation of the second phase of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas. The Gaza deal came into effect on October 10th after 2 years of war, sparked by the Hamas-led mass terror onslaught of October 7th, 2023. Amid the ceasefire, there are ongoing local clashes. The IDF said it killed 5 gunmen in eastern Rafah, an IDF-held sector of southern Gaza, where dozens of Hamas operatives are still trapped in a network of underground tunnels. Troops of the Nahal Brigade conducting scans in the area spotted the 5 armed operatives and eliminated them. 1 week ago, IDF troops shot dead 4 operatives who surfaced from a tunnel in the same area. Over the weekend, an additional 17 gunmen emerged from tunnel routes. Most were killed, others captured. In a separate incident, the IDF said troops shot dead a terror operative who crossed the yellow line, marking the army's withdrawal in the northern Gaza Strip. The IDF has vowed to kill or capture all remaining operatives on the Israeli side of the Yellow Line in accordance with the October ceasefire agreement.
Well, the red carpet treatment was given last week in the White House to Saudi Prince Mohammed bin Salman. But reports are now emerging that U.S. President Donald Trump was left disappointed and angry after what sources describe as a tense exchange with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman over the issue of normalization with Israel. More in this report. The meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman at the White House last week seemed to be mostly smiles and agreement, at least publicly. But behind the scenes, it was a different story. Details now being reported by Axios and Israel's Channel 12, citing senior U.S. officials, say in private the two clashed over the issue of Saudi ties with Israel. According to the report, it was Trump who brought up the subject, pressing the Crown Prince to advance immediately toward normalization. Bin Salman reportedly pushed back, saying he's not opposed to the idea in principle, but after the war in Gaza, anti-Israel sentiment in Saudi Arabia makes any such move impossible at this time. Officials say the exchange remained polite, but Trump was clearly irritated by the response, with one source saying he left the meeting both disappointed and angry. The officials stress, however, that bin Salman did not say never. He left the door open to future normalization, but repeated that progress towards a two-state solution remains a central requirement, a position he stated publicly during his visit to Washington. The Saudi embassy declined to comment on the report. The White House issued only a short statement saying, President Trump calls on all Middle Eastern countries to join the Abraham Accords. This latest report underscores the ongoing gap between Washington's push for a breakthrough now and Riyadh's insistence on conditions it says cannot be met at this moment. And joining us now for more is Reserves Major General Yaakov Amidror. He's the former head of Israel's National Security Council. And he's now with the Ginza Strategic Center. General Amidror, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we should be, of course, immensely grateful. Another hostage returned. Almost all the hostages are now back. In theory, that should be now leading Gaza from phase one of the agreement into phase two. We know on paper what that's supposed to look like, but based on what is actually happening in Gaza and in the region, how do you think it's going to develop in the next few weeks?
I think that the Americans will continue their efforts to organize forces that will come into Gaza to do what is needed according to the plan to disarm Hamas and to begin the rebuilding of Gaza. First of all, to understand what is the situation and then to make some preparations and plans. I think that they are too optimistic. I don't see the countries which will be ready to send their forces to fight Hamas. I don't see Hamas ready to disarm itself. It is true that if you would ask the same question a few months ago, I probably, my answer was very pessimistic about the ability of the Americans to convince Hamas to release the hostages, and it happened. So we have to be very careful. As far as we can understand the situation today, the Americans didn't succeed to move Hamas towards any agreement about disarming them. And without such an agreement, I don't know who will do the job.
Well, in the meantime, there has been a situation that's developed with one half of the Gaza Strip in Israel in the IDF's hands, another in a resurgent Hamas. We see Hamas reasserting itself in that area of Gaza. Is that a status quo that Israel and the IDF can live with, can maintain?
Israel can maintain it if no hostages in the hands of Hamas. The IDF is a buffer between Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Gaza envelope population. From our point of view, we can continue for a long time. There is no any pressure on Israel in this situation. We are in a good position to defend ourselves, to defend the people around Gaza. Hamas is separated from Egypt. They cannot smuggle in a weapon system. They cannot continue to produce inside Gaza. They lost their ability to produce in Gaza. Yes, they can recruit more members to the organization. They can train them. They can prepare more explosives and traps for the IDF in the future. Hamas will be stronger, but not in a level which will stop the IDF if the IDF decide to go and to take control of this area where Hamas is now. So from that point of view, this situation, Israel is not any under pressure, but I think that the Americans are under pressure because the more time Hamas is holding the area, less are the chances to convince the organization to be disarmed. And the suffering of the people in Gaza is enormous. I mean, to live in these circumstances under the control of this organization, it's a nightmare. And I think that the Americans understand it, the Arab countries understand it. And I will not be surprised if at the end of the day, the Americans and others, some on the table, some under the table, will tell us, you know what, do the job and destroy Hamas. And we will have to resume the war in Gaza.
Resume the war in Gaza, and there is a similar situation seems to be developing on the northern front with Lebanon. Again, the question is, who is going to disarm Hezbollah according to the terms of that agreement? So are we basically looking at a return to potentially a multi-front war in the either near or certainly coming future?
The situation in the north is a different situation because there is a government, there is an address of responsibility inside Lebanon, unlike Gaza, in which Hamas is the top organization. It is the body which is governing the Gaza Strip. So in Lebanon, the situation is a different one. But yes, it might come at the end to a situation in which the Americans and maybe even the Lebanese government under the table will tell us, guys, we don't know how to do it. We cannot do it. Do whatever you can, and we will have to take care for Hezbollah. It's a different kind of a war. Now there is no any threat from land forces towards our settlements in the north. It will be probably almost totally Air Force operation against facilities and capabilities of Hezbollah. It is not two front. It is one front, probably totally Air Force operation, and the other one will be with huge land forces, ground forces going into Gaza. And remember that unlike what happened in Lebanon 2 years ago, year and a half ago, today Syria is a country which is hostile to Hezbollah in Lebanon.
All right, Yaakov Amidror, thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you very much for hosting me.
In Buenos Aires, the Argentine president, Javier Milei, has told Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar that Argentina will open its new embassy in Jerusalem this spring. Argentina will thus become the 8th nation to move embassies to the Israeli capital. More from ILTV's Devil Klein.
Foreign Minister Saar's office says the announcement by President Milei that the embassy will be moved came during a meeting between the two leaders focused on deepening bilateral ties and expanding economic cooperation. Saar also urged Milei to formally designate Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. Milei, a strong pro-Israel leader, reportedly wore a kippah during the meeting as Saar recited a blessing congratulating him on his recent parliamentary election victory. According to Saar's office, the Argentine president also showed the minister a mezuzah affixed to the entrance of his office. The Argentinian president first pledged to move the embassy during a speech in the Knesset 5 months ago.
Y tengo el orgullo de anunciar ante ustedes que en 2026 haremos efectiva la mudanza de nuestra embajada a la ciudad de Jerusalén Occidental como lo prometimos.
Saar thanked the Argentinian leader for his friendship and support throughout the war.
The relationship between Israel and Argentina is not only special, it is extraordinary. Argentina had stood firmly by Israel through our darkest hours during the last 2 years. This will not be forgotten. Argentina has been and continues to be a trusted partner on the right side of history. We believe in Argentina under the leadership of President Milei. We believe in its bright future. President Milei is repaving Argentina's path to greatness.
Argentina will become the 8th country to move its embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, following Fiji, the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay.
We are about to have the president on April or on May opening the new embassy in Jerusalem, D.C., David's capital.
The IDF, Shin Bet, and Israel Border Police began operating early this morning as part of a broad counter-terror operation in the area of northern Samaria. Earlier, the army announced that it had killed a Palestinian terrorist who murdered an Israeli guard last year. The IDF says Sultan Al-Khani, who fled after killing Gidon Perry in August 2024, was slain in an exchange of fire with a commando unit south of Jenin. Al-Khani fatally wounded security guard Perry, 38, at the Bar-On Industrial Park near Kedumim by attacking him with a hammer before snatching his handgun and fleeing the scene. The operation came hours after another Palestinian assailant, who killed 2 soldiers last year and had been on the run ever since, was killed by Israeli forces in Nablus. Leket Israel is the largest food rescue operation in Israel today. We have the honor of having Leket Israel founder Joseph Gittler and Chen Herzog, the chief economist at BDO, here in our studios to explain what food rescue is and how it can help reduce food waste in Israel. Let's take a look.
A new decade summary report from Leket Israel and BDO shows both the dramatic progress of the last 10 years and the enormous challenges that remain. A decade ago, Israel had no national policy on food waste. Today, after years of pressure from Leket Israel and cooperation with the Health and Environment Ministries, Israel finally has its first national plan to reduce food loss. Still, the cost is staggering: 211 billion shekels in wasted food over 10 years, while 1.5 million Israelis face food insecurity. Joining me now are Joseph Gittler, founder of Leket Israel, and Chen Herzog, chief economist at BDO. Thank you both for joining.
Thank you. Hi.
So, Joseph, let me start with you. Take us back 10 years. There was no policy, no national strategy. Where were we then, and what progress has been made ever since?
So the good news is we now have, as you mentioned, this national policy. There's much more awareness among the population. There's more awareness and interest from the government and different government bodies. And so we're moving in the right direction. The problem is that while Israelis are wasting less, this latest report talks about less waste, going from 300 kilos a year per person to 260 kilos. Our population has grown dramatically since we put out the first report, so the amount of food waste is even greater than it was 10 years ago. Leket's grown over the last 10 years, but we're not close to solving this issue. We need a bigger push, and we need a lot more awareness from the population. I would say also, this has to bother people. And if it doesn't really bother people, and it's a shame because it's money in your pocket. When people waste food, sometimes it's hard to envision the environmental costs. It's hard to see down that stream of what it does when food goes to waste. So we need to talk to people about their pockets. And especially, we even see waste among those who can't afford it, which is an incredible thing to see.
And Chen, even with the progress, the country lost 26 billion shekels in food just last year. What does that say about where we stand today?
So we have to understand really the problem or the magnitude of food waste. 39% of the food consumed and produced in Israel is lost, it's thrown away. And this causes economic problem, environmental problem, food security and health problem. So let's start from the economic problem. At the end of the day, food loss really means that we as civilians pay more. And this number of 211 billion shekels over the last decade means that every household in Israel, every family, lost 70,000 shekels in the last decade. And it all translates to standard of living. If we throw the food at home, of course it costs us money. But not only the food that we throw at home is costly, because even when food is lost throughout the entire value chain, in the agriculture, in the industry, in the retail shops, it all translates to higher cost of living. And I think we saw this impact, this economic impact, very clearly in the past 2 years during the wartime. because wartime caused more food loss. We couldn't reach many of the fields. There were not enough workers, agricultural workers, to pick up the food, which resulted in costs increasing. So we had more food waste, more expensive fruits and vegetables. And those people with food insecurity, their situation also only worsened. So the economic equation is very simple. Rather than throwing this food away, we should rescue it and feed the needy, and it's a win-win situation.
Mm-hmm. Now, you, Joseph, have worked with ministries, you pushed for legislation, and helped shape the new national plan. What still needs to be done to turn this momentum into real large-scale change?
So I don't want to get into trouble with the viewers, but we need to make, I'm going to give an example of a change that we need. You know, I love where I live. I love that garbage is picked up 3 times a week. We're a little generous in this country when it comes to some of the things that we do. So, for example, you have countries around the world where to open your garbage can, you need to swipe your credit card, okay? And it's weighed. Now, the most expensive and heaviest things we throw away is actually wasted food. And so we need to change the way we look at garbage. We need to change the way we look at food waste. Food, even with everyone's protest about the cost of living in this country and the cost of food, we don't see much change. People take great pride, which I can understand. Everyone wants to be generous. Everyone wants their tables to be full. And of course, we can't take any chances with not having enough food to feed our population. But like most countries, we're producing way more than we need. And so we need to change things around a little bit in our attitudes towards food and towards waste. And maybe when it becomes a little more expensive, as an example, to waste food, then people will start to take it more seriously.
I understand. It's a very interesting thought. Now, the report links food loss directly to rising produce prices. So I'll ask you, Chen, especially since the war, why is reducing food waste now an economic priority and not just a social one?
So what the report illustrates that food rescue is not only philanthropic work, it's also economics. Because what do? We take food that is, we invested a lot of money, a lot of efforts to produce it, to grow it, and then we take all this value and throw it away. So what actually food rescue does is it takes all this lost value and returns it back to the needy. And the economic equation is that to rescue 1 kilogram of food costs about 1 shekel. But the economic benefit of this food is 3.6 shekels. So we take 1 shekel and we convert it or we enlarge it by 3.6 times.
Joseph, let's close with the bigger picture. What are the real benefits of food rescue for Israel, economically, socially, environmentally? Chen just mentioned some. And after a decade of work, what message do you both want Israelis and policymakers to hear right now?
So what I would like these policymakers and the public to hear is something positive. We see the change. We see the interest. People want to waste less. But we'd like to see the supermarket chains, as an example, offering what we call ugly fruits and vegetables at a discount. The kind of fruits and vegetables we never see, but if they were there and were made more affordable, then people would buy them. As large as Leket has become, we will never be big enough to take care of the need. This is only something the public, with us, and the government can do together.
Well, Joseph and Chen of Leket Israel, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you want to learn more about Leket Israel, just scan the QR code on your screens now. And let's take a look at the weather forecast. Partly cloudy skies are expected around most of the country tonight. Temperatures reaching lows of 14 degrees Celsius or 57 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 25 degrees Celsius or 77 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Kalev Ben David. Be well, and thank you so much for watching.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and this week we're taking a look at the bad faith attacks on Christian Zionists, which were spearheaded by folks like Tucker Carlson. We'll speak to Sandra Hagee Parker, the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund, to explore the theological basis for Christian Zionism, plus a deep dive into how the Islamic Republic of Iran continues to evade sanctions, even while the country is seemingly collapsing internally. First, I want to talk a little bit about what's happening in the Gaza Strip. A supposed ceasefire may be in effect, even though Hamas is currently in violation of it for many weeks, given they're still holding 3 hostage bodies. But the U.S. administration isn't letting that stop them from pushing forward with a proposal for later stages of this same agreement. This new international plan being pushed at the UN by the United States to govern the Gaza Strip, it would create a transnational authority that would control security, administration, and borders in the Gaza Strip. Now, already Russia has put forward its own version, endorsing Palestinian statehood, and both superpowers are trying to shape the future of Gaza from thousands of miles away. The idea that they're selling is simple: put Gaza under international control, bring in neutral security forces, remove Hamas from power, hold elections, and create a path to stability. But what they're proposing is not just unrealistic, it's dangerous, and it's been done before. Every time the West has attempted to engineer governance in highly radicalized or internally divided societies, it has failed. We've seen this again and again. The United States forced elections in Gaza previously, and Hamas won in a landslide. Then they carried out a violent coup against Fatah. In Lebanon, UNIFIL was supposed to disarm Hezbollah, with millions of U.S. taxpayer dollars being poured into international force, but Hezbollah is now more powerful than the Lebanese army. Iraq, after the United States invasion, descended into sectarian war and eventually gave rise to ISIS. Libya collapsed into chaos and militia rule after the NATO intervention. Afghanistan received 20 years of Western nation building and fell back into Taliban control the moment the United States left. The lesson is consistent. When the West imposes its own models on societies that are deeply tribal, religiously motivated, and politically fractured, the project collapses and leaves a bigger crisis behind. Now, skeptics may look at West Germany or Japan after World War II as examples of successful foreign-guided transitions, but these cases are not remotely comparable to Gaza or the Arab world. Both countries were already coherent nation-states. They had functioning civil infrastructure, they weren't divided by clan-based or sectarian factions, and most importantly, they were not ruled by a radical Islamic theocracy or exposed to transnational jihadist ideology. None of the conditions that made Germany and Japan successful are present in Gaza today. And this brings us to a central problem. There is no real evidence that this international plan could successfully remove Hamas from power or disarm them. Not one country involved in this plan has explained how they would physically disarm a terror army that has spent years building bunkers, weapon stockpiles, and underground cities. And history shows why these promises should not be believed. United Nations Resolution 1559 ordered Hezbollah to disarm. It never happened. United Nations Resolution 1701 reiterated it years later. Never happened. Hezbollah only grew stronger. There's no reason to believe that Gaza would be any different. In fact, this plan sends the exact opposite message. It tells Palestinians that October 7th, which was not about statehood, but about erasing Israel, has resulted in international pressure for a new political process. That signal rewards terrorism and teaches that extreme violence leads to political gains. It undermines the few remaining moderates in Palestinian society and further destroys the authority of the Palestinian Authority. And let's not ignore the core of the conflict: Palestinian rejectionism. Every major plan for peace or statehood since 1937 has been rejected by Palestinian leadership. And polling shows that a large majority of Palestinians celebrated October 7th attacks. This is not a society prepared for responsible governance or peaceful coexistence. It's a society radicalized through education, media, and religious incitement for generations. No international committee can undo that in a year, or even in a decade. If the West truly wants to help Palestinians, it must do what this plan refuses to address. It must support the slow development of responsible leadership. It must end the pay-for-slay payments. It must reform textbooks. It must hold leaders accountable for incitement in Arabic. And it must make all aid conditional on real political reform. It must shut down UNRWA, which has spent decades entrenching radicalization instead of resolving it. The only path to a lasting future is when two sovereign nations decide their future together of their own will. It can't be forced from the outside. Every attempt to do so has failed, and this plan will fail for the same reasons. And now on to our headlines. We have a lot to unpack this week when it comes to Iran. First up, the water crisis in Iran has morphed into a direct threat to the regime's very survival. Tehran, with some 10 million residents, is preparing for regular water cuts as dams fail and years of mismanagement collide with a severe drought. Now, the situation is worse than the regime is willing to admit. According to the most recent data, only 23.2 billion cubic meters of water entered Iran's dams by August 2025. That's a drop of 42% compared to last year and represents one of the lowest inflows in recorded history. More than half of major reservoirs are at or below 50% capacity, and one of Tehran's key dams is down to 8%. Nationwide, 10% of Iran's dams are effectively dry. Now, groundwater data is even more alarming. Iran currently extracts approximately 57 billion cubic meters of groundwater every year. And of Iran's 609 aquifers, more than 300 are in critical condition. Per capita renewable water resources have collapsed from nearly 4,500 cubic meters in the 1970s to roughly 1,500 today, which puts Iran firmly below the global water stress threshold. Now, the incompetent government blames climate change, but in reality, it's actually because of decades of corrupt infrastructure spending, shoddy maintenance, and the diversion of water to elite districts that's turned this resource crunch into a full-blown political crisis. Protests are already beginning in smaller towns where tap water is running out, and citizens are angry that their basic survival comes after the regime's foreign terror projects. This matters for Israel, of course, and its allies because a domestic crack-up inside Iran could push the regime to escalate through its terror proxies or even through its nuclear program as a way to deflect public anger. Now, the water crisis also reveals a central truth about the Islamic Republic. This is a regime that talks about exporting revolution and building proxy armies, but it can't even keep the taps running in its own capital. Well, the trouble from the Islamic Republic of Iran doesn't end with the domestic crisis. However, the regime has once again escalated maritime tensions in the region after the IRGC Navy seized the Marshall Islands-flagged tanker Talara in the Gulf of Oman this week. The ship was carrying approximately 30,000 tons of petrochemical product when multiple fast craft surrounded it and forced it into Iranian territorial waters under what Tehran claims is a judicial order. Now, this incident took place just about 40 kilometers off the UAE coast near the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important energy chokeholds on the planet. Now, the significance of this move really cannot be overstated. First, it's a direct assertion of power by the Islamic Republic in a critical global trade route, where approximately 20% of the world's seaborne oil passes daily. By seizing a foreign tanker mid-transit, the Islamic Republic sends a clear message that it can disrupt global energy flows at any time it wants, sanctions or not. This is maritime coercion. Second, this seizure comes at a moment of heightened regional pressure on Tehran. After months of Israeli and American action against Iranian proxy terror networks and infrastructure, the regime is signaling that while its economy is struggling and water reservoirs are collapsing, it still has hard power options that can create global consequences. Third, it's not an isolated incident. The Islamic Republic of Iran has a long history of using tanker seizures to extract leverage and retaliate against international pressure. Now, it's done this repeatedly over the past decade, and every time it makes one thing clear. Even under sanctions, Iran's maritime and oil networks remain active and dangerous. For Israel and its allies, this serves as a warning. The energy waterways are a key front in Iran's strategic playbook. The Talara incident is a reminder that the Islamic Republic can project power far beyond its borders, and that any plan to contain the regime must include maritime security and tighter coordination against Iran's shadow fleet, which I'll get into in just a few minutes. So how are they getting away with it? Now, most disturbingly, data shows that the Islamic Republic of Iran, which is under heavy sanctions, has actually peaked in oil exports in the month of October, begging the question, how? Let's break it down. The truth is, this regime is still making tens of billions of dollars every year from oil. Not quietly, not secretly, but openly. This is the single most important financial story driving the security crisis in the Middle East. It's the reason the regime can threaten Israel. It's the reason Hezbollah remains armed to the teeth. It's the reason the Houthis are able to fire missiles. It's the reason Iranian drones reach Europe and Africa. And almost no one is talking about it or understands what's actually happening. Despite sanctions, the regime is still exporting well over 1.4 million barrels of oil every single day. Now, if the global price of oil is $80 a barrel, Iran is selling it at a discount that brings it to about $60 or $65 a barrel. That means the regime earns approximately $100 million per day, every 24 hours, and none of it is going to the Iranian people. It doesn't rebuild hospitals. It doesn't fix the collapsing water system. It doesn't help families who cannot afford bread due to 40 to 50% inflation. This money goes straight to the regime's military system and its proxy terror network. And how does Iran get away with this while supposedly being under sanctions? It's because the regime has spent 4 decades building a global sanctions evasion machine, a perfected criminal economy run by the IRGC. They operate one of the largest illegal shipping networks on the planet. Analysts call it the Ghost Fleet. These are more than 300 old and, frankly, unreliable tankers that constantly change their names, fake their flag registrations, turn off their tracking systems, and vanish from radar. They perform ship-to-ship transfers in the middle of the ocean, usually at night. They repaint the hulls. They falsify documents. They spoof coordinates. Some of these vessels even travel with navigation systems turned off, which, of course, is incredibly dangerous, simply to avoid detection. And where does all this oil go? Almost all of it goes to China. China is the financial lifeline of the Islamic Republic. Chinese refiners buy discounted Iranian crude that is marketed as Malaysian blend or Oman heavy or generic fuel oil. This is not speculation. It's thoroughly documented by Reuters, tanker trackers, and multiple United States Treasury designations. So to summarize, the regime sells illegal oil, China knowingly buys illegal oil, and the world pretends not to notice because cheap oil benefits everyone except the Iranian people and all those who suffer from the terrorism that this regime exports. Now let's talk about where that money actually goes. Once the regime gets paid, likely through restricted Chinese accounts, the funds are controlled by the IRGC. The Revolutionary Guards and the Quds Force command these revenue streams through networks of front companies and, allegedly, through the giant construction and logistics conglomerate known as Khatam al-Anbiya. The money is then distributed across the regime's terror portfolio. Now, according to U.S. intelligence assessments, congressional research reports, and U.S. Treasury designations, Hezbollah receives an estimated $700 million to $1 billion per year. The Houthis in Yemen receive between $150 and $250 million. Iraqi militias receive between $100 million and $200 million. And Hamas receives an estimated $70 to $100 million each year, in addition to weapons, training, intelligence support, and engineering assistance for rockets and drone systems. So when people ask how Hezbollah keeps stockpiling rockets, or how the Houthis continue firing ballistic missiles, or how the Islamic Republic continues to expand its nuclear program despite sanctions, the answer is simple. The Islamic Republic of Iran is still making money every single day, and sanctions are not being enforced. Now, here is the part that almost no one talks about. We could shut this down tomorrow. The only thing missing is the political will. There are 5 major pressure points that could crush the regime's revenue stream without firing a single shot. First, target the Ghost Fleet. Don't sanction ship names, which can be changed. Instead, sanction the hull numbers, which cannot be changed. If the United States and European Union banned 200 hull numbers from receiving insurance or entering ports, half of Iran's export capacity would collapse instantly. Second, go after the Chinese refineries that knowingly purchase Iranian crude. These facilities depend on Western equipment and Western financing. If even 3 of them were sanctioned, the entire network could collapse. Third hit the front companies. Most of these firms in Hong Kong, Malaysia, Singapore, and the UAE will collapse the moment they're listed by the U.S. Treasury. 4. Seize ships again. When the United States captured the giant tanker known as Grace 1, it disrupted the regime's smuggling operations for months. Repeated seizures could deter the entire network. 5. Cyber disruption. The IRGC uses specific Chinese bank accounts, cryptocurrency wallets, and payment pipelines for its oil trade. Cyber operations targeting these channels can cripple the entire machine. This is how you can collapse the Islamic Republic's financial backbone without a war, and how you force the regime to choose between funding terror proxies and surviving internally. The Islamic Republic is not sanctioned in practice, it's sanctioned on paper. And the moment the world chooses to enforce those sanctions with real consequences, Iran's financial lifeline ends. Now, jumping back to Israel, today we have a very special guest joining us to shed some light on the perspective of Christian Zionists after the recent fallout from pundits like Tucker Carlson, who now famously stated that he hates Christian Zionists and has been spearheading a hate campaign against them, along with several others who are self-declared right-wing pundits. Now, Sandra Hagee Parker is the chairwoman of Christians United for Israel Action Fund. She's also an attorney, author, and public speaker. This fund supports a strong U.S.-Israel relationship, standing up to anti-Semitism, defending Israel's right to self-defense and self-determination. Sandra, thank you so much for joining us today on Axis of Truth. We're at a very unusual time in America, particularly, and in recent weeks, we've seen an alarming, well, what I consider alarming resurgence of blatant anti-Semitism in America, not only from Islamists, but from far-right extremists like Nick Fuentes. One of the most concerning aspects is that they're claiming to be Christian nationalists and to be supporters of President Trump. What's your take on this hijacking of Christianity that we see?
Emily, you said it exactly as it is. It's a hijacking. It is usurping the banner of Christianity in order to legitimize one's anti-Semitism. And funnily enough, it's not new. This is something that has happened for centuries, whether you're talking about the Spanish Inquisition, the Crusades, Martin Luther, Adolf Hitler. Every generation has tried and failed to use the banner of Christianity as a way to authorize them to say and do whatever they want to the Jewish people and after 1948, the modern state of Israel.
Now, how can Christians fight against this pernicious trend of those speaking in the name of Christianity, yet actively espousing anti-Semitic canards and stereotypes?
Sure. Well, I think the first thing for every single Christian to remember is that the Bible is above the Constitution, right? Right now, we kind of have this like wrapping ourselves in the American flag and free speech and the First Amendment. And of course, this is America and we hold that value sacrosanct. But your party is not your faith. And MAGA is not the same thing as being a Christian. And being a conservative is not the same thing as being a Christian. And I can understand how people can get confused because sometimes the platform of the Republican Party or conservatism has wrapped itself in Judeo-Christian values, which is outstanding. However, it's up to the Christian to be able to discern when what is being said from their party or their favorite pundit contravenes the word of God. And when it does, the word of God prevails. So it's important for a Christian to know why they support the state of Israel, because if their favorite pundit or their favorite party comes against the state of Israel, they cannot be moved.
Now, you frequently cited passages such as Genesis 12:3, I will bless those who bless you, and Romans 11:1 and 2 in support of Christian Zionism as an aspect of Christian theology itself. Could you break down how you interpret those texts as mandating active support for Israel and how you respond to critics who say this interpretation conflates theology with foreign policy?
Well, first of all, Israel is not a policy issue for members of Christians United for Israel. It is not a political issue. It is a biblical issue. And for those of us that are old enough, we can all remember when American politics saw Israel the same way. Democrats and Republicans, independent, what have you, were pretty much unanimous in how they viewed the nation of Israel. So that modern politics decided to make Israel a policy issue is not on Christians. From Genesis to Revelation, the Bible is a Zionist document. Christians, non-denominational evangelical Christians specifically, believe the entire Bible is true The Old Testament is just as relevant as the New Testament. The Old Testament we see as God's will concealed. The New Testament is God's will revealed. Of course, they are written to different parties, different persons, but for the same purpose. And when you read in the Old Testament, when people say Old Covenant, those are all euphemisms for replacement theology to try to make you think that the Old Testament is not relevant anymore. If the Old Testament is not relevant anymore, then God is not a covenant-keeping God, and God is a promise breaker. The Bible is either all true or it's all false. And so Christians believe, not just with respect to what the Bible says about the nation of Israel, Christians believe that with respect to everything, the Bible is true. God has left us a rule book, right? And so we don't make the rules, we just read them. And the Bible is extremely clear about the covenant that God made with the Jewish people. The Bible says that God's name is in Jerusalem, that Israel is the apple of God's eye. If Israel is important to God, then it is important to a Christian. Similarly, in the New Testament, when Paul says, I am of the tribe of Benjamin, have I been cast aside? Certainly not. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem. May they prosper who love you. I could go on, but you would have to have a faith that I am not capable of maintaining to go through the theological acrobatics to convince yourself that Christians have replaced Jews in the economy of God and that Israel is no longer important to God or Christians.
Recently, political pundit Tucker Carlson stated that he hates Christian Zionists, labeling some of their beliefs as a brain virus or even Christian heresy. Alarmingly, we also see a huge outpouring of support for Carlson instead of condemnation, even from many self-proclaimed Christian voices. Why do you think this is happening now, and how would you respond to these kinds of attacks?
Cowardice is why it's happening, whether one doesn't want to be ostracized from I won't say the mainstream media because that doesn't exist anymore, right? It's about podcasts and all of these things. It used to be in news, if it bleeds, it leads. Now it's if it clicks, it sticks. And so it's hilarious to me that pundits, whose job is quite literally to have an opinion and to let their opinion be known, all of a sudden say, we're friends. I don't care if you're friends. Have them over for Christmas. It's irrelevant to me. But what do you say? What is your opinion about the views that he is espousing, about the views that he is legitimizing? As a pundit, your job is to either embrace or distance yourself from those. And I think evidence of the fact that Christian Zionists are here and not going away is the fact that Tucker issued a half-hearted, you can't even call it an apology. It was kind of like, that's not what I meant. Because whoops, millions of people don't like being told that they have brain rot, because millions of people are actually educated on the Bible and they see through his efforts to delegitimize Judaism, to de-Judaize Jesus. And, they're not going to stand for it. So we're only going to see more from the grassroots of Christians United for Israel, from the Christian church in general, whether you're a member of CUFI or not, that this is a bridge too far, because we believe that the creation of the modern state of Israel, the Bible says a nation will be born in a day. The Jewish people coming to live in Israel are proof that God Almighty is who he says he is. And if you do not believe that, then you do not believe the Bible.
Does this kind of rhetoric matter in terms of how Christian Zionists are perceived? And will it affect your position or the position of CUFI going forward?
I mean, in terms of our mission, our mission will always remain clear. We have always been willing to go where the fight is. When we started CUFI, people were like, are you kidding? Anti-Semitism isn't real. Like, this is not 1940. What are you doing? And so we will always go where the fight is. And if that fight is now to what I would call the right of the right, I still think that we're absolutely dealing with fringe elements in the Republican Party. Of course, the largest vulnerability